The spokesperson of the World Health Organization stated that the mutation rate of the T virus has slowed down. Its spread is limited to southern Europe, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. There's no need for panic. The Environmental Department has completed a second investigation into the abnormal forest incident. Results are pending analysis. This summer felt wrong, restless, uneasy. On the giant TV outside a bustling mall, the latest news kept playing. The crowd passed by in masks, faces drawn, steps hurried. No one seemed surprised anymore. Over time, mortgages, car loans, people barely had the energy to care. Whatever the news said, deep down, everyone clung to the same thought. It won't really be the end of the world, right? Country Z, Jiangjing City. Jiangjing University, the jewel of the third new district, was one of the nation's top universities. Elite faculty, cutting-edge research, and a pristine campus. Getting in required being the best of the best. Of course, there were exceptions. After all, for certain people, the college entrance exam was nothing more than a formality. Inside the international dormitory area, in a luxurious room, a young man lounged on a leather sofa, swirling red wine in a crystal glass while speaking lazily into his phone. On the other end, a girl's voice trembled with tears. "Qin Jun, why did you break up with me? Was I just a game to you? Can we meet and talk it out? Please." "Suya, we're not suitable," Qin Jun replied with a faint smile. "Don't overthink it. Let it go." He ended the call without hesitation. No guilt, no second thoughts. Rising, Qin Jun stood before a floor-to-ceiling mirror. The man staring back was tall, sharp-featured, with the kind of presence that drew attention without trying. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "Never thought I'd actually travel to another world." In his past life, he was a shadowed killer on Blue Star, cold, efficient, and without mercy. Now he'd awakened in this parallel world, still as Qin Jun, but this time as a scion of a powerful family with terrifying influence. The original Qin Jun had been arrogant and cruel, a nature that fit seamlessly with his own. Their memories merged effortlessly. From now on, he was this world's Qin Jun. The TV's voice broke his thoughts. Breaking news. 2 immigrants infected with the T-virus were discovered at Jiangjing International Airport. They had been taken to a medical quarantine facility. T-virus. Qin Jun's brow furrowed. The officials claimed it was under control, but from what he knew through the Qin family's channels, that was far from the truth. Abroad, the T-virus was already running rampant. He had even booked a ticket to leave Jiangjing in 2 days, heading inland, away from the vulnerable coast. His phone rang again. The name on the screen made his expression sharpen. Qin Yuan. To most of the public, the name meant nothing. But to the highest echelons of power in the country, it was a name spoken with weight. The voice on the other end was deep and commanding. "Where are you?" "On campus," Qin Jun replied. "A team will reach you in 2 hours. They'll escort you to the airport. Your plane will be ready." Qin Jun's eyes narrowed. "Dad, what happened?" "The T-virus has mutated. The infected will attack anyone. The imperial capital has had over a dozen riots already. Infected cases have appeared in Jiangjing. The city will be locked down, no one in, no one out. I'll brief you in person." Qin Jun felt a ripple in his chest. So Jiangjing was about to be sealed off. But fear? No. He was a Qin. Lockdowns didn't apply to him. "I understand. Stay safe. If necessary, let Sihan kill whoever gets in your way. I'll handle the aftermath." Sihan. On the surface, she was just a fellow sophomore in Qin Jun's class, even sharing his dorm. Many students whispered she was his girlfriend. In reality, she was his personal bodyguard, placed by Qin Yuan himself. Lethal, licensed to carry firearms. Her hands were already stained with blood. And in the Qin family, that was nothing unusual. After ending the call with his father, Qin Jun sat in silence, fingers tapping lightly against the armrest. The higher-ups clearly knew something was wrong. They were trying to control the situation, but Qin Yuan had already moved ahead of them, pulling every string to get him out of Jiangjing. The public, of course, was still blissfully unaware. Panic would only speed up the collapse. His father's words echoed in his mind. The infected will attack anyone. Zombies? A notification chimed on his phone. Jiangjing University Academic Affairs Office. Due to emergency measures, Jiangjing's Xin, Mingsu, Baohai, and Nanxin districts are now under lockdown. No entry or exit is permitted. The campus is within a control zone. Please remain inside and do not leave. Almost instantly, the TV switched to a breaking news feed, confirming the same districts as restricted zones. The door opened. A tall woman stepped in, sweet-faced, with the kind of beauty that could make strangers turn twice. But Qin Jun knew better. This was Sihan, his personal bodyguard. Behind that delicate smile was a killer who had taken more than a few lives. In the Qin family, when things got dirty, it was people like Sihan who handled it. She had an official cover, of course, registered under both the Inspection Office and the Ministry of Special Affairs. But her real loyalty belonged to the Qin bloodline, and to Qin Jun alone. "Young master, we should pack," she said softly. Her orders were clear. A company would arrive in 2 hours to take Qin Jun to the airport. By now, most of Jiangjing's urban districts were already under military control. As a Qin family shadow guard, Siahan's only mission was his safety. If necessary, she'd die to ensure it. The moment she stepped out, a crisp, mechanical chime sounded in Qin Jun's ear. "Ding, host detected. Binding Doomsday Villain System. 33%, 75%, 100%, binding complete. Ding, congratulations, host, on activating the Doomsday Villain System. Ding, scanning host data. Host, Qin Jun. Strength 1. Extraordinary attribute. Locked. Extraordinary level, 0. Villain value, 0. Supermall, locked." Qin Jun blinked, then chuckled. A system? In a parallel world? It wasn't unexpected. And a villain system, at that. If this world really was heading for the apocalypse, then a villain's path might be the quickest road to power. He had no qualms. Before crossing over, he was a killer without conscience. The collapse of order only meant one thing. The law of the jungle is the only law that matters. Ding, main quest, stage 1 unlocked. Accept? The mission text appeared in his mind. Mission, eliminate Chun Jong's threat. Reward, 30 villain points. Unlock system store. Qin Jun accepted instantly. Chun Jong. A slow, mocking smile curved Qin Jun's lips. He knew that name well. Second-year student. Orphan. Top scorer in the college entrance exam. A scholarship kid who should never have crossed paths with someone like Qin Jun. If life had gone normally, Chun Jong's greatest achievement would be working for one of the Qin family's companies, spending decades generating profit for his masters. But Chun Jong had something Qin Jun wanted. Her name was Suya. The two had been high school sweethearts, entering Jiangjing University together, a storybook romance, until Qin Jun stepped in. At a party not long ago, he had set his sights on her. A few lavish gifts, some casual displays of wealth, and she was his. Simple, brutal, effective. She might have been pretty, smart, and from a decent family, but compared to the Qin family's power, she never stood a chance. He took her virginity, enjoyed her for a while, then discarded her without hesitation. It was Suya who had called earlier, begging for a second chance. He hadn't even thought twice before hanging up. After all, a girl from an ordinary family, no matter how perfect, could never step through the Qin family's gates. But the betrayal had shattered Chun Jong, burning his hatred for Qin Jun deep into his bones. Now, the system had given Qin Jun the perfect excuse to crush him completely.
Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Jiangjing University Library. In the study room in the library, a boy suddenly woke up from his sleep, gasping for breath, as if he had a nightmare. Chun Jong looked at the surrounding environment. His eyes were full of confusion. whispered in his mouth. I was reborn. As if waking up from a dream, he grabbed his phone and looked at the time. July 15th, 2023 at 17:30 in the new calendar. Chun Jong laughed out loud. He was really reborn, and he didn't care about the surprised eyes of the students next to him. There is still time for everything, and he can start all over again. In a few hours, the whole world will undergo drastic changes. The T virus will mutate, the zombie virus will sweep the world, the climate will suddenly change, and most parts of the world will turn into wilderness and deserts. There are even different spaces intertwined with the world, and the tentacles of evil gods appear in every corner of the world. This is the doom and doom of mankind. Great disaster is coming. Now, I am afraid that a zombie virus has appeared, and he, Chun Jong, was one of the lucky few who survived in his previous life. And after going through untold hardships and countless tribulations, he finally awakened his talent and became an evolutionary. In the future doomsday world, Chun Jong can be regarded as a strong man who dominates one side and even built a large shelter. However, in a conspiracy against him, Chun Jong was besieged by more than a dozen 8th-level evolutionists and finally lost. Unexpectedly, before dying, the turbulence in the high-latitude different space was triggered, and the soul was reborn to the present more than 10 years ago. He can start all over again. Chun Jong couldn't help laughing out loud, his eyes full of determination and excitement. When the end of the last world came, he started from a humble beginning and reached the peak step by step, but he also took many wrong paths and wasted a lot of time. And in this life, he who has the memory of his previous life will undoubtedly take the lead. He also wants to change his own destiny. For example, that SSS-level talent seed. He must be in the bag. In his previous life, although Chun Jong himself had awakened his talent, it was only the lowest F-level talent, strength enhancement, but it also helped Chun Jong survive the beginning of the doomsday. After all, there is no one in a million who awakens talent. Then he spent a lot of money and painstaking efforts to get an A-level talent seed, which is how he soared into the sky. But it's not enough. If he can get that SSS-level talent seed, then his starting point in this life will be far above everyone else. When Chun Jong was full of thoughts, a girl sat beside Chun Jong. The girl was plain-looking, a little chubby, but very energetic. When she smiled, she had 2 dimples on her face. She was not amazing, and she could barely be called cute. Her name is Aman, and she is Chun Jong's classmate. And Aman looked at Chun Jong with a smile on her face and a bit of worry in her expression. Chun Jong, what are you doing now? Chun Jong looked at Aman and felt warm in his heart. And Aman can be said to be his best friend in college. In fact, Chun Jong had a few friends at the beginning, but after Chun Jong had a grudge with Qin Jun because of his girlfriend, those friends all alienated him because they were afraid of Qin Jun's background. Only Aman still treated him as always, never leaving him. Moreover, Aman's identity is also very unusual. Her father is in Feng, the top leader of Jiangjing City, a real governor with real power, a great official in the frontier, and a high-ranking official. As the governor's daughter, there is no need to say much about Aman's status. But she was so considerate and gentle to Chun Jong, a poor boy, and Aman didn't understand what Chun Jong was thinking. It's a pity that in the previous life, Chun Jong's mind was completely on Suya, and he ignored Aman beside him. Even after the end came, and Aman died to protect him. This has always been the biggest regret in Chun Jong's last life. Some things are really treasured only after they are lost. And Aman stared blankly at Chun Jong. She fell in love with him from the very beginning, perhaps because of his self-improvement or because of his talent. She comforted softly. It seems that you have figured it out, Chun Jong. If you want me to say that Suya went to the list for money, then Qin Jun is not a good product, and she won't be able to avoid being dumped in the future. You don't have to be too sad. Suya. Chun Jong felt a slight pain in his heart, and the memories of the past rose again. Suya is his girlfriend. They have been together since high school, and they were admitted to Jiangjing University together, which became a good story for a while. He loves her so much, Chun Jong thought that he and Suya would definitely enter the Palace of Marriage and grow old together. But after Qin Jun appeared, in less than a month, Suya betrayed him and became Qin Jun's woman. What makes Chun Jong even more unacceptable is that he regards Suya as a goddess, and he hasn't even held hands once in 2 years of dating, let alone kissing or hugging. But Suya gave Qin Jun a blood in just a few days after they were together. This hit Chun Jong deeply, and also made Chun Jong hate Qin Jun. In his last life, Chun Jong was confused because of this matter, and even wanted to give up resistance and die directly when the end came. It was Mian who had been protecting him, and finally died among the corpses in order to save him. But thinking of this, Chun Jong hated Qin Jun again, and Mian's death was also inseparable from Qin Jun. But fortunately, Mian is still alive. Everything is in time. At this moment, Mian suddenly received a call. When she saw the call reminder, she stuck out her tongue. "It's my aunt." Chun Jong's heart moved slightly, and a heroic and beautiful figure appeared in his mind. And Xinling, the policewoman of the Jiangjing City Police Department, because of her excellent professional ability and the care of Jiangjing Governor and Feng, and Xinling was promoted to the head of the anti-terrorist detachment in just a few years. I don't know how many people belong to a dream lover, but Xinling has no intention of dating, and has been single until the age of 29. Because of Mian's relationship, and Xinling and Chun Jong had dinner together a few times, and helped Chun Jong with a few things, so they were good acquaintances. But there was also a trace of regret in Chun Jong's heart, because Jiangjing fell in the previous life, and Feng died unfortunately, and Xinling did not awaken her talent. In troubled times, it is not difficult to imagine what the fate of a beautiful woman without background will be. After Chun Jong's rise, there was no news about Xinling, but it was said that she committed suicide. So this matter has always been a regret in Chun Jong's heart. And this life may make up for this regret. Mian has already answered the phone. "Auntie." A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Mian, are you at school now?" "That's right. We were notified just now that the school is closed. Come to the school gate right away, and I'll be right there." And Mian was a little puzzled. "Andy, what's wrong? Your dad called me to pick you up just now. It's inconvenient to say on the phone now. You come out first, don't tell others." Immediately, the phone was hung up, leaving only Mian with a confused face. Chun Jong didn't have any surprises. He knew very well that the situation was out of control. Now ZF still wants to save the situation and blocked several districts to control the T-virus. But all this is just in vain. I am afraid that zombies have already appeared, and the spread of the zombie virus is faster than anyone imagined. The number of zombies may be only a dozen at the beginning, but it will increase exponentially, growing every moment. Tomorrow, these controlled areas in Jiangjing will become a purgatory on Earth, and Jiangjing will fall completely within 3 days. Not just in Jiangjing, but everywhere in the world. The end has come, and Feng obviously understood the seriousness of the situation, so he urgently sent someone to take Mian away. Chun Jong said softly, "And Mian, can I go with you?" Although this move was suspected of using Mian, Chun Jong had to do it because he ran out of time. Most of Jiangjing has been blocked and heavily guarded. All roads are guarded by troops, and it is impossible to get out without a pass. And more importantly, the SSS-level talent seeds will appear outside the isolation zone tomorrow. So he must enter the safe zone today and get the SSS-level seed first. Of course, facing Chun Jong's request, and Mian nodded and agreed without any hesitation. This is a chance to hang out with Chun Jong. The naive Mian thought happily. Looking at the girl who would always agree to his request without hesitation, Chun Jong's eyes were full of tenderness. Some girls, although beautiful and glamorous in appearance, are like snakes and scorpions in heart. And some girls, although not amazing in appearance, are pure and kind in heart. Chun Jong knew who he really needed to care about. Several closed areas in Jiangjing City have already been blocked, and all roads leading to the outside world are blocked by roadblocks. And this time the blockade is very strict. Unlike in the past, only medical staff, some police officers on duty, and even the army appeared, and heavily armed soldiers pulled up the cordon. This scene cannot help but make the citizens panic. The loudspeakers on the street and the news on the TV are also broadcasting notices. Citizens are requested to stay at home. Do not go out. Wait for the inspectors to come to check. And those who pass the inspection will leave the closed area in batches according to the pass. Notice again, do not stay outside on the street. Stay at home. Violators will be punished as a crime of endangering public order. People panicked and returned home, waiting anxiously. They kept swiping their mobile phones and computers, wanting to see what news was on the internet. What happened? Could it be that the T virus broke out in Jiangxing City? But doesn't it mean that the T virus has been brought under control? The adults were worried, talking about something in low voices, and some were anxiously calling on the phone, trying to get news from their acquaintances working in institutions. Others pack cash and other valuables. Although they still don't know exactly what's going on, their instincts tell them that the situation is serious and bad. Perhaps only the children have no sense of crisis. On the contrary, the children also find it very interesting to be isolated at home. At least they don't have to go to boring schools anymore. The children laughed and watched the animation program on the tablet comfortably in the room. They even prayed in their hearts that they could be isolated for a longer period of time, so that they could play at home for a few more days. The glass on the windows reflects the smiling faces of the children. Outside the window, the siren was blaring, with cries and screams faintly mixed in, and flames seemed to be ignited in the distance. Army trucks carrying soldiers raced down the street. Laughter, roar, cry, and screams are intertwined, like a symphony of doomsday. Jiangxing City, South New District. Several Type 09 military bulletproof off-road vehicles were galloping on the street. Under normal circumstances, this majestic chariot would definitely attract people to stop and watch. But now there are almost no pedestrians on the street, and there are very few cars, allowing the convoy to travel unimpeded. Li Weiguo is the captain of the G-17 unit under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Combat Brigade of the Jiangxing Garrison. At this moment, he looks very serious, looking at the photo of a young man on his phone. In the afternoon, he suddenly received an urgent order to lead a team to Jiangxing University to escort a college student named Qin Jun to the airport at all costs. This was a direct order from the military district chief's office. Although he didn't understand why it took a lot of trouble to escort a student, as a soldier, obeying orders is a bounden duty. So Li Weiguo immediately took the whole company to Jiangxing University. After entering the control area, Li Weiguo immediately felt the difference in the atmosphere. The safe area outside the control area has a bustling night scene. Although traffic control is also in place, there are not many cars driving, but still a peaceful scene. But inside the control area, there are two worlds with the outside world. Li Weiguo looked at the street through the car window at dusk. The night scene, which should have been very bustling, was now empty. Vehicles parked randomly on the side of the road in 2s and 3s, showing decay and gloom. At this moment, the army captain, who had always been very resolute, couldn't help but be full of worries. This night is destined to be an unusual night. Jiang University's school gate has been closed, and students are not allowed to enter or leave. However, Jiangxing University is still relatively calm. Although there are many fewer students in the campus, most of them have returned to their dormitories. Some of them read all kinds of rumors on the internet, but most of them are indifferent, calling friends and playing games. After all, the students are more optimistic or more naive. However, there are also people discussing the situation in 2s and 3s. Many police cars roared past just now, and even armed helicopters skipped across the sky. This made the students curious. What happened outside? Qin Jun and Sihan also left the villa and walked towards the school gate. Looking at the college students who were still playing ball and hanging out on the playground, Qin Jun couldn't help feeling pity in his eyes. These college students are his classmates and his peers, and perhaps they used to be very close. They are not from the same world after all. Perhaps after tonight, the vast majority of people here will become zombies or the food in the mouths of zombies. But Qin Jun didn't care about all of this. Qin Jun. At this moment, a soft and sweet female voice sounded timidly. A beautiful woman in a long white dress stood in front of the villa, as if she had been waiting for Qin Jun, with a sad face on her face. When Sihan saw her, an undisguised disgust immediately appeared on his face, obviously contemptuous of this beauty. She is Suya, the campus belle of Jiang University and Qin Jun's girlfriend. Oh, half an hour ago it was a girlfriend. Now it's an ex-girlfriend. Because Qin Jun has dumped Suya. I have to say that Suya is beautiful. She was born beautiful, with a graceful figure and a delicate and pure appearance. It is no wonder that she was named the campus beauty of Jiang University in her freshman year. It can be said that Suya is the dream goddess of countless Jiang and college students. Being able to have a girlfriend like Suya might excite them for the rest of their lives, and they wish they could take care of Suya in their hands. But Qin Jun was tired of playing. Suya is very beautiful, so what? With Qin Jun's background, what kind of beauty can he not get? Even those beautiful female stars have to kneel down and act like dogs in front of Qin Jun. Even the so-called actress Qin Jun has played it a lot. More importantly, Suya's background is destined to make it impossible for her to enter the Qin family. Suya's family background is actually not bad. Her father is the director of the city planning bureau of a second-tier northern city. Perhaps this kind of family is decent enough in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is not worth mentioning in front of the Qin family. Qin Jun was really just playing around with Suya. Qin Jun frowned slightly. Suya, what are you doing here? Suya came up with a sad face. I really felt pity. Qin Jun, we were fine a few days ago. Why did you break up with me suddenly? Let's talk about it. Qin Jun frowned slightly. Now that Jiang University has been classified as a control area, he has to leave here immediately and has no time to spend on Suya. The control area is about to become a purgatory on Earth. Although Qin Jun has awakened the system, he will never put himself in danger. But then his heart moved, and he thought of Chun Jong. Maybe it can be useful to bring this Suya. At this time, Sihan looked at his watch and said softly to Qin Jun, Master, the time is almost up, and the army will arrive in 15 minutes. Qin Jun nodded and said lightly to Suya, Then follow me first. And Suya's originally sad and indifferent eyes suddenly lit up and immediately followed Qin Jun, looking at Qin Jun with obsession in his eyes. Many people secretly scolded her for disliking the poor and loving the rich, yes, but not quite right. Suya loves Qin Jun not only for money, but also for the arrogance and strength that Qin Jun displays on a daily basis. When boys of the same age were still fighting each other because of games and fighting each other because of playing ball, Qin Jun had already turned his hands into clouds and rain on the upper floor. Compared with Qin Jun, others seem so childish. This is where Suya is obsessed with Qin Jun. Jiangjing University Gate at 18:20 in the evening. A police car was parked by the side of the road, and Xinling was dressed in a police uniform and looked heroic. But right now, Xinling was arguing with several Jiang University security guards. I'm the head of the anti-terrorism detachment of the Municipal Bureau, and I'm here to pick up someone. Jiang Dahai, the middle-aged security guard headed by the gate of Jiang University, is the captain of the school security. At this moment, he looked puzzled, shook his head, and said, Officer, we have just received a notice to close the campus, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Although he just saw on Xinling's police officer certificate, he didn't show any face. After all, Jiang University, as a top university in the country, is directly under the jurisdiction of the General Administration of Education, and no matter how powerful the Jiangjing Municipal Bureau is, it cannot control it. And let people go. If something happens, he will be punished. And Xinling frowned tightly, feeling a little irritated in her heart. As the leader of the anti-terrorist detachment, and Xinling knew a lot of things. The police officers in Jiangjing City had all been mobilized to cooperate with the army to start sealing and controlling. Moreover, it has been authorized to distribute guns, and if the situation is not right, it can decide whether to shoot to suppress it. This is something that has never happened before. However, Xinling didn't want to directly mention the name of her brother-in-law on phone, and publicly said that Mian was the daughter of Governor Jiangjing. Now is a special period, and it would be detrimental to Feng's reputation if someone broke the news on the internet. After all, the prosperity of the family started when Feng became the governor of Jing, and the power is not strong enough to make all the voices on the internet disappear. Besides, the position of governor of Jing is very poor, and I don't know how many political opponents are staring at this position. If one is not careful, it will be confirmed, so Xinling and other members of the family want to keep a low profile on weekdays. And Xinling frowned and said, "Who is your direct supervisor?" Jiang Dahai said, "It's Song Dongfang, director of the Academic Affairs Office of Jiangjing University." And Xinling nodded, made a phone call directly, and said a few words in a low voice. Seeing that the female police officer was going to shake people, Jiang Dahai didn't panic at all. Anyway, he is following the rules. No one could find fault with him. At this time, Mian and Chun Jong also rushed to the school gate, saw Xinling who was negotiating with the security guard, and Mian immediately shouted happily, "Sister-in-law!" And Xinling was also a little surprised to see Chun Jong beside Mian. But she didn't say anything. She nodded emphatically to Chun as a greeting. She knew what Mian was thinking, and she had a good impression of Chun Jong, a young man. Since she met him, she could take one away. The surroundings also attracted the attention of many passing students, and many people gathered around to watch. The students were not fools, and guess what happened? I can't help being very envious in my heart. This is a privilege, to be picked up by a police car during the closure of the school. How magnificent! At this moment, there was a roar, and a convoy of several military bulletproof off-road vehicles appeared at the gate of Jiangmen. Soon, heavily armed soldiers got out of the car, armed with guns and ammunition, and looked around heavily guarded, full of murderous intent. Immediately afterwards, a captain and officer also stepped out of the command vehicle, gave Xinling a cold look, and then led a few soldiers to the gate of Jiangmen to negotiate with several security guards. "I am Li Weigua, the captain of the G-17 unit under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Combat Brigade. I am ordered to perform official duties. Please cooperate." Li Weigua showed his military ID, and Jiang Dahai opened the door without any hesitation. Just kidding, he doesn't have to give Xinling face, but he dare not give Li Weigua face. Didn't he see that the soldiers behind Li Weigua started to load their guns? Jiang Dahai didn't dare to joke about his own life. At the same time, Qin Jun, Sihan, and Suya also happened to arrive at the school gate. Li Weigua recognized Qin Jun at a glance as the target he wanted to escort. He walked quickly to Qin Jun and gave a military salute. "I am Li Weigua, the captain of the G-17 unit under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Combat Brigade, and I am ordered to escort you to Jiangjing International Airport." Qin Jun smiled and nodded. "Captain Li, thank you for your hard work." Seeing this scene, the students watching from a distance exploded. Just now they were still deciding that Mian could be picked up by the police car was already awesome, and they were extremely envious. As a result, the army has appeared now. If they were envious before, now they are extremely shocked. Only when the privileged Chi Guogua was shown in front of them did they realize that the studies and talents they were originally proud of were not worth mentioning. Who is this Qin Jun? Could it be that the elders in the family are one of the 7 members of the Imperial Cardinal Bureau? Chun Jong and Mian naturally saw Qin Jun and the other 3. Chun Jong's eyes became extremely sharp in an instant, full of murderous intent and hatred. But soon he became expressionless. After experiencing the Doomsday Era in his previous life, Chun Jong's heart has already become extremely strong and resolute. These are the lessons of blood, and controlling emotions is the most basic ability to survive in the Doomsday. Chun Jong buried his murderous intent deep in his heart and couldn't help but sneer. I'm afraid this Qin Jun still looks down on him like he did in the previous life, thinking he is just a poor man. But since he has been reborn in this life, of course he will return all the humiliation and grievances he has suffered. And Mian stared at Suya hostilely. In her opinion, Suya is a gold digger who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Besides this, Suya's incomparably exquisite face also made Mian feel a little inferior. Of course, What's more important is that Chun Jong has been thinking about Suya all the time, which also makes Mian feel jealous. Of course, Qin Jun saw Chun Jong and Mian. Qin Jun looked at the expressionless Chun Jong, and the sound of the system upgrading rang in his ears. Ding! The potential value of Lux's son Chun Jong is being evaluated. The evaluation is complete, and the potential harvest value. SSS-level. Hearing the system's assessment, Qin Jun frowned slightly. Now the government has blocked the news in order to avoid panic, and only a few high-level officials know how serious the situation is. Qin Jun was not surprised that Mian appeared here. Her father was the governor of Jing, and he would definitely send someone to pick Mian. But Chun Jong is also a bit interesting. If it was the old Chun Jong, he would definitely stay in the dormitory, honestly. But now, Chun Jong appeared here with Mian, preparing to leave Jiang University. It was Mian who heard the news and wanted to take Chun Jong away with him. Or did Chun Jong already know what would happen in the future? If Chun Jong didn't know anything, it was just Mian who simply took his words. Then how could the system evaluate Chun Jong's potential value as SSS-level? There must be a big secret hidden in Chun Jong. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly smiled and said, "Captain Jiang, I remember that Jiang University should have been sealed off, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Chun Jong should not be able to leave Jiangda, right?" Jiang Dahai was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly nodded. In fact, he didn't know Qin Jun's identity very well. He only heard that Qin Jun's background was not simple. But now the army is dispatched just to pick up Qin Jun, which is beyond the limit of Jiang Dahai's imagination. Of course, he didn't dare to offend Qin Jun. Jiang Dahai said directly to Chun Jong, "Student, you should go back to the dormitory quickly. According to the regulations, you are not allowed to go out." Although Mian is not an ordinary person who can be picked up by a police car, Jiang Dahai can still tell the difference between the army and the police. When Chun Jong heard this, his heart sank. What he was most worried about happened. If Qin Jun prevented him from leaving Jiangda because of personal grudges and old grievances, then things would be really difficult. Of course, Mian immediately stood up to defend Chun Jong. She glared at Qin Jun. "Why? Qin Jun, you violated the rules yourself. Why don't you let Chun Jong go?" As the governor's daughter, although Mian knew about Qin Jun's background, she was naturally desperate when it came to Chun Jong. Of course, Mian also has her own support. This is Jiang Jing. The leader in Feng is her father. The Yin family is the local snake in Jiangjing City. No matter how powerful the Qin family is, they can't control her. Why? There is a sneering smile on Qin Jun's face, and he said lightly, "Is it enough because my surname is Qin?" Seeing this, Li Weigua, who was beside him, immediately took out his pistol, and the soldiers also raised their guns and aimed at Chun Jong. Li Weigua stared at Chun Jong blankly. As long as Qin Jun gave the order, he would shoot. Although he doesn't know Qin Jun's identity, but the order he got is to escort Qin Jun at all costs and obey all Qin Jun's instructions. Seeing the soldiers raise their guns, and Mian's face turned pale, angry and frightened, his body couldn't help shaking. As the governor's daughter, and Mian has been doted on since she was a child, and she has never suffered any grievances, yet Qin Jun dares to have someone point a gun at her, and Xinling was also in a hurry. Although she had never seen Qin Jun before, she was not unfamiliar with this name at all. As a core member of the Yin family, and Xinling is far more mature than Mian and knows a lot more. The way to the Qin family, but as long as you step on it, the whole country will be shocked. She knew Qin Jun was right. Just because his surname is Qin, he can do whatever he wants in this country. Although the Yin family has a lot of power and has a governor of Jiangjing, it is still not enough in front of the Qin family. Looking at Mian with a pale face, Qin Jun's eyes were full of disdain, because Anne's family was regarded as Jiangjing's local snake, so he would give Mian some face for Feng's sake on weekdays. But once there is a conflict of interest, Anjia is a fart in Qin Jun's eyes. So what if he killed Chun Jong in front of Mian? Even if Feng came in person, Qin Jun still cannot give face if he wants to. This explosive scene, of course, caused quite a stir. Many people took out their mobile phones one after another, and the army raised their guns. This is breaking news. But Qin Jun didn't care at all, because he knows that the video news posted by these people will disappear soon. Before that, because of Suya's relationship, Qin Jun also revealed a little bit of wealth, which directly shocked the students of Jiang University. It even became popular on the internet for a while and made the news. Then some self-media up masters took the rhythm, talking about the gap between the rich and the poor and the privileged class. But overnight, these news and videos disappeared. Some of the hottest internet celebrities with rhythm also disappeared. After all, the chief of the Ministry of Culture and Entertainment of the Empire is surnamed Qin, and the head of the Information Administration is also surnamed Qin. Not to mention that the end is coming, Qin Jun doesn't need to care about the so-called public opinion. Looking at Chun Jong's extremely ugly face, Qin Jun suddenly chuckled and changed the topic. Of course, there are other ways. Chun Jong, as long as you are willing to kneel down and beg Suya, then I will let you go together. How about it? Hearing this sentence, Chun Jong's eyes suddenly burst into anger, and a rush of blood rushed straight to his forehead, and his expression could not remain calm, but became crazy and distorted. Kneel down and beg Suya. In full view, in front of Qin Jun, kneel down and beg Suya, the woman who abandoned him? This is undoubtedly a huge humiliation to him, as long as a man can't bear this kind of humiliation. If it is said that Chun Jong in the past still had complicated emotions and reluctance towards Suya, but Chun Jong, who has gone through a lifetime, no longer has any feelings for Suya, only hatred and indifference. In fact, the most unacceptable thing for Chun Jong was not that Suya abandoned him. It was Suya who gave Qin Jun blood after only a few days together. This made Chun Jong feel that his dignity as a man had been trampled on, and that all his sincerity was being fed to the dogs. Letting him kneel down and beg Suya now is worse than killing him. Chun Jong stared at Qin Jun, wishing to eat his flesh and drink his blood, and rushed forward to fight Qin Jun with all his might. Too much deception. But looking at the black muzzles aimed at him, Chun Jong gradually calmed down. He was sure that as long as he rushed over, these soldiers would definitely shoot. What to do? Of course, Chun Jong couldn't bear the humiliation. But he thought of that SSS-level seed again. If Qin Jun didn't let go, he would definitely not be able to go to the safe zone. Just relying on himself. The day Lily will be cold by the time he reaches the safe zone. That's an SSS-level talent seed. With that SSS talent seed, Chun Jong will be able to soar into the sky. Even if he is alone, he will be able to sweep the world. He must not give up that SSS-level seed. After experiencing countless hardships in his previous life, Chun Jong is no longer the naive and childish person he was before. In the doomsday world, in order to survive, dignity is not worth mentioning, because only by surviving can we have everything. Many people were quickly eliminated by doomsday because of this. Is it for dignity? Still want to become stronger? At this moment, Chun Jong was extremely entangled. Looking at Chun Jong's uncertain face, Qin Jun remained expressionless. Of course, he humiliated Chun Jong not just for fun. Qin Jun never bothered to do these meaningless things. He just wanted to know if Chun Jong was worth anything. If Chun Jong refuses, it means that Chun Jong is still the same Chun Jong from before, trying to save face, pretending to be aloof, and only appearing here because of Aman. Qin Jun will directly order the soldiers to kill Chun Jong and get the system's subsistence allowance rewards to finish the job. As for whether Aman would go crazy, Qin Jun didn't care at all. With the end of the world coming, it is still unclear whether the family, which has just risen for more than 10 years, can still exist. If Aman continues to be entangled, Qin Jun will not mind killing one more person. But if Chun Jong accepts this humiliation, then things will be much more interesting. Chun Jong is willing to go to the safe zone after this humiliation because he knows what will happen in the future. Or is there something in the safe zone that Chun Jong would rather give up his dignity to get it? The school gate was quiet, Everyone looked at Chun Jong, wanted to see Chun Jong's choice. And Mian was almost furious and wanted to rush out to argue with Qin Jun, but Xinling held her back and shook her head at her. Settle down. I can't afford to offend Qin Jun. Chun Jong's face was blue and white, and he remained silent. Then, trembling, he knelt down slowly in front of Mian, in front of Qin Jun, in front of Suya, and under everyone's gaze he knelt down. Looking at this scene, and Mian felt heartbroken, couldn't help shedding tears, ran over to hold Chun Chong's arm, and cried, "Chun Chong, get up, we won't leave, we'll stay at school." And the students watching around couldn't help but sneer, and they all spoke mockingly. F***K, you really kneel, you're not a man. It's so cheap. If I just go back to the dormitory, what's the big deal? It's shameful, just go to death. Chun Jong knelt on the ground, listening to these slanderous words, expressionless. He just looked at Suya, his eyes were red, and said word by word, "Suya, please." At this moment, his life would be worse than death. What a humiliation this was to him. His personality and so-called dignity were trampled on the ground by Qin Jun. But at this moment, Chun Jong was extremely calm in his heart. He said to himself, all this is worth it as long as he can get that SSS talent seed. He can pay any price. And this moment, he will always remember it in his heart. He will never forget the humiliation of this moment. Chun Jong swore in his heart that after he got the SSS talent seed, he would kill Qin Jun immediately. He wants to torture Qin Jun well and take revenge for all the humiliation he has suffered. Looking at Qin Jong, who was kneeling in front of her, Suya's eyes were indifferent. She was silent for a long time and suddenly said to Qin Jun, "Qin Jun, I don't want to see him. Let him stay in school." This sentence made Chun Jong raise his head in disbelief. He never thought that Suya would be so ruthless. Chun Jong suddenly felt that he was a little ridiculous. It was ridiculous that he had loved Suya for so many years, but he had never seen Suya's true face. But Suya has her own thoughts. She is a smart woman. After the army was dispatched to personally pick up Qin Jun, Suya immediately guessed keenly that the blockade area should be unsafe. Could it be that the T-virus is out of control? Suya has indeed abandoned Qin Jong, which even Suya herself admits. So in Suya's heart, she actually felt guilty towards Chun Jong. But some people feel guilty and will repay the debtor with double goodness. But some people are very resistant to seeing the debtor, wishing that the debtor will never appear in front of them, so that they will not be tortured by their conscience. Suya is the latter. She wants Chun Jong to die. Chun Jong is dead. She has no one to owe. In fact, not only Qin Jong, but even Qin Jun was quite surprised. This woman who was tired of playing with him made him look a little different. Looking at Suya, Qin Jun couldn't help feeling the most poisonous woman's heart. Who would have thought that a delicate college belle could be so ruthless? Such a woman can achieve something in the last days. However, Qin Jun did not agree with Suya's suggestion. Chun Jong couldn't die now, at least not until he got the SSS-level potential gain. Qin Jun smiled slightly and said lightly, "Forget it, Chun Jong has knelt down, so let's forgive others." What he said was generous, but these words seemed so ironic in front of what he did. And Mian immediately helped Chun Jong up, her face full of distress. She thought to herself, she must sue her father when she saw her father. Qin Jun dared to have someone point a gun at her. Qin Jun smiled at Li Weigua. "Captain Li, let's go." Li Weigua nodded. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word. He is a pure soldier who only knows how to obey orders. Since the higher-ups asked him to listen to Qin Jun, then he will obey all Qin Jun's orders. Qin Jun and Siya boarded the convoy under the escort of the soldiers and walked away. And Xinling also took in Mian and Chun Jong into the police car and followed behind the army. Now the closed area is very dangerous, like a powder keg. No one knows what will happen. It is safer only to follow the army. After Qin Jun and his group left, the students who watched the excitement also dispersed one after another, discussing what happened just now. It was like watching a blockbuster movie. Suddenly, a boy shouted, "F***K. What's wrong with your eyes, Lao Zhou?" A fat man beside him asked in a daze, "What's wrong?" The pupils of his eyes became cloudy, white, and there was even blood oozing out of the corners of his eyes, which looked a little weird. What the hell? Cataracts? Inflamed eyes? The rest of the boys hurriedly sent the fat man to the school hospital, which caused a little commotion, and Jiang Dahai also ordered his subordinates, "Seal the school gate, and no one can go out. If this happens again, I should be punished." Inside the police car, and Xinling looked at Chun Jong and in Mian from the rearview mirror while driving. Ever since Chun Jong got into the car, he's been very silent. Obviously, the humiliation just now has hit the young man hard. Although Xinling wouldn't be able to face Qin Jun and Qin Jun face to face, she didn't want to see this outstanding young man sinking down just like that. She thought for a while and comforted softly. It's not a shame to be born in a humble background. If you can bend and stretch, you could be a husband. Qin Chong heard the words and nodded. And Xinling also turned on the police channel in the car, wanting to know how the situation is going. As soon as she turned it on, the noisy voice in the channel resounded, shouting and gunshots mixed together. "This is the 3rd unit of the explosion-proof brigade. We are under attack on Xinyang Street, Nanxin District. Please support. Please support. F***K. What are these things? Guns can't kill them. Ask for help. One of our brothers has been bitten. Grass, Lao Su, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Listening to the chaos on the police channel, and Xinling's pretty face was almost dripping with gloom. What happened? Someone rioted? Or the terrorist organization? And Mian also realized the seriousness of the situation. She leaned tightly beside Qin Jong, her fat face full of worry. Qin Jong turned his head and looked out of the window. Tonight looked extraordinarily gloomy. The night sky was foggy, and the sparse moonlight shrouded the city in a strange way. There is no one on the street, as if it is a dead city. There are faint guns and screams. He knew in his heart that from this moment on, the destiny of mankind would change. The days of peace and prosperity are gone forever, and in the future, human beings can only be accompanied by killing and blood. Doomsday is here. Jiangjing, Jang Bay Bridge. The entire city of Jiangjing was divided into 2 urban areas by the Yellow River. The closed Exan District, Mingsa District, Baohai District, and Nanxin District are all in the south. And the only access to the outside world in these closed areas is the Jang Bay Bridge. After the blockade began, the ZF deployed a large number of military and police forces to establish a checkpoint on the Jang Bay Bridge. No one is allowed to enter or leave without a pass. The fully armed soldiers wore masks, loaded their guns, stood guard on the side of the road, and even set up machine guns. There are also several armed helicopters hovering around the bridge, constantly patrolling back and forth, and high-power searchlights shining on the river to prevent people from smuggling by water. The bridge was already full of vehicles, and the dark crowd crowded the bridge and squirmed towards the security checkpoint, wanting to leave here and go to the safe area outside. There are at least tens of thousands of people. People's faces were full of panic and anxiety. The noise, police sirens, and scolding were intertwined with the crying of babies. Even more upsetting, although they didn't understand what happened, the seriousness of the situation made them instinctively want to escape from the blockade. The police officers stood on a high place and shouted loudly through their horns, "You can't pass through the checkpoint without a pass. Please go home and wait." In fact, most of the people do not have a so-called pass, but no one goes home, and all of them are pushing forward. They all held a hope in their hearts. What if they could go out? At the forefront of the crowd, they were already blocked by iron barriers at the checkpoint, and soldiers did not allow people without passes to pass through the checkpoint. "Let me pass. Let me pass. I am not infected. I am a normal person." People shouted heart-piercingly, wanting to prove that they were healthy. But the soldiers were indifferent to this and just repeated mechanically, "Only holding a pass can pass through the checkpoint. If you don't have a pass, go home and wait." A woman hugged a little girl and begged an officer, "I won't go out. Can you take my daughter out? I beg you." There was some pity in the officer's eyes, but he could only shake his head. The higher-ups have issued a death order, and you can't pass the checkpoint without a pass. If someone wants to riot, they will shoot and suppress it. There is no mercy. Someone in the crowd shouted, "I'm the vice president of Chang'an Industry. I'll pay 300,000 yuan. Can you give me a pass?" Soon, the crowd became agitated. "I am the director of Shanghai Group, and I will offer 400,000 yuan. I'll offer 500,000. In the crowd, a well-dressed, official-looking middle-aged man came out, took out a work card, and whispered to the officer, "Comrade Lieutenant, am Gong Shulin, director of the Taxation Bureau of Baohai District, Jiangjing City. Can you accommodate me and let me in?" "Hee, I have had dinner with Staff Officer Wang Zhuang of your military region, and I know him very well." The lieutenant officer carefully checked Gong Shulin's work pass, then returned the work pass to him, shook his head and said, "Sorry, Director Gong, you can't pass without a pass." When Gong Shulin heard this, the smile on his face froze and became a little ugly. As the head of the Taxation Bureau, Gong Shulin is considered a big shot in Jiangjing City. There are many people fawning over him. Even a boss with a net worth of hundreds of millions would be polite in front of him. In the end, a little lieutenant didn't give him face. But facing the heavily armed soldiers, Gong Shulin could only hold back his anger, retreated into the crowd, and started making phone calls. "I want to use my contacts to get a pass." In the crowd, a young man dressed in fashion and with an arrogant face was holding a mobile phone to record a video, and he was holding a woman with heavy makeup in his arms. After recording the video, the young man began to post the video on the online platform and took a very inductive title. Jiangjing was sealed off, and the army suppressed the civilians. Soon, the video he posted had thousands of likes, and the young man also showed a proud smile on his face, bragging to the female companion beside him, "Look at the influence of brother. His name is Li Han, with a college degree. He used to be a screwdriver in the factory, but in the era of the rise of short videos, he became popular by chance. Qin, the largest short video platform in Daxia, has more than 2 million fans. He is a big internet celebrity, nicknamed Brotherly, and has made tens of millions of dollars in just a few years." The female companion next to Li Han said coquettishly, "Brotherly, can we still go out?" Li Han boasted, "What are you afraid of? My brother has 2 million followers. Even the Jiangjing Culture and Tourism Bureau has asked me to make a promotional video." After all, he also took out a group photo of himself and several officials from the Jiangjing Culture and Tourism Bureau. "Wow!" The exclaim of admiration on the female companion's face also made Li Han even more proud. Qin Jun's convoy stopped outside the Jang Bay Bridge. Looking at the long queue of convoys ahead, Li Weigua turned to Qin Jun and said, "The street is blocked. We have to walk across." Then he ordered the soldiers, "The first squad is in front, and the second squad is behind. Surround them in the middle, and don't fall behind." So a group of people crossed the bridge and walked towards the checkpoint. And Xinling and Mian and Chun Jong also stepped out of the police car and followed behind the army. When the crowd saw a group of troops appearing, they backed down one after another and made way for them. And they all looked at Qin Jun, who was being escorted by the army, in silence, with curiosity and puzzlement in their eyes, and perhaps more of envy. After a long time, under the escort of the army, Qin Jun and others finally reached the checkpoint. A senior military officer had already received the news. When he saw Qin Jun and the others, he hurried up to meet them. The officer's name was Zhao Yi, and he was the deputy commander of the 3rd Division of the Jiangjing Garrison Military Area Command. Zhao Yi walked towards Qin Jun, full of enthusiasm. "Qin Jun, how are you doing along the way?" Qin Jun also knew Zhao Yi. After all, Zhao Yi was able to become the youngest colonel because of the Qin family. To make a digression, the Jiangjing Garrison Military Region is under the jurisdiction of the Southeast Military Region, and the chief of the Southeast Military Region, surnamed Qin. Zhao Yi immediately led Qin Jun and others to pass through the checkpoint, while Xinling took out the pass issued by the city government office and followed Qin Jun. This scene was right in front of everyone's eyes, without any concealment. People watched all this in silence and gradually became a little dissatisfied. Why did this young man leave the blockade without a pass? and they can only wait here. Li Han looked gloomy when he saw this scene. Just now, he was complacent and wanted to pass with his female companion, but he was directly driven out. Even if he revealed his identity as Brother Shao Li, it made him very ashamed. Now seeing Qin Jun blatantly engaging in privileges and going in without a pass made Li Han even more jealous. Damn, you're also a young man. Why are you so hung up? I have 2 million fans. And Li Han also knows that the situation is so serious now. There must be an outbreak in the blockade area, and staying in the blockade area is waiting for death. Eyeballs rolled suddenly, thinking about it. He walked out of the crowd and pointed at Qin Jun. Why can he leave without a pass, but we can't? We're going out too. He has already thought about it in his heart, to incite people's dissatisfaction. Let the big guys make a fuss together and put 8 points of pressure on these stinky mounts. He is very good at playing with public opinion. Li Han's reliance is not completely unreasonable. In today's society, the power of public opinion is still great. Li Han used to have a lot of rhythm on his account, which once forced many officials to have a headache, so he could only apologize and back down. Even his fans gave Xiao Yang the title of Pioneer of Justice. Although Li Han also knew that this Qin Jun was definitely not an ordinary person. So what? It's not like he hasn't taught the second generation a lesson. A few days ago, a son of the director of Jing was jealous with him because of a woman's rivalry, and even threatened to make him unable to get along. As a result, Li Han directly exposed the son of the director on the internet, and implicitly hinted that the director's hands were not clean. The trouble is that there are many rumors on the internet. The results of it? The chief's son obediently admitted his cowardice and offered a generous sum of money to seal the deal. And this incident made Li Han even more inflated. The second generation of officials is a fart. The right to have money counts ****. Having fans is the truth, and having the right to speak online is the truth. If he posted the video of Qin Jun, the internet would definitely explode. These people will be unlucky, and they will definitely be strictly investigated. The crowd was already somewhat dissatisfied, but now that Li Han was in his prime, they all had the courage to express their support. That is, why can he go in and we can't? Go together, or don't bother. Among the crowd, Gong Shulin, who had just had a bad nose, took a few steps back instead. As an old fritter who has been in the officialdom for more than 10 years, he has a clear heart. This time ZF is already very strict. Even he, the branch chief, can't get through it. But the young man was able to pass, and was personally greeted by a colonel officer, which shows that the young man's background is big enough to ignore the rules. In such a family background, public opinion is actually the same thing. Gong Shulin looked at the excited Li Han with pity and secretly said in his heart, "This person is going to be in trouble. He's in trouble." Looking at the crowd that suddenly became agitated, the soldiers immediately loaded their guns, and the police officers immediately began to maintain order. Back! Back! Don't make too much noise, be quiet. Under the pressure of soldiers and police officers, the crowd managed to restore order, but Li Han stood up and shouted, "I am brotherly, I have 2 million fans. Today, I will expose you people." But what he said was righteous, but Li Han was clear in his heart. Of course, he didn't want to uphold some justice. He just wanted to take this opportunity to leave here. The official has a headache for such an influential prickly head, and will definitely choose to appease him. Under normal circumstances, Qin Jun, a young man who seems to have a lot of background, would definitely want to calm things down, and then let him also leave the blockade in exchange. Brotherly? Qin Jun glanced at the thank you letter beside him, and the thank you letter nodded, took out his mobile phone, made a call, and whispered some instructions. Then Qin Jun looked at Li Han and smiled slightly. "Why? Are you not convinced?" Looking at the smile on Qin Jun's face, Li Han suddenly trembled for no reason, and a chill rose from behind him. He suddenly felt, did he do something wrong? Qin Jun said lightly, "You really have to thank the so-called new era for allowing a bum like you to appear in front of me and talk nonsense." Qin Jun looked at Li Han sarcastically. "I know what you want to do. You just want to coerce them together to put pressure on the army to allow you to leave the quarantine area. Of course, I can also take a step back. It's good for everyone to have what they need. But there is something wrong with me. Do you know what it is? The smile on Qin Jun's face slowly disappeared, like an iceberg, which made people shudder. I never backed down. Immediately, he turned to look at Zhao Yi at the side. Mr. Zhao, I remember that all rioters will be punished as crimes of endangering public order, right? Zhao Yi was taken aback for a moment and understood what Qin Jun meant. He is going to directly execute this Li Han and these early people. Zhao Yi hesitated in his heart. In order to shoot civilians in public, the consequences would be serious. But when the colonel saw Qin Jun's indifferent eyes, he couldn't help trembling all over and immediately woke up. With the strength of the Qin family, what things can't be handled well. If he doesn't listen to Qin Jun, then tomorrow he may be in court-martial. Moreover, as a senior military officer, Zhao Yi also knows a lot of secrets. Now the whole world is in chaos, and many foreign countries have entered a state of ZF and are in chaos. And the domestic situation is not much better. I heard that the T-virus has fully broken out in the imperial capital, and the general residence of the imperial capital has fallen. The whereabouts of the president are unknown, and 4 of the 7 giants of the Cardinal Council have died, and the chaos has become a mess. Under such circumstances, the Qin family's weight is becoming more and more important. Especially the Qin family still controls the military power in the southeast military region. If the country also fell into a state of ZF, then the Qin family would be the well-deserved overlord of the southeast. Having figured this out, Zhao Yi directly ordered the soldiers. These rioters will be directly executed on the spot as a crime of endangering public order. The soldiers immediately stepped forward, raised their guns, and aimed at Li Han and the few people who had just appeared. Li Han's female companion was already scared to death and turned around and ran away with the others. Boom! The gunshot rang out, and several people fell to the ground, with blood flowing all over the ground, and the crowd screamed immediately, turning around and retreating one after another for fear of being regarded as rioters. The army really shot and killed. All along, the domestic situation has been very peaceful and stable, and guns and death are far away from them. But now, these few people died in front of them, and the impact on their hearts was incomparable. And Mian also looked at Qin Jun in shock, with fear finally appearing in his eyes. She originally thought that Qin Jun was just like her, an ordinary college student in his 20s. At most, Qin Jun became more mature because of his family relationship. But she never imagined that Qin Jun dared to order the soldiers to shoot and kill without hesitation. And Mian couldn't help but wonder, did Qin Jun ever think about killing himself when he was at the gate of University Jiang just now? This terrible thought made Mian shudder uncontrollably. This Qin Jun is simply a devil. And Li Han was also stunned. He never thought that the army really opened fire. He just said hello. Is Kuhi breaking the law? It was okay for him to say hello before. Li Han quickly picked up his phone and screamed, I'm Brotherly, the owner of Quine. I have 2 million fans. You can't kill me. He just holds the phone, as if holding his own life-saving straw. The thank you letter beside, Qin Jun sneered, No, you don't have anything. What's the meaning? Li Han was stunned, and then looked at his mobile phone. As a result, his eyes widened, and his account on Quine was canceled without a sound. Not only the Quine account, he found that the bank card information and ID card information were directly displayed abnormally. There is no such person, although he's really standing here. But on the legal level, he suddenly disappeared out of thin air. There is no one named Li Han in the world, and there is no Brotherly. Li Han opened his mouth, his body trembled violently, his chest was filled with fear, tears fell unconsciously, and there were only 2 emotions in his mind, fear and regret. Who did he provoke? However, Li Han got his wish and passed the checkpoint. Then, people heard a gunshot, and this big internet celebrity, with 2 million fans, just disappeared. This is true both legally and physically. After this incident, the people on the bridge became very quiet and honest, motionless, and no one dared to say anything to the blatant privileged behavior of Qin Jun and his group. They are afraid. In times of peace, the privileged class like Qin Jun looked no different from ordinary people. They have to line up to board the plane, wait for traffic lights when driving, and obediently give way to an uncle who doesn't speak martial arts. But all of this is a disguise and a show. They put a veil of hypocrisy and tenderness on this world. This is a fairy tale world belonging to ordinary people. But once something conflicts with their fundamental interests, they will immediately tear off the veil of camouflage and show the bloody display cruelly. When a moment of crisis came, a team of soldiers went to pick up Qin Jun, who could leave the blockade without a pass, and a special plane was waiting for him. And these ordinary people, they can only wait to die in the blockade, even if they did nothing wrong. But that's it. People's lives are different. In the seriousness of some people, a single hair of Qin Jun is much more valuable than tens of thousands of people. Chun Jong was expressionless, but there was some pity deep in his eyes, because he knows very well that in the last days, privileges are even more terrifying than they are now. The emergence of evolutionary people directly divides people into the difference between high-level people and low-level people. Some evolutionists even think that they're the new human beings, and the unawakened human beings are pigs, who are only worthy of being enslaved by them. But Chun Jong only had pity for a moment. In the last days, pity and sympathy are two extravagant emotions. If you want to survive, learning to be indifferent is a compulsory course. After following in Mutant through the checkpoint, Chun Jong saw the brightly lit world, which is almost a different world from the closed area. But Chun Jong knew very well that the outside was no longer safe. In a few hours at most, the blockade lines set up by the army would be breached, and everything would be reduced to purgatory. Immediately, Chun Jong set his sights on a tall tower, the landmark building of Jing, Dongfang Building. According to the memory of the previous life, by tomorrow, the talent seeds of SSS-level will appear there. Only this last step is left before his rise. Beside Qin Jun, Zhao, he said in a low voice, "The plane is ready. I will send someone to take you to the military airport." But Qin Jun shook his head and said flatly, "No hurry." Zhao, he couldn't help being taken aback when he heard the words. He didn't expect that the situation was so critical that Qin Jun was not in a hurry to leave. Qin Jun is not in a hurry. He is in a hurry. In case something happened to Qin Jun, he would have to leave without food. Zhao, he hurriedly persuaded, but Chairman Qin ordered. Qin Jun interrupted him directly. "I will explain to my father." Seeing what Qin Jun said, Zhao, he couldn't hold on, so he just nodded. The current situation is so critical. Escorting Qin Jun to leave now is the best opportunity. If the situation gets out of control, it will cost more manpower and material resources to escort Qin Jun to the airport. I don't know how many people will die on the whim of this powerful son. Besides, just as Zhao, he was thinking about how to arrange security work, Qin Jun's voice came to mind again. "Mr. Zhao, I don't like others to question my decision, no matter what his reasons are." Qin Jun looked at Zhao Yi with a smile. But just this one glance made Zhao Yi's heart tremble. A powerful figure in the garrison military area, facing a 20-year-old youth, felt a little fear in his heart. Zhao Yi took a deep breath and nodded. "I'm the one who was abrupt. I'm sorry." This scene stunned Mian, who was following behind. She has also met Zhao Yi, the real powerful man in the Jing garrison. Even her father is very polite when he sees Zhao Yi. In the end, Zhao Yi was not angry at all when he was reprimanded by Qin Jun, but rather panicked. It wasn't until this moment that Mian understood a little bit. What does it mean when Qin Jun said in the campus that he can do whatever he wants just because of his surname, Qin? At this time, Qin Jun turned around suddenly, pointed at Mian and the others and smiled. "They are all my friends, Mr. Zhao. Send someone to protect them, and no one is allowed to leave without my order." When Chun Jong heard this, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This is no protection. It's clearly house arrest. Suya followed closely behind Qin Jun. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. She used to be Qin Jun's girlfriend, but she didn't know much about Qin Jun's background. She just knew that the Qin family was very rich, and they turned their hand around in the business. But until this moment, Suya didn't know how terrifying Qin Jun's background was. Even a powerful colonel is submissive in front of him. Qin family. Could it be the Qin family? Plus what Zhao Yi said just now, Chairman Qin. Suya's heart was pounding, and she finally confirmed the identity of Qin Jun, chairman of the National Standing Committee, the only son of Qin Yuan, the head of the 7 giants of the Cardinal Council. A gleam of ambition flashed in Suya's eyes. She must become Qin Jun's woman. Must. Even if she can't be Qin Jun's only woman. Even if she can become Qin Jun's plaything, it doesn't matter. Suya knew very well that with Qin Jun's background, even if it was just his plaything, she would be a big shot in the eyes of others. Suya has had enough of those ordinary days. To be able to take a look at the scenery on the top of the mountain, even if it is to sell one's dignity and soul. So what? However, Suya is also very clear that although she is the belle of Jiang University, in the eyes of rich and powerful like Qin Jun, her body and appearance are not considered bargaining chips. What kind of woman has Qin Jun never played with? Suya already knew this well. If he didn't do anything, he would definitely be abandoned by Qin Jun. In other words, I have been abandoned by Qin Jun now. Only do something to prove that you are useful to Qin Jun in order to regain Qin Jun's favor. Suya glanced at the expressionless Chun Jong. Her ex-boyfriend is no different from the best candidate for a certificate. She is an extremely intelligent woman, and she sensed Qin Jun's hostility towards Chun Jong. And this kind of hostility is not because of her. Suya knows very well that she has no weight in Qin Jun's heart. How could Qin Jun target Chun Jong because of himself? Then there is only one possibility. There is something secret about Chun Jong that Qin Jun is very concerned about. Suya's beautiful eyes turned around, and she looked at Aman, who was full of anger. This naive and stupid girl is undoubtedly the best to deceive. Soon, Qin Jun and his party were escorted by soldiers to a temporary military station. This was a stadium before, which was directly requisitioned by the military, and many temporary boardhouses were built. Heavily armed soldiers built a line of defense around the garrison, and there were several medical isolation laboratories inside. A group of medical staff in white clothes were working, as if they were analyzing something. A trace of apology appeared on Zhao Yi's face, and he said to Qin Jun, "The conditions here are a bit difficult, but this is the only way to do it for safety." Then, he said with some hesitation, "I don't know. When are you going to leave? To be honest, the current situation is already difficult to control. The most optimistic estimate is that we can maintain order for at most 2 days." Qin Jun nodded upon hearing this. Then leave the day after tomorrow. He had already made up his mind that if there was no result the day after tomorrow, he would kill Chun Jong directly and get a minimum living allowance. If that Aman blocks them, they will kill them together. Anja is destined to sink with the giant ship Jing. When he came to a boardroom, Chun Jong put down his luggage. His heart was extremely gloomy. The reason why he did not hesitate to suffer humiliation, knelt down and begged for mercy, was to leave the blockade. It's for the SSS-level talent seed. But now, Qin Jun suddenly wants to put them all under house arrest. In this case, how can he get the SSS talent seed? But why? Chun Jong, who had experienced countless lives and deaths in his previous life, immediately felt vigilant in his heart. If Qin Jun insulted him like that before, it could be explained because of Suya. So now is enough to make Chun Jong feel that something is wrong. He knew Qin Jun's background. Logically speaking, in the eyes of a big man like Qin Jun, he was just an ant, and he was not worth caring about at all. But why did Qin Jun put himself under house arrest? Was it Qin Jun who wanted to target Aman, and by the way, himself? Impossible, and Jia is behind Aman, and now that Jing is still under the control of Jia, Qin Jun should not break his face with Jia immediately. Or Qin Jun. He knew his secret? But soon, Chun Jong shook his head. He was absolutely not exposed. No one would believe the matter of rebirth. Not to mention that I have only been reborn for a few hours. Could it be that this Qin Jun is also a reborn? But the next moment, Chun Jong overturned this conjecture. After all, If Qin Jun was also a reborn, then with his energy, he would have already left the blockade, instead of waiting until now to be hurriedly picked up by the army. Chun Jong's expression was gloomy and scary. He knew that the SSS talent seed was only a few hours away. If you have been wasting time in this station, then the SSS-level talent seeds are likely to be taken away by others. But the more this happened, the calmer Chun Jong became. After thinking about it, he went straight to Mian. At this point, he can only seek in Mian's help. After all, Mian's father is the governor of Jing, and he still has some energy now, as long as he can get that SSS-level talent seed. No matter how deep Qin Jun's background is, he can't help him. Chun Jong walked to the door of Mian's room, walked in, and saw Mian sitting on the bed puffed up, obviously very angry at his house arrest. When Mian saw Chun Jong walking in, a smile appeared on his face. Chun Jong's heart warmed up. This girl will always leave her smile to him. Chun Jong thought to himself, he would never let the tragedy of his previous life repeat itself. Chun Jong, you're here. Seeing Chun Jong, and Mian immediately said, I just called my dad, but my dad told me to stay here and said it's safer. I'm so D off. Chun Jong knew in his heart that Fong was right. There is no way to deal with zombies by relying on the police alone. Only the army is the safest place. But now, Chun Jong had to leave here. He said softly, and Mian, we can't stay here. Can you think of a way for us to leave? Good. And Mian agreed without hesitation. I'll figure it out. Looking at the smile on Mian's face, Chun Jong was moved. This girl was always so accommodating to him. No matter what request he made, she would do it without hesitation. Although Mian looks very ordinary, not even cute, but in Chun Jong's heart, she is the cutest girl in the world. Chun Jong couldn't help hugging Mian in his arms suddenly, and said in a low voice, and Mian, I have something to tell you. The end is coming. When the time comes, they will all be zombies. Are there any talented evolutionaries? And Mian's eyes widened. She looked at Chun Jong in disbelief and said in a stuttering voice, but how did you know? And Mian could hardly believe her ears, because what Chun Jong said to her just now really overturned Mian's worldview. The world is about to undergo drastic changes? In fact, until just now, Mian didn't think the situation was serious. This innocent and kind girl thought it was just some serious plague. That's why the government is so nervous. In a few months at most, when the vaccine serum is researched, the world will return to peace. Wasn't it like this when the T virus just broke out? But Chun Jong told him that the world will never return to peace, and the peaceful life in the past will be gone forever. The future world will be full of zombies and monsters, full of dangers. This made Mian a little unbelievable. Chun Jong shook his head and said, you just need to trust me. Chun Jong told Mian almost everything except that he was a reborn person. One reason is that the end will officially come in a few hours, and Mian will know when the time comes. Secondly, it was also because Mian had always helped him regardless of the cost, which moved Chun Jong very much, and he was unwilling to hide anything from Mian. And Mian nodded and leaned her head on Chun Jong's shoulder. I believe you, Chun Jong. I believe everything you say. Since that thing is so important to you, I'll find a way. But Mian's face was worried again, and he said worriedly, if the end really comes, my father... Looking at the worry on Mian's face, Chun Jong patted his chest and said with a smile, don't worry, when I get the SSS talent seed, these zombies won't be a worry. I will protect Jing. Chun Jong originally planned to go north to build a shelter after obtaining the SSS talent seed. But now that he has almost confirmed his relationship with Mian, he also changed his plan. He wants to stay in Jing. Although the situation in Jing is very dangerous, it can even be said to be corrupt, but if Jing can be saved, the benefits are self-evident. Jing is a super first-tier city, rich in industry and resources, which is very precious in the Doomsday era. Moreover, Mian's father, Fong, is the governor of Jing, so it will be justifiable to control Jing in the future. After he has Jing as his foundation, coupled with his SSS-level talent, then his starting point in this life will be as high as he wants. It can even directly compete with the Qin family. Chun Jong left, and he knew very well that the next few hours would be hours that would change his fate. After the end of the day, the zombies will go berserk, the defense line of the safe zone will be crumbling, and even new infected people will appear in the safe zone. He must recharge his batteries. After Qin Jun left, and Mion's room rang again. Who is it? When Mion opened the door, she saw Suya with a sad face, and she immediately sank down. She hates Suya so much. It was Suya who made Chun Jong sad for so long. Is there anything you need? And Mion asked coldly. A trace of bitterness appeared on Suya's face, and she whispered to Mion, "Can I go in and have a sit?" Looking at the poor Suya, and Mion couldn't help but feel relieved. She's so kind. Come in. And Mion let Suya into her room and asked, "What do you want?" Suya smiled wryly. "Actually, you don't need to be so hostile to me. Like you, I care about Chun Jong very much." Bah, what a shame. And Mion immediately became angry and said angrily, "If you cared about Chun Jong, why would you dump him and follow that Qin Jun?" With an extremely sad and painful look on Suya's face, she shook her head and said, "I didn't do it voluntarily. You also know Qin Jun's background. He said that if I don't stay with him, my father's career will be ruined. That's why I—" And Mion's eyes widened. She didn't expect it to be because of this. But she immediately asked again, "But just now at the school gate, why didn't you let Chun Jong go?" Suya smiled wryly. "If I let Chun Jong go, Qin Jun's character will definitely keep him, maybe even kill him. That's why I said not to let Chun Jong go, making Qin Jun think that I don't have any feelings for Chun Jong anymore. Only in this way can Chun Jong be protected." And Mion was dumbfounded, but she soon believed in Suya, because in her opinion, Qin Jun is a big villain. What Suya said is very logical. And Feng didn't want Mion to be in politics, so he protected Mion very well since he was a child, which also led to Mion's extremely simple and kind character. Especially looking at Suya's sincere and sad expression, and Mion couldn't doubt it even more. "It's really hard for you." And Mion started to comfort Suya instead. She thought of what Chun Jong said to her, and couldn't help but tell Suya. After all, in her opinion, Suya was completely forced. In fact, she also cared about Chun Jong very much and was a good person. In this case, of course, she wants to tell Suya about these things, so that Suya can prepare early. And hearing in Mion's words, although Suya's expression remained calm, a turbulent sea arose in her heart. Doomsday? Talent evolution? SSS-level talent seed? How did Chun Jong know? But Suya knew that she had done meritorious service, and with these, she would definitely be able to regain Qin Jun's favor. And Mion asked, "Suya, we're going to leave here at night. Are you with us?" Seeing in Mion with a sincere face, Suya could only sneer in her heart. What a fool. Although this in Mion is the governor's daughter, her stupidity and innocence are enough to send Chun Jong to hell. If she and in Mion change identities, Suya believes that she will definitely achieve a career. It's a pity that I was born too low. Fortunately, she can still hug Qin Jun's thigh. Suya shook her head and said softly, "No. And in Mion, don't tell Qin Jong that I've been here." Why? A trace of guilt appeared on Suya's face. "No matter what, I abandoned him and hurt him too deeply, and you are now together. I think you are more suitable for him than me. I don't want to disturb the relationship between you." Hearing this, and Mion felt even more fond of Suya in her heart. It turned out that she had wrongly blamed Suya before, and Mion nodded. "Don't worry, I won't tell Qin Jong. But Suya, what do you do?" Suya smiled wryly. "Qin Jun is actually okay with me. As long as I serve him carefully, there is no problem with his safety. And Mion, let Qin Jong hate me. It's good for everyone." And Mion sighed. "Suya, I've really suffered for you." Suya thought for a while, took out an amulet, handed it to Mion, and said sadly, "This is the amulet I asked for before. I will give it to you, and taking it with you is my blessing to you." And Mion took the amulet, hung it on her waist solemnly, nodded and said, "Suya, I will definitely take it with me." Suya smiled, turned and left. And Mian stayed in the room, a little melancholy. Never thought that Suya was such a good person. I really blamed him before. After Suya left in Mian's room, the sadness on her face disappeared immediately, replaced by a sneer. It's so stupidly naive. She was caught out so easily, but Suya didn't expect that Chun Jong knew so many things. Are they ready to leave the station? A chill flashed in Suya's eyes. Inside the amulet she gave in Mian just now was a GPS tracker. With that amulet, no matter where Chun Jong and the others have gone, Qin Jun will know. Evolutionary, SSS-level talent seed. Different space copy. In the room, while enjoying Sihan's massage service, Qin Jun squinted and looked at Suya in front of him. "These are all from Chun Jong." Suya nodded. Chun Jong told Suya. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, finally confirming Chun Jong's identity. No wonder this useless Chun Jong, without any background, can suddenly become the son of luck. So he is a reborn person, and he is so persistent in wanting to leave the blockade because he wants to go to that different space dungeon and get the SSS-level talent seed. A smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, he didn't directly kill Chun Jong. Otherwise, wouldn't it be that he missed this SSS talent seed? Qin Jun glanced at Suya in front of him again, nodded in approval, and said, "You did a good job." It has to be said that Suya really gave him quite a surprise. Originally, he thought that Suya was just a plaything on the bed, and he just threw it away when he got tired of playing with it. But Suya proved that she is not just a plaything, still a valuable helper. Qin Jun has always been very generous to those who are useful. Even the thank you letter beside Qin Jun couldn't help looking at Qin Jun in surprise. She had always looked down on the letter of thanks before, even to the point of disgust. But Suya's performance today really made the letter of thanks a little bit impressive. Qin Jun smiled and said to Suya, "Good job, Suya, what do you want?" Suya leaned forward directly, and the faint scent spit on Qin Jun's face, which made people feel a little distracted. After all, in terms of appearance and figure alone, Suya is the best. "Qin Jun, I want to be your woman. At least one of the women. Don't leave me behind." Although Suya used to be Qin Jun's official girlfriend, she is a very realistic woman. She knew very well that with Qin Jun's identity, she couldn't be Qin Jun's only woman, and she couldn't even be the main palace. And if the apocalypse really came as Chun Jong said, then with the strength of the Qin family, I am afraid that they will directly become one of the princes in the apocalypse, become one of Qin Jun's women. Her identity will be completely different from before. Hearing Suya's request, Qin Jun couldn't help laughing. What a woman, with ambition and means. He almost missed it before. But Qin Jun didn't dislike Suya like this. He was educated since childhood that loyalty is the least valuable thing. Because as long as you are strong enough, the loyalty of others will last until death. If you become weak, no matter how loyal you are, you will have two hearts. For a woman like Suya, Qin Jun only valued her ambition and ability. On the contrary, if Suya is just a stupid woman who really likes him, then Qin Jun will abandon her without hesitation. But Suya cautiously made another request. "Qin Jun, my parents and my younger sister are all in my hometown. I just called them, and they are at home, but can't leave the lockdown without a pass. If possible, can you send someone to take them to a safe place?" When she said this, Suya's expression was filled with real worry. Although she once hated her ordinary background, Suya still has a lot of affection for her family who has always loved her. She couldn't help but watch her parents die in the mouth of zombies. No problem. For Qin Jun, this matter is actually nothing more than a matter of raising his hands and can be resolved with just one phone call. A phone call can get Suya's gratitude and loyalty. What's more, getting Suya's parents and sister out is also the way to control Suya. Hostage thing. Qin Jun made a call. "Secretary Zhou, you go and tell the Armed Forces Department of Xiaobiang City to help me pick up a few people." Secretary Zhou, in his mouth, is the confidant of his father Qin Yuan, the Secretary General of the First Secretary Office of the State Council, Deputy Ministerial level. After hanging up the phone, Suya knelt down beside Qin Jun in awe, her eyes burning with fire. This is power. This is privilege. A phone call can change the fate of many people. Maybe Qin Jun's words can change the life trajectory of many ordinary people. And Suya believes that after the doomsday comes, the power of the Qin family will become even more fruitless. It was dawn, but many people had a sleepless night. Nearly 100,000 people have gathered on the Jang Bay Bridge, densely packed from beginning to end, wanting to enter the safe zone. Although the government has always wanted to block the news, paper cannot contain the fire after all. The video of the zombie rampage has been spread wildly on the internet, and turmoil broke out in every place, not to mention the blockade area. Even the people in the safe area are panicked. In the military garrison, Chun Jong stared down at the time on his mobile phone. July 16th, 2023 at 5:18. He silently counted down in his heart. 15, 14, 13. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the entire sky turned blood red, so red that it made people palpitate as if blood had seeped into the sky. The rising sun, which represents hope, feels completely different at this moment. It's not the kind of vigor and revival of all things, but blood red and coquettish, extremely weird. Then, the ground began to tremble, rumbling. An incomparably huge black obelisk suddenly rose from the ground and soared into the sky, appearing so abruptly in front of the world. This black obelisk is located on the outskirts of Jiangjing City. Although it is far away from the urban area, it is too huge and spectacular. So much so that in the urban area, you can clearly see the mysterious lines on the obelisk. What it is? Pyramids? Where did the pyramids come from underground in Jiangjing City? Even the army started to stir, with shock on their faces. After all, even if it is a zombie virus, it can still be explained by biological virus science. But the appearance of the black obelisk is a real supernatural power. Everyone walked out of the room and watched this scene in shock. Chun Jong stood beside Aman, while Qin Jun, who was surrounded by everyone in the distance, was also looking at the black obelisk, wondering what he was thinking. Amidst the din of the people, Chun Jong's eyes were lowered, and his whole person became extremely calm, even cold, because he knew that the end had officially begun. There are a total of 24 black obelisks in the world, and no one knows what the secrets of these black obelisks are in the last days. But with the appearance of this black obelisk, the last hope bestowed by the gods to mankind also began to appear. Talent evolution. The next moment, Chun Jong suddenly felt that his body became very hot. The muscle lines on his body began to become distinct and gradually filled with explosive power. After a few minutes, Chun Jong finally calmed down, and he has become very different from before. The previous Chun Jong seemed weak in writing, just a nerd. But now Chun Jong, with well-defined muscles all over his body, is solid and powerful, and has directly become an athletic man. His body is full of powerful strength. Even those so-called soldier kings in the army, if they fight Chun Jong at this moment, Chun Jong can easily crush the opponent's throat. Even Chun Jong's eyesight has been strengthened, and he can easily see gadgets hundreds of meters away. In front of evolutionaries, ordinary people appear so weak, so powerless. F-level talent, strength enhancement. Chun Jong let out a breath slowly, feeling a little regretful in his heart. After all, this F-level talent is the lowest level of talent, and he had some expectations that after his rebirth, he would be able to awaken a stronger talent. But now it seems that the trajectory of the world is still the same as in the previous life. And Qin Jun in the distance also changed. Amidst people's exclamations, his whole body was wrapped in a golden light, which was extremely dazzling. Chun Jong glanced at it, although he already knew that Qin Jun would also awaken his talent. But at this moment, his heart was still filled with jealousy, because he knew that Qin Jun's awakened talent was an S-level talent controlling psychic power. This is a very powerful talent. After practicing it, one can even lift a tall building with one finger. God is so unfair sometimes. He gave Qin Jun a noble family background. He gave Qin Jun a handsome appearance. And he also gave Qin Jun the start of Qianhu in the Apocalypse S-level talent. In addition to talent seeds, S-level talent is the most powerful talent that humans can awaken on their own. Even for those extremely rare SSS-level and SS-level talent seeds, Qin Jun's talent can still rank among the top 10 in the entire Doomsday world. Even Chun Jong knew that God's injustice was more than that. The Qin family behind Qin Jun also ate the richest and sweetest cake in this feast prepared by the gods for mankind. Almost all members of the Qin family have awakened their talents, which is simply impossible in the context of a talent awakening rate of less than 1 in 10,000. So in the Doomsday era, people also call the Qin family the chosen family. And the evolution of all members, coupled with the power and resources already controlled by the Qin family, the chemical reaction produced is extremely terrifying. Chun Jong saw the faint blue light emitting from Suya's body again, which surprised him slightly. Has Suya also awakened her talent? Chun Jong had no expression on his face and calm eyes. In his previous life, Suya soon had no news, but all of this has nothing to do with him. He and Suya no longer have any relationship. Chun Jong looked around and found that only the three of them had awakened their talents in the entire camp, which shows how difficult it is to awaken their talents. Chun Jong glanced at Qin Jun again, and suddenly felt a sense of superiority in his heart. So what if you awaken the S talent? So what if the Qin family behind you is the chosen family? I'm going to collect SSS talent seed soon, and at that time, he will become the king of the world. Chun Jong whispered to Mian, and Mian, let's go now. Chun Jong knew that now was the best time to leave. Qin Jun may have noticed him for some reason now, and maybe even ordered someone to watch him. If he had left last night, he would have been spotted by Qin Jun. And now is the best time, because Qin Jun is still awakening his talent. The higher the level of awakened talent, the more time he needs to adapt. And after Qin Jun awakens his talent, he will definitely study his own talent first. In a short time, Qin Jun has no energy to worry about other things. Chun Jong and Mian quietly left the station and walked towards the door. As for Xinling, she left the station last night, met with the police officers under her command, and went to the governor's mansion to set up the defense line. Zhao Yi, who was beside Qin Jun, glanced at the two who left quietly, but did not speak. Qin Jun had told him yesterday not to stop Chun Jong. In fact, the lieutenant and Mian contacted yesterday hung up the phone and went to Zhao Yi to surrender himself. It is true that he is from the Yin family, but now that the situation in Jiangjing is so critical, who doesn't want to think of a way out? After all, the rise of the Yin family was too short, and it started to make a fortune only after Yin Feng came to power. It is incomparable with the Qin family, a real family with many generations of officials. It's just that Mian didn't know all of this. When Chun Jong and his party walked to the door, they saw the lieutenant, whose surname was Wang, with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a loyal face. He was born in a rural area and managed to get into a military academy, but he couldn't afford to go to school because there was no tuition fee. When Feng heard about this, he sponsored him to go to the military academy. After graduation, he entered the garrison military area under the care of Anne's family and became a lieutenant. It could be said that if it weren't for Anne's family, Lieutenant Wang might still be farming at home. Miss! Lieutenant Wang immediately came forward, nodded to Chun Jong, and then looked at Chun Jong with curious eyes. After all, Chun Jong suddenly became so strong and mutated, which made the soldiers around him very shocked and curious. I've made arrangements. These people are my soldiers. Let's go. Thank you, Brother Wang. Lieutenant Wang showed a simple and honest smile on his face, nodded, and led in Mian and Chun Jong out of the station. But Chun Jong felt a little uneasy in his heart, because it went so well. It went so smoothly that even he couldn't believe it. Although everything went according to his plan, Chun Jong, who had gone through his previous life, was very vigilant, and the smoother he was, the more vigilant he was. There is no way. Only being suspicious can survive in the last days. Chun Jong asked Mian, Xiao Mian, You didn't tell others what I told you yesterday, did you? And Mian heard that Suya hesitated for a moment for her plea yesterday, then nodded. I didn't tell anyone. Chun Jong didn't have any doubts, because in his heart, and Mian was a very simple person and would not lie to hide anything. However, he also found the amulet hanging around in Mian's waist. Chun Jong's observation skills were very keen, and he immediately spotted the extra gadget. Chow Mian, what is this? And Mian was a little panicked. She didn't expect Chun Jong to be so observant. It's all been found. But Mian still kept in mind the agreement she made with Suya and said, a friend of mine gave it to me, and I haven't worn it before. Looking at Mian's flickering eyes, Chun Jong shook his head. But I didn't ask too much. After all, he trusted in Mian so much that Mian would never harm him. Let's go. In the military station, after an unknown amount of time, the golden light on Qin Jun's body finally slowly disappeared. The soldiers all around looked at him in awe. I just feel that he is like a god with golden light, and some superstitious soldiers even think that Qin Jun is the reincarnation of a god. Qin Jun stared at his fingers. This must be the awakening of Chun Jong's talent. And an extra memory popped up out of thin air in my mind, telling Qin Jun that this is an S-level talent, psychic control. Now, he is an evolutionary. Chun Jong narrowed his eyes slightly and stretched out his fingers. The next moment, the chariot not far away was lifted by an inexplicable force and rose into the air. The soldiers were in an uproar. You know, this chariot weighs several tons. Several researchers stared wide-eyed and murmured, impossible. This is impossible. This unscientific. Others looked at those old men with the eyes of fools. The F********* G black obelisk is out. What science are you talking to me about? You explain it to me with science? Perhaps it was because the changes in the past few days were too exciting and people quickly accepted the power when they saw it. After all, even the zombies appeared, as did the black obelisk. It's no big deal if there's another supernatural power. Chun Jong threw the chariot down casually. He couldn't help being a little out of breath, and even his nerves ached a little. His current body has not fully adapted to the supernatural talent. It will take at least a few days to fully adapt. And Chun Jong looked at Suya again. A strange look flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Suya would also awaken her talent, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. No matter how Suya awakened her talent, it was just his plaything. At this time, Zhao, he hurried forward, looked at Qin Jun with awe, and said in a low voice, Master, according to your order, Chun Jong and the others have already left. Qin Jun nodded with a smile on his face. Although he had just awakened the S-level talent, the more this happened, the more greed filled his heart. The S-level talent is so powerful. What about the SSS-level talent? At this time, an intelligence officer ran over and shouted, Mr. Zhao, I just received the notification that the defense line in the blockade area is almost unable to hold on. Hundreds of thousands of people have gathered near the Jang Bay Bridge, trying to break through the line of defense. Everyone heard the words, and their expressions suddenly changed. Hundreds of thousands of people? I don't know how many people are infected with T-virus among them. And once the defense line is breached, it will be difficult to establish it again, and the zombies in the blocked area will definitely rush out. At this point, even if Zhao listened to Qin Jun's words again, he couldn't help being impatient. He said to Qin Jun, Master, the situation is out of control. You must go to the airport and leave Jiangjing immediately. He made up his mind that if Qin Jun still didn't agree, he would have to be tied up on the plane. Although the consequences of offending Qin Jun are very serious. If something happens to Qin Jun, the consequences will be even more serious, and his whole family will have to be buried with him. Hearing this, Qin Jun frowned tightly. Although he has awakened the supernatural talent, it still takes a few days to fully control this power. If the line of defense fell, it would be dangerous for him. But want to give up that SSS-level talent seed? No. A trace of cruelty flashed in Qin Jun's eyes, and he said coldly to Zhao, Mr. Zhao, blow up the Jang Bay Bridge. What? Even Zhao, he was almost stunned. The Jang Bay Bridge can be said to be the only way out of the blockade, and there are still hundreds of thousands, even millions of ordinary people trapped inside. Blowing up the Jang Bay Bridge is just letting those people die? No matter how loyal Zhao he was to the Qin family, he couldn't help but hesitate at this moment. Blowing up the Jang Bay Bridge is tantamount to letting the people in the quarantine area die. That's millions of lives. Zhao, he said hesitantly. Master, it is conservatively estimated that there are millions of civilians in the blockade. Qin Jun's face was expressionless, and his eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. Of course, he knew what it meant to blow up the Jang Bay Bridge, which meant that the millions of civilians could only be devoured by zombies in despair. Moreover, there is still a large number of troops and police in the blockade area. They will all be buried with them. But so what? Qin Jun's eyes were full of indifference. To him, the lives of a million people were not worth that SSS-level gifted seed. As long as you can get the talent seed, what's the point of sacrificing millions? Qin Jun said lightly, Mr. Zhao, haven't you figured out the situation yet? The end has come, and so has the age of the evolutionary. In the doomsday, those ordinary people have no value. They are ants and pigs. If you die, you die. What are you talking about? Some of the surrounding officers couldn't listen anymore and angrily accused Qin Jun. Qin Jun looked expressionless and glanced at the officer. The next moment, the officer uncontrollably took out his pistol and aimed the gun at himself, with a look of extreme horror on his face. Immediately, gunshots rang out. The rest of the officers had shocking expressions on their faces, and their eyes towards Qin Jun were full of awe. At this moment, they were not only in awe of Qin Jun's background, but also afraid of Qin Jun's strength. Is this the evolution? Looking at Qin Jun's golden eyes, Zhao Yi's heart trembled. After the young master of the Qin family awakened his abilities, he seemed to be less human. Zhao, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." He immediately turned around and ordered to the officers beside him, "Blow up the Jang Bay Bridge." The officer even started to tremble. Everyone understood that this would be an extremely cruel order. They are destroying the lives of millions of people with their own hands. But in the face of power, he has no choice but to carry out this order. Soon, the heavy weapons in the garrison began to activate, and the muzzle was turned to the Jang Bay Bridge. The officer pressed his finger on the launch button, but was unable to press it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and pressed the button. Boom! Flames were ejected from the muzzle, and a violent explosion occurred on the bridge deck of the Jang Bay Bridge, causing heavy casualties to the crowd gathered on the bridge deck. The terrified crowd retreated towards the back one after another, but the people behind were still pushing forward. I don't know how many people were squeezed to death and trampled to death. Cries of despair rose to the sky. Even military garrisons that are far away can hear it. But the shelling continued, and the artillery covered the entire Jang Bay Bridge. Finally, in the continuous bombing, the majestic Jang Bay Bridge began to collapse. In just a few minutes, I am afraid that at least 50,000 people were killed or injured. Seeing this scene, the people trapped in the blockade shouted in despair. They blew up the bridge, and they want to trap us here to die. How dare they blow up the bridge, my God? But no one dared to go back because there were zombies everywhere in the blockade, and going back was courting death. I don't want to die. A person who can swim plunges into the river with a plop and wants to swim across the river. But the river is more than 10 kilometers wide, and it is simply impossible to swim across it. I don't know how many people were exhausted halfway through the swim, struggled, and drowned to death. There are countless corpses floating on the river. Purgatory on earth. Even the soldiers couldn't bear to watch this scene and lowered their heads one after another. But Qin Jun watched it coldly, without any fluctuations in his heart. Blowing up the Jang Bay Bridge also won him some things. He could hunt down Chun Jong and get the SSS talent seed. As for these people who died, what does it matter to him? In other words, it's better to be dead. At least they won't turn into zombies anymore. Perhaps in a sense, this is also a kind of kindness. A brutal kindness. Qin Jun said indifferently to Suya, who was beside him. Where did Chun Jong and the others go? Suya glanced at her mobile phone, and based on the signal on it, she could tell the position of Chun Jong at this time. They're in Dongxing Building now. Dongxing Building? Qin Jun raised his brows. Dongxing Building was regarded as a landmark building in Jiangxing. He didn't expect Chun Jong to go there. A smile appeared on his face. That being the case, let Chun Jong explore the way, and he will decide on that SSS-level seed. Otherwise, wouldn't these millions of people die in vain? Jiangxing, Dongxing Building. This high-rise building is not high, but it is one of Jiangxing's landmark buildings, because this is where some of the top financial institutions in the world are located. Some people say that any one person in this building can affect the financial situation of the entire country. It can be said that in the past, it was Chun Jong's dream to work in Dongxing Building. But first of all, there is no one in the Dongxing Building. The former financial elites are either trapped in the blockade or have fled Jiangxing. The majestic Dongxing Building has become deserted, and Mian clung tightly to Chun Jong's side. Her eyes were filled with admiration and love. As the situation got out of control, not only the zombies were rampant, but the order also began to collapse. Thugs are everywhere on the streets, smashing, looting, robbing jewelry and gold stores, robbing banks, and even blatant rapes on the streets. This is simply a nightmare. And Mian was terrified. Where had she seen these scenes? But Chun Jong was very calm, even to the point of indifference. This is simply pediatrics in the doomsday era. In the apocalyptic era of the previous life, morality had collapsed beyond words, and it was not a problem to directly sacrifice one's body for a little ration. Chun Jong had seen such a scene with his own eyes more than once. On the dirty streets, women almost greedily eat the nutrient cream made from cockroaches. Behind her, there were several or even a dozen men with smirking faces lined up. Even cannibalism is not uncommon in the last days. In the apocalyptic era, food shortages, etiquette, and morality are vulnerable to hunger. Those thugs just now wanted to move against Mian. After all, although Mian wasn't very good looking, she looked like a wealthy daughter in her clothes. Torturing a wealthy daughter will give these low-level thugs an almost perverted pleasure. Of course, they were all solved by Chun Jong. Although it is only the lowest level of F talent, Chun Jong can be regarded as stepping into the threshold of an evolutionary. Now, he is completely different from ordinary people. It can be said that he is a completely different species. Looking at the locked gate, Chun Jong kicked the iron gate away. There were still a few unkind thugs staring at them. Seeing this scene, they all widened their eyes and shouted, "Ghost! Turn around and run." Chun Jong and Mian walked into Dongxing Building and went directly up the stairs to the top floor. Moreover, he had a few more minds, and before he had passed the first floor, he used brute force to distort and deform the door. Ordinary people couldn't open it at all. Just like that, the two reached the top floor of Dongxing Building. "What is this?" And Mian exclaimed, and saw a small vortex appeared in the very empty space on the top floor, as if it was a portal to another world. Chun Jong looked at the portal with excitement in his eyes. This is a different space copy. After the apocalypse, not only the evolutionaries appeared, but the space in some places also began to distort, and the rest of the world overlapped with the real world, forming a copy of a different space. There are many extremely rare rewards in different space dungeons. For example, what kind of crystal nucleus? It can be said that this thing can be cultivated by the evolutionary, and it is extremely precious. But the more precious ones are undoubtedly the talent seeds. Different space dungeons are also divided into grades F to S. The higher the grade, the more dangerous it is, and the more precious the reward. This copy of a different space is S-level. But it is special because although it is S-level, it is almost not dangerous. It is simply a super gift package given by the gods to human beings. However, when this copy of the different space first appeared, human beings didn't know what it was, so they dared not enter it rashly. In the previous life, a lucky man named Zhou Xian was hunted down because he offended the leader of the mob and had nowhere to go. He entered this dungeon and got the SSS-level talent by accident. Rising directly, he became one of the 10 most powerful evolutionaries in the world, known as Emperor Zhou by the world. Thinking about it, that Zhou Xian is really a son of luck. He is like the protagonist in a novel. But now that he is reborn, the SSS-level talent is not his turn. Although he could be regarded as snatching the luck who was going around, Chun Jong didn't feel any guilt in his heart. At the end of the day, it is to compete with the sky, the earth, and the people. If you don't fight, you are waiting for death. Now, it can only be said that it was bad luck. Chun Jong pulled in Mian and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ever since he was reborn, his nerves have been tense, and he didn't dare to relax for a moment. He endured it for so long. He even did things like Qin Jun kneeling down. For this moment, Chun Jong's heart was full of joy and anticipation. He was finally going to get the SSS-level talent. The change against the sky started from this step. Immediately, Chun Jong's eyes were filled with hatred again. So what if Qin Jun is an S-level talent? So what if the Qin family is the chosen family? Everything is meaningless in front of SSS-level talent. Chun Jong's eyes were full of anticipation, and he was very much looking forward to. When he got the SSS talent, he returned to Qin Jun's side again. What expression will Qin Jun make? On the street, military vehicles were galloping one after another. Seeing this scene, the thugs on the street thought that the army was here to suppress them. I was so scared that I ran away in a hurry. And those civilians who were being bullied cheered as if they saw a savior. The country did not abandon them. But soon, the smiles on their faces froze because the military vehicles roared past without stopping. Because they are not here to maintain order, nor are they here to save people. It was to protect Qin Jun. Soon, the convoy stopped in front of the Dongxing building, and the soldiers got out of the car in full armor. Their guns were loaded, and they were murderous. Zhao Yi followed Qin Jun and got off the car. As the deputy teacher, he almost became Qin Jun's follower. But Zhao Yi also knew very well in his heart that Jing was doomed, and the way out was still like that of the Qin family. If he still wants to occupy the first place in the doomsday, he must hold the thigh of the eldest son of the Qin family tightly. Mr. Zhao, no one is allowed to enter this building. Anyone who gets close will be executed immediately. What Qin Jun meant was obvious. Even civilians who strayed and would shoot directly. Yes, Zhao Yi nodded. Since the bombing of the Jang Bay Bridge, the moral bottom line of the deputy division commander has plummeted. 1 million people have been killed, and it doesn't matter if you kill a few more. A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face, and he looked up at Dongxing building. I don't know what expression Chun Jong will have when he sees him. He is looking forward to it. After entering the copy of the different space, Chun Jong and Mian came to a completely different place. This is a deserted city, and the tall buildings are covered with vines, as if time has passed by for decades. And Mian's eyes widened, and she followed closely behind Chun Jong. This is really amazing. This is actually another world. And this copy of the different space is full of the atmosphere of the future of the wasteland, with deer running between the cities. It seems that there is a strange sense of harmony. Chun Jong walked very relaxed, although he didn't have the opportunity to make this dungeon in his last life. But after Zhou Xian made his fortune, some deeds have also become legends and are talked about by everyone. The details about this legendary dungeon also began to be revealed, and it became people's talk after dinner. The most threatening part of this S-level dungeon is some low-level beasts. In fact, these low-level zombie beasts should not be underestimated. At least they still pose some threats to the current Chun Jong. But the risks and benefits of this point must not be worth mentioning. Almost free. Suddenly, there was a roar, and a red-eyed zombie wild dog rushed out of the shadows and rushed towards Chun Jong and Mian. This zombie wild dog has rotten pustules all over its body, blood dripping from the corner of its mouth, and a foul smell blows towards its face. And Mian was so frightened that she screamed. This zombie wild dog is far superior to normal hunting dogs in terms of speed and strength. It poses a greater threat to ordinary people than zombies. However, Chun Chonka was not an ordinary person. Looking at the beast rushing toward him, his body moved suddenly at an extremely fast speed, and an afterimage was drawn in the air. The next moment, the zombie wild dog fell to the ground, its neck broken by Chun Jong. Chun Jong was breathing a little heavily, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Although he has awakened his talent, and his strength is far superior to that of ordinary people, he is still the lowest level F talent, and he can only maintain food and clothing in the apocalypse. The same is to struggle on the line of life and death. In his previous life, he just joined an expedition team, went through life and death, and it took several years to become a level 3 evolutionary. In the apocalypse, talents and resources are the last word. Chun Jong looked at the corpse of the zombie wild dog. He knew that there should be crystal nuclei in the corpse of the zombie wild dog. In the Doomsday era, this thing is hard currency. However, Chun Jong didn't go to get the crystal nucleus, but took a Mutant directly to move on. Although the crystal nucleus is very precious, Chun Jong's heart is already with the SSS talent seed. It's like saying that if a person wins a 100 million lottery ticket, will he stop because of a mere 100 yuan on the way to exchange it? Along the way, the two encountered many zombies and beasts, but they were all dealt with by Chun Jong. Along the way, there are corpses of zombies everywhere. However, Chun Jong couldn't help feeling a little bit now. Fortunately, he had awakened an F-level talent. Although the F-level talent is the most rubbish, it is the body that adapts the fastest. He formed his combat power almost immediately, while Qin Jun has awakened his S-level talent, but it will take at least 3 days to get used to his talent. During these 3 days, Qin Jun's supernatural talent could not be fully utilized. I don't know how long it took, but the two finally came to the deepest part. In front of the two of them, there was a 1,000-year-old tree. This ancient tree was very huge, majestic, with a crown like a canopy, lush and lush. And before the roots of the ancient tree, there is a flower growing. This flower is completely different from the flowers in the real world. It is crystal clear, extremely bright, and emits fluorescence. And in this flower, there is a fruit. This fruit lies quietly in the stamen, exuding a golden light, and one will be addicted to it just by looking at it. So beautiful. This fruit is exactly the SSS talent seed that Chun Jong dreamed of. It is also the most special talent seed. Talent devoured. The special thing about this talent is that it can devour other talents. It will become stronger without devouring a talent, and there is almost no upper limit. Aman also looked at the talent seed, feeling a little envious. She didn't have any talent for awakening. Although she didn't say it on her face, she was still a little disappointed in her heart. After all, she also saw the changes in Chun Jong, and awakening her talent was equivalent to having the power to protect herself in the apocalypse. Who doesn't yearn for extraordinary power? What's more, this is an SSS-level talent. However, although Aman's eyes were full of envy, she was not jealous at all, but said to Chun Jong, "Go, Chun Jong." Chun Jong nodded to Aman and said seriously, "Aman, in a short while, I will help you find a talent seed, at least a level." When Aman heard this, she was immediately elated and became happy. "Yes, Chun Jong, I believe in you." At this moment, a laugh sounded behind Chun Jong and Aman. "Chun Jong, I really want to thank you." Shocked, Chun Jong hurriedly turned around, only to see Qin Jun's figure slowly appearing. Besides him, there were Sihan and Suya, following him from left to right. As for Aman, Sihan had already held a gun to his head. Qin Jun. Chun Jong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He never imagined how Qin Jun would appear here. Shouldn't he still be familiar with his abilities in the Resident? How did Qin Jun find this place? For a moment, countless questions appeared in Chun Jong's mind. In fact, from the very beginning, Chun Jong was very vigilant. He deliberately chose a good time to leave secretly. Lieutenant Wang didn't believe everything either. After leaving the station, Chun Jong took Aman and hid in a place to observe secretly for a long time, and found that everything in the station was normal and no one was following them. This is coming towards Dongxing building. Moreover, along the way, he made many turns and turns, all walking on small roads. While these cautions may seem fussy, some are persecuted paranoid. But Chun Jong knew deeply that all caution was necessary. I'm only one step away from changing against the sky. There must be no accidents. It could be said that Chun Jong's arrangement is perfect. If there were no accidents, even if Qin Jun mobilized the entire garrison soldiers, he would not be able to find him. But in Mutant was that accident. From a moment in Mutant put on the amulet Suya gave her, all the arrangements made by Chun Jong were just a joke. How come? Chun Jong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley all of a sudden, and his expression was extremely solemn and ugly. A fact that he didn't want to accept was in front of him, this SSS-level talent. He probably won't be able to get it. Even the situation will be more serious. And then Mutant looked at Suya in disbelief, although she was very innocent, but not really brainless. Seeing this scene, she didn't know that she was cheated by Suya. She took out the amulet Suya gave her, and there was a GPS locator inside. And Mutant stared at Suya. Her heart was full of grievance and remorse. She pointed at Suya and screamed, "Suya, why did you lie to me? I trust you so much." And Mutant was so wrong that she couldn't help crying. She felt so unfair. She felt so wronged. She never lied to Suya, nor did she hurt Suya, and she believed in Suya so much, she did everything Suya asked her to do. In the end, Suya was lying to her. Why? Why? How could Suya be so bad? Looking at Mutant, who was crying with pear blossoms and rain, who was extremely sad and regretful, Suya's face was expressionless, and her heart was suddenly filled with a kind of almost abnormal pleasure. This in Mutant was so innocent and simple that it was disgusting. Does she think this world is a beautiful utopia? No, the nature of this world is cruel, and Mutant is simply not suitable for living in this era, and what she did was just survival of the fittest. And Mutant cried and said to Chun Jong, "Chun Jong, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Suya lied to me." Chun Jong finally knew what was going on. He looked at the GPS tracker and in Muant's hand with an ugly expression. 100 secrets and one sparse. He didn't expect that Qin Jun actually started from a Mutant. The simple Mutant could easily be fooled by Suya. No wonder Qin Jun was able to find him so easily. Chun Jong clenched his fist tightly and almost gritted his teeth. It was only one step away from the SSS talent seed, but this kind of thing happened. All of a sudden, Chun Jong felt great resentment towards Mutant. When he asked Mutant before if he had revealed his secret to others, and Mutant said no, so he relaxed his vigilance. Why didn't Mutant tell him the truth? And Chun Jong was also regretting in his heart. He knew that Mutant was innocent. But because of a moment of emotion, he still told Mutant the secret of his SSS talent. But what Chun Jong hated the most was Suya, not even Qin Jun. Chun Jong stared at Suya with murderous intent in his eyes. He used to love this woman so much, and thought that she was the kindest girl in the world. But he was wrong. Suya is a femme fatale. She doesn't miss old love at all. Kill him from the start. What to do? Chun Jong's body trembled slightly. Even though the situation had reached this point, he was still unwilling to give up. His eyes suddenly shot brightly, and he rushed towards Qin Jun. Now there is one last solution, and that is to control Qin Jun. Although Qin Jun has awakened the S-level talent, he has not yet adapted to the talent. He has adapted to the strengthening of strength, and his current combat power is stronger than Qin Jun. This is my only advantage. As long as he can control Qin Jun, not only can he plan a Mutant, but even the SSS talent seed is his own. Chun Jong's speed was extremely fast. Although he had hunted so many zombies and beasts before, his physical energy was almost exhausted. But in the desperate situation, Chun Jong still burst out his final potential. His figure dragged out after images in the air, which could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. Sihan showed murderous intent on his face and immediately drew his pistol and shot Chun Jong again. But Chun Jong's speed was too fast. Sihan fired 7 shots in a row, but missed, and in an instant he threw himself in front of Qin Jun, grabbing Qin Jun's throat. Qin Jun had no expression on his face, and he didn't even move to back away. But the next moment, Chun Jong screamed. His right hand was suddenly bent in an extremely twisted posture and was directly twisted off by an inexplicable force. The severe pain almost made Chun Jong faint. Psychic control? How come? Chun Jong had a look of disbelief. He never thought that Qin Jun would be able to use such terrifying psychic powers without fully controlling the S-level talent. Let him have almost no ability to resist. However, Chun Jong is worthy of being a character who walked out of the mountain of corpses and blood in the previous life, and his mind is extremely clear. Turning around directly, the remaining left hand grabbed Suya's throat. Qin Jun, release in Mian. Otherwise, I will kill Suya. Qin Jun looked at Chun Jong and suddenly felt an unbelievable sense of humor. Chun Jong, you don't think he cares about Suya's life, do you? Qin Jun looked at Chun Jong sarcastically, only feeling funny and ridiculous. Chun Jong actually wanted to threaten Suya with his life. If Chun Jong was controlling the letter of thanks, then although Qin Jun would still choose to continue, he might hesitate for a second. But this Suya, Qin Jun didn't even have a second of hesitation in his heart. That's right. Qin Jun looked at Suya with admiration and regarded Suya as a plaything with value. But no matter how valuable playthings are, they are still playthings after all. In front of the SSS talent seed, Qin Jun has no scruples. Suya, if you die, you will die. It doesn't matter. And Suya's complexion turned pale. Although she has awakened a supernatural power, it is still a B-level supernatural power psychological torture. But she can't fully use her abilities now. At most, she can only affect people's emotions. The F-level talent is this good. It can immediately form a combat power, even if this advantage is only a short 3 days. Sensing the killing intent from Chun Jong behind her, Suya knew that if given the chance, Chun Jong would definitely break her neck without hesitation. But Suya didn't say a word. It seemed that she was not the one who was on the verge of life and death. Not to mention asking Qin Jun for help. A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face, as if mocking Chun Chong's overreach and whimsy. And the smile on his face immediately made Chun Jong feel bad. Qin Jun grabbed a Mian, looked at Chun Chong with a smile, and said with a smile, Chun Chong, do you think I care more about Suya, or do you care more about a Mian? Chun Jong's heart suddenly darkened. He realized that he had made an extremely serious mistake. Does a person like Qin Jun really care about the lives of those around him? Chun Jong gritted his teeth. Release in Mian. He exerted force with his left hand, and Suya's delicate body trembled suddenly. Her throat was tightly strangled by Chun Jong. She couldn't breathe immediately, and her face began to turn red. And Mian also yelled, Qin Jun, let us go, or my father will never let you go. My father is the governor of Jiangjing. He can arrest you all with one word. Yeah. Qin Jun smiled, without any sign of panic, and unhurriedly took the pistol from Sihan's hand. Boom! A shot hit in Mian's knee. Aye! And Mian suddenly screamed. The pain almost made her faint. And Mian has been pampered since she was a child. Even if her finger is cut, the doctor will treat her immediately. When had she ever thought she would get shot? Blood was flowing, and Mian cried out in pain. His face was pale, and he couldn't believe that Qin Jun really shot him. She is the governor's daughter. Chun Jong also widened his eyes, full of regret. Although he resented Mian for not telling the truth to himself before, he did something stupid to lure Qin Jun here. But he still loves Mian deeply in his heart. Seeing that Qin Jun had no regard for Suya's life and directly shot Mian, Chun Jong was shocked and angry. Stop! With a roar, Chun Jong saw the gun in Qin Jun's hand aiming at Mian's head. Chun Jong, do you think I will shoot again? Chun Jong was so angry that he used force with his left hand to almost cut off Suya's neck. Suya's complexion turned purple. She rolled her eyes and was about to suffocate to death. But Chun Jong let go of his hand suddenly, and Suya fell powerlessly to the ground, coughing continuously, and died to escape. Chun Jong stood there blankly, his expression extremely ugly, with a trace of decadence. This time, he was completely defeated. Nothing. And Mian cried and said, Chun Chong, leave me alone. Qin Jun dare not kill me. My father is in phone. Hearing this, Qin Jun was a little surprised and glanced at Mian in his hand. This woman's stupidity simply refreshed his cognition. It's the end of the era, and an upstart like Xiang, and who has just risen for more than 10 years, will soon become worthless. Jing is going to die soon, and Infeng has to be buried with him. And Mian, the governor's daughter, looked like an aunt to Qin Jun, and she didn't have any worries about killing her. Just as Chun Jong was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and he screamed again. The whole person was suppressed by an inexplicable force, and he knelt down uncontrollably. And Qin Jun directly raised his pistol and shot Chun Jong in the heart. Bang! There was an expression of disbelief on Chun Jong's face. He stared blankly at the muzzle of the gun on his chest. Blood was flowing, and disbelief remained in his remaining consciousness. He is dying? Just a day after he was reborn, he died? Although he has awakened the F-level innate power enhancement, but the heart has not been strengthened, and he will die as if he was shot. And Mian screamed, threw herself to Chun Jong's side, and burst into tears. She regrets so much, regrets that she trusted Suya. This is what hurt Chun Jong. And Qin Jun had no expression on his face, and shot Chun Jong's head several times, directly blowing his head off, and he couldn't die anymore. The education Qin Jun received since he was a child is to do things without leaving future troubles. Be sure to fill up the gun. The Qin family style of doing things is also the same. Either don't do it, or do it absolutely, and send the whole family of political opponents to the West, leaving none behind. And Mian's face was full of crazy hatred, with a distorted expression on his face, staring at Qin Jun, wishing he could eat her alive. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Jun fired another shot with a blank expression on his face. And Mian was also sent on the road. In just a few tens of seconds, Chun Jong and Mian were directly executed by Qin Jun, without procrastination or nonsense. Chun Jong, the son of luck, died just like that. Death is not shocking at all, even a little bland. In Qin Jun's ears, the sound of the system's reminder also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obliterating Luck's son, Chun Jong, rewarding 30 villain points. Reward 2. The system store is open. Mission rating, SSS. Additional reward, villain value, 15 points. Hearing the system score, Qin Jun smiled. After so much effort, he finally achieved his goal. Qin Jun looked at the fruit again, feeling a little excited in his heart. This SSS-level talent seed is his. But before that, Qin Jun has one more thing to do. He turned to look at Suya, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He didn't worry about Suya's life at all just now, wondering if there would be resentment in Suya's heart. If so, then Suya can't stay. Qin Jun will not let a plaything of surviving resentment exist beside him. Qin Jun looked at Suya with a smile and said softly, I didn't take your life into account just now. Are you disappointed? He stared closely at Suya's eyes. As long as Suya has any resentment or disappointment, he will send Suya on the road without hesitation. Suya smiled. She smiled very sweetly. He said very seriously, if you take my life into consideration, then I will be disappointed. In my heart, you're a person who does great things, and those who want to achieve great things, how can you take care of me? Suya's meaning is very clear. If Qin Jun will take her life into consideration, he will be swayed by the affection of his children. Then he is not a person who can accomplish great things. On the contrary, Qin Jun's ruthlessness made Suya surrender even more. A woman like her would only submit to the strong. And Qin Jun is such a strong man. Qin Jun couldn't help laughing when he heard this. This woman is very interesting. He turned around and looked at the SSS talent seed and grabbed the fruit without wasting time. The next moment, the talent seed directly turned into a stream of light, pouring into Qin Jun's eyebrows. The ground of the entire copy of the different space began to tremble, After an unknown amount of time, Qin Jun finally opened his eyes slowly. There was a look of great satisfaction on his face. This SSS-level talent seed is really against the sky. It is actually able to devour other supernatural talents. It can be said that as long as there are more talents devoured, then Qin Jun in the future basically has no upper limit and can always become stronger. The sound of the system's upgrade rang in my ears again. Ding! All the detected hosts have obtained potential gains and an additional reward. Reborn memory. The next moment, a memory suddenly appeared in Qin Jun's mind. Chun Jong's memories of his previous life. A smile suddenly appeared on Qin Jun's face. Double happiness. This memory is very precious. Even in Qin Jun's opinion, it is comparable to an SSS-level talent. With this memory, Qin Jun is very familiar with the Doomsday, which he knew nothing about before, and knows many things that will happen in the future, and knows the direction of the future situation. He even knows where the S-level subspace copy will appear. And a system panel also appeared in front of Qin Jun's eyes. Host, Qin Jun. Physical strength, 1. Extraordinary talent. Talent devoured, SSS level. Talent devoured, none. Psionic control, S rank. Extraordinary level, 1. Villain value, 45. Super Mall has been opened. Qin Jun showed an extremely satisfied look on his face. This time he's gained a lot. With Rebirth memory and SSS-level talent seed. In front of Qin Jun is an extremely magnanimous golden road. Qin Jun and the others didn't stay in the different space dungeon for too long. After the SSS talent seed was collected, the space in this dungeon also became unstable. Soon, the three of them left the copy of the different space. And the copy of the different space also began to become distorted and finally disappeared. The corpses of Chun Jong and Mian also completely disappeared from this world. Zhao Yi, who was guarding the entrance of the dungeon, saw Qin Jun and immediately stepped forward and said, "Master, I just received the news that the defense line of the safe zone has been completely lost. The governor's office has been relocated to the garrison area to continue commanding the overall situation. However, I estimate that the fall of Jing will happen tonight at most. Although the Jang Bay Bridge was blown to the north, there were still several ferries on the island, and the desperate people would not give up any possible opportunities. It must have taken the ferry to the safe zone, and among them, there must be many infected people mixed in, and there are also zombie outbreaks in the safe area. The situation in Jing has completely gotten out of control, and the tens of hours of efforts of the Jing authorities have also failed. But what did all this have to do with him?" Qin Jun nodded. Now that Chun Jong was killed and the SSS level talent was taken, Jing naturally has nothing to miss. Moreover, he has awakened this SSS level talent and needs more time to adapt. Even before, he forcibly used energy control, and now his nerves are still aching. It's time to take a break. Let's go. Let's leave Jing now. What Zhao Yi was waiting for was his words. He immediately said, "I've already made arrangements, and there is already a special plane on standby at Jiangjing International Airport." Immediately, under the escort of Zhao Yi and a group of soldiers, Qin Jun's convoy left Dongxing Building and sped towards Jiangjing International Airport. Along the way, there was chaos everywhere. Burning cars, carnival thugs, and weeping people disappeared as the windows quickly retreated. I can no longer disturb Qin Jun's good mood at the moment. Jiangjing International Airport. The high-speed and high-speed rail connecting Jiangjing to other places have long been paralyzed, and the only hopeful way to leave Jiangjing is by plane. So thousands of survivors crowded around the periphery of Jiangjing International Airport, trying to seize the last hope of life and leave this purgatory on Earth. As the most important security zone, the airport's defense force is also very strong, with a whole reinforced brigade maintaining order. "Let us in. I'm rich. I'll pay 30,000 for a plane ticket. I'm the vice president of Tanyuan Group. I'll pay 100,000. Let me in." The crowd was in disarray because the airport had been closed, and they saw planes take off, and there were not many planes left on the airport. Now, People are not fools. They don't believe that there will be a plane flying back to pick them up. This plane is one less if it takes one flight. Facing the anger and excitement of the crowd, the leading officer just said coldly, "The current order is to stay put and wait for arrangements. Please don't panic and wait with peace of mind." People are anxious to scold their mothers. When the hell is this? Are you still waiting with peace of mind? But they didn't dare to force their way in. The army even dared to blow up the Jang Bay Bridge. What else would they not dare to do? And some dignitaries with a strong background entered the airport through a small passage. The dignitaries looked at the anxious and angry crowd outside with pity. But in fact, those people were also rich and wealthy. But in this current situation, simply being rich is useless. Even if you pay $1 million, you can't buy a plane ticket. The powerful and the powerful, the power ranks in front of the noble. Naturally, there's a reason for it. A middle-aged man who had already entered the airport was walking quickly towards the boarding gate. He looks majestic, domineering, and there are several followers behind him. Obviously a big man who has been in a high position for a long time. The middle-aged man told a young man beside him, "Secretary Song, when we get off the plane, you go to get cash immediately, and you can get as much as you can." Secretary Song nodded. "Okay, Minister Sunday." The identity of this middle-aged man is not ordinary. His name is Sun Wong Ho, and he is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Water Resources of the State Committee. Although he is a low-ranking deputy minister, he is also a big boss at the ministry level. He came to Jing 3 days ago to host a meeting on ecological environment governance. Did not expect to come across this kind of thing, so he immediately used his authority, left the blockade all the way, and went straight to the airport to leave Jing. And he also got the news that the imperial capital had fallen, so he was going to go to the north where it was safe for the time being before making any plans. At this moment, the noise in front of the boarding gate sounded. "What do you mean? The plane is gone." The dignitaries could no longer keep calm and shouted at an officer in front of them. "Then what should we do now?" The officer had no expression on his face and said in a deep voice, "Please wait patiently for the next flight." "Do you think we are fools? Where's the next flight?" "I am Chun Wide, the logistics minister of the Provincial Armed Forces Department. Lieutenant, hurry up and get the last plane back. I am the speaker of the Jing Municipal Council." The dignitaries were outraged. Now that Jing has become a hard-hit area, how could there be any planes that would dare to fly to Jing? And sharp-eyed people saw a large passenger plane parked on the tarmac through the window. "Isn't there another plane?" "There is another plane. Let's take this one. Let's go." As if seeing a life-saving straw, people pointed at the last plane and shouted. But the officer shook his head and said flatly, "No, that plane has other arrangements, so it can't take off now." Another arrangement? People are stunned. What's going on now? And there are other G arrangements? At this time, Sun Wong Ho and his party came up. "Little comrade, why is there another arrangement for this plane?" Sun Wong Ho looked calm, and his voice was steady. Even in such a critical situation, he still didn't panic. When everyone saw Sun Wong Ho's ostentation, they knew that he must be a big shot. Secretary Song's voice was calm, and he introduced lightly, "This is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Water Resources of the State Committee, Minister Sunday." "Minister?" Everyone gasped. They didn't expect a boss from the ministry to appear here. And some dignitaries also remembered. It seems that a few days ago, a leader of a ministry came to Jing for a meeting. It should be this person. The officer was also a little surprised to hear that he was the boss of the ministry. He hesitated for a moment, but still revealed some news. "It's an order from the garrison chief's office. This plane is not allowed to take off. It has to wait for someone." "Wait? Such a big plane is parked just to wait for someone?" "They're also powerful and occupy high positions. But even so, they can get a ticket to leave Jing. That's it, they're lucky. And this person can actually let a plane wait for him?" What is the identity of this person? Even Sun Wong Ho was stunned. Even he didn't have the energy. Now the airport is under military control, and he can't adjust the military. It's just, who is this person? Who has a higher status than him? Sun Wong Ho thought about it carefully, and it seems that he is the only high-ranking official who came to the imperial capital recently. But now the situation is critical. If you wait any longer, you may not be able to leave. Sun Wangho said in a deep voice. Little comrade, the situation is critical now, so it's inappropriate for so many of us to wait for one person. The minority obeys the majority. We are all in high positions, the pillars of the country. If something happens to us, it will be the loss of the country, and the situation will be thrown into chaos. Little comrade, let us go first. You have to take care of the overall situation. But the officer was still expressionless, joking. Although he is a soldier, he is also clear in his heart. The person who can keep a plane on standby must be of unusual status, at least higher than these people. These dignitaries patted their butts and left. What should I do? He was still counting on the military plane when the army retreated. At this moment, a laugh sounded. Take care of the overall situation? Hee hee, I am the overall situation. Everyone heard the words and looked back. I saw a handsome young man, escorted by a group of heavily armed soldiers, appearing mightily in the boarding passage. Listening to the slightly arrogant words of the young man, the dignitaries were a little agitated, especially the way the young man looked at them. They were very familiar, because this is the way they usually look at those ordinary people, the way they look at ants. But although the dignitaries were extremely angry, they all wisely chose to shut up because of the muzzles of the soldiers around the young man. And Sun Wangho felt a little dissatisfied. After all, he is the head of the ministry, the top dignitaries in this country. Whoever dares to give him face in ordinary times is just begging to curry favor with him. But now that the situation is so critical, Sun Wangho suppressed the anger in his heart. He wants to directly pressure Qin Jun with his own identity. Although this young man was able to use the military to reserve a plane for him, it might be because of his relationship with the local military in Jiangxing. After all, looking at the entire country, there are not 100 people with higher status than him. Sun Wangho was about to say something, but when he saw Qin Jun's appearance, he suddenly frowned, feeling a little bit surprised. He hesitated and asked, Chairman Qin, who are you? Qin Jun smiled slightly. He is my father. Sun Wangho's mind boomed, and he immediately understood who this young man was. The only son of Qin Yuan, chairman of the State Council, young master of the Qin family. The anger in Sun Wangho's heart just now disappeared without a trace. He is indeed a boss of the ministry. But there are also many types of ministries and commissions. The Ministry of State Water Resources ranks relatively low among so many ministries and commissions, and the Ministry of Water Resources has more than a dozen deputy ministers, and he is just one of them. The gap between him and Qin Yuan is as big as the gap between the deputy director of the Water Conservancy Department of the following provinces and cities. He didn't even have a chance to meet Qin Yuan. After all, the chairman of the State Council is the head of the 7 giants of the Cardinal Council. The Ministry of Water Resources is only one of the many departments under the jurisdiction of the Cardinal Council. Sun Wangho smiled immediately. I am Sun Wangho, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Water Resources. I had dinner with your father at a dinner in August last year. He remembered a dinner party last year clearly. It can be seen that in his heart, it can be said to be a great honor to have a meal with Chairman Qin. Ministers? Qin Jun was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet the boss of the ministry here. But he just had some accidents, and he didn't take Sun Wangho to heart at all. Now that the imperial capital is gone, ministries, commissions, bureaus, and other departments have lost their meaning of existence. Moreover, the Ministry of Water Resources has no real power, and it is still a deputy. This Sun Wangho, apart from his level, doesn't have any energy. Naturally, there is no use value. And Qin Jun has always been impatient with people who are useless. Qin Jun smiled indifferently. So, it's Minister's son. Please step aside. I'm catching the plane. Seeing that Qin Jun had no intention of letting them board the plane, the dignitaries became anxious. They also knew the identity of Qin Jun. He was not a big shot they could provoke. But when the hell is it now? It's important to run first. They don't care about the rest. Young Master Qin, the plane is so big and there are many empty seats. Take me with you. Let's get on the plane. Let's go together. This is a large passenger plane, and we can't even sit on it. The rich and powerful fell to their knees. In the face of life and death, all dignity is bullshit. As long as they can catch this last flight, they are willing to let them add Qin Jun's souls. Sun Wang shuddered cheekily, telling him, the head of the ministry, to kneel down and beg for help. He couldn't do it, not even in a life-and-death situation. At his level, he still values dignity more. Of course, this does not mean that he is willing to wait to die. Sun Wangho looked toward Qin Jun. He didn't believe that Qin Jun would not give him face. No matter how you say it, he is still a boss of the ministry. Looking at the terrified dignitaries, Qin Jun just smiled and shrugged. Sorry, I'm not used to flying with strangers. After all, under the escort of the soldiers, he walked away. In his opinion, these so-called dignitaries in the Doomsday era are no different from ordinary people. In the apocalyptic era, money is waste paper, and the power they are proud of disappears with the collapse of social order. And they have no awakening talent. What's the difference between them and civilians? It's just that they haven't adapted to this change of identity. A bunch of useless waste. What are you doing on the plane? Wasting food? The rich and powerful were so desperate that they wanted to pass through the boarding gate like crazy, but they were stopped by the soldiers and could only utter powerless curses. After boarding the plane, Zhao led several soldiers and did not come down, pretending to escort Qin Jun. The deputy teacher's meaning was very clear. He wanted to go to Dongdu with Qin Jun, this first-tier metropolis in the world, and also the headquarters of the Qin family. Qin Jun did not refuse. After all, Zhao is also considered loyal to the Qin family, and in the past 2 days, he has worked hard for his affairs without credit. The plane gradually took off, and Qin Jun saw a desperate city through the window. Zombies are everywhere, madly attacking all creatures around, desperate civilians crying and crying. But their despair can only bring death. The gunfire was still ringing, and some soldiers who were unwilling to give up were trapped on the streets. They were divided into small teams by the zombie group, but it also formed an extremely fragile line of defense, wanting to make a final struggle. Qin Jun sighed faintly, and then put on the blindfold. After a while, snoring sounded softly. He fell asleep. It was as if the purgatory scene outside had no effect on his mood at all. Master, we are here. The voice of the letter of thanks rang in Qin Jun's ears gently, and Qin Jun slowly woke up from his sleep. He took off the blindfold, and through the window of the plane, he could faintly see that a huge city was gradually appearing in front of him. Eastern City, super first-tier city. Its economic strength and industrial strength are extremely strong, and it is a first-tier metropolis in the world. At the same time, this is also the basic home of the Qin family. The plane skipped over a large urban area of Dongdu and landed slowly towards the airport. And Dongdu also seemed to have suffered a lot from this catastrophe at the same time. It can be clearly seen from the sky that several districts in Dongdu are in ruins, with thick smoke billowing. It seems to be traces of being bombed by heavy artillery. Finally, the plane landed slowly at Dongdu International Airport. The entire airport has been closed, and the army has established a line of defense here, heavily guarded. When Qin Jun walked down the aisle of the plane and set foot on Dongdu, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Dongdu is his home. The passageway of the airport was already full of black cars parked one after another. These cars were all bulletproof, and their protection was even stronger than that of military vehicles. However, this special car is not available to everyone. If you want to take this kind of car, you have to be at least ministerial. A gray-haired old man, with his hair combed meticulously and wearing a formal suit, was looking at Qin Jun with a smile on his face. "Welcome home, young master." With a calm voice, the old man took the initiative to greet him. Cuber. Facing this old man, Qin Jun no longer had the previous indifference and hypocrisy, and put on a smile from the heart. This old man is Qiu Bo, the housekeeper of the Qin family. He has served the Qin family for 40 years. In the hearts of the Qin family, Uncle Qiu is not only a housekeeper, but also a relative. Uncle Chow nodded to the thank you letter again. Thank you for your hard work. Sihan lowered his head in awe. For these subordinates of the Qin family, Uncle Chow is very prestigious. Seeing this scene, Suya's eyes flickered strangely. Until then, she didn't know what the word Qin's family meant. It turns out that the plots in the novels and movies are all true, and big families have such ostentation. This is simply her dream treatment. Master, the situation is not stable yet. Please go home first. Uncle Chow opened the car door for Qin Jun, his voice unhurried. It seems that the doomsday seems to him only because the situation is not stable. Although Uncle Chow is only the butler of the Qin family, his calmness and elegance have already beaten many so-called dignitaries. Qin Jun nodded and walked into the car, door surrounded by everyone. The convoy also started slowly, leaving the airport and heading toward the center of the city along the road under the clearing of military vehicles. Through the car window, Qin Jun found that the current situation in Dongdu is still calm. It's just that at the intersections on the street, there are military defenses, machine gun sandbags are set up, and there are not many pedestrians. Young master, the zombie virus is also broken out in Dongdu these days, but it is not as large as that in Jiangxing. At that time, there were infected people in 3 districts in Dongdu, and the master immediately ordered the 3 districts to be sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Yesterday, the situation began to get out of control, and the number of infected people in these 3 blocked areas increased too much. The master made a decisive decision and directly ordered the army to bomb the 3 districts indiscriminately. Although there were still some fish that slipped through the net, and zombies also appeared in the safe area, they were largely wiped out. Before Qin Jun could ask a question, Uncle Chow took the initiative to explain the situation for Qin Jun. Directly bomb 3 districts. Suya's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help looking at Qin Jun. Is this the Qin family? When Qin Jun was in Jiangxing, he also ordered the Jang Bay Bridge to be blown up. This can no longer be called decisive. It should be more appropriate to use ruthless and ruthless. That Chairman Qin, like Qin Jun, seemed to have no regard for the lives of civilians. As long as the situation can be controlled, it doesn't matter if you sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people. So you couldn't help asking in a low voice, "Officials from the eastern capital, don't you object?" As soon as these words were said, Qin Jun, Qiu Bo, and Sihan all showed an inexplicable smile on their faces. Uncle Qiu smiled gently at Suya, then raised his head slightly, looking a little arrogant. "Beautiful lady, you may not be aware of a fact. This city is named Qin." Suya is indeed an ambitious, resourceful, and vicious woman. But because of her low background, like those commoners, she looked down on the situation. In many people's minds, how could Dongdu, an international metropolis, have a surname Qin? You know, the governor of the eastern capital is changed every 10 years, and they are all directly appointed by the presidential palace of the imperial capital. That's right, none of the previous governors of Dongdu was from the Qin family. Even the top leaders of various departments in Dongdu, such as the elder of the police department, the chief of the finance bureau, etc., are also promoted normally. Even most of them are transferred from other places. But few people have noticed that the executive vice governor of Dongdu City is surnamed Qin, and the Secretary General of the city government is surnamed Qin. The deputy director of the police department is surnamed Qin. The directors of various departments are surnamed Qin, and the real power deputies of all departments, such as the Finance Bureau and State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, are all surnamed Qin. For decades, nothing has changed. It can be said that the Qin family controls the city from all aspects. And it's more than that. All the large shopping malls in Dongdu are built and operated by the Qin Group, and the companies in Dongdu are more or less controlled by Qin Group. Those processing factories, logistics companies, etc., all walks of life have Qin's figure behind them. In other words, in Dongdu, the money that anyone spends on any occasion will eventually return to the Qin family's wallet in various ways. In fact, across the country, the Qin family has this kind of energy and is very influential. In the Huaihai provinces, the Qin family has even greater influence. And this eastern capital is the base and headquarters of the Qin family. The tens of millions of citizens in Dongdu are actually employees of the Qin family, and they have been creating wealth for the Qin family throughout their lives. It's just that they don't know it. The convoy passed through heavily guarded lines of defense and finally arrived at the city center. After an unknown amount of time, the convoy slowly stopped in front of a luxurious ancient-style mansion. Although it is called a mansion, it covers an extremely large area with hundreds of hectares and hundreds of houses. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a palace. And here is Qin Jun's home, where he grew up. At the entrance of the mansion, there are guards with guns on guard, with serious expressions. Even the tanks drove to the surrounding streets, and the entire area was directly divided into restricted areas, and ordinary people could not get close at all. Seeing Qin Jun, the guard immediately showed a look of respect and bowed in salute. Suya followed Qin Jun Xiaobua into the mansion, with a shocked look on her face. It was like a palace here, and there's a sense of heaviness to it. Uncle Xiao smiled at Suya. "Miss Su, your room has been arranged, and your family members have arrived at Dongdu and are undergoing examination at the hospital. The quarantine should be lifted tonight." When Suya heard this, a grateful look appeared on her face. "Thanks." Uncle Xiao said to Qin Jun again, Master is already waiting for you in the study." Qin Jun nodded and headed directly towards the study. Along the way, the servants bowed and saluted one after another. Most of them have worked in the Qin family for decades or even several generations. I respect Qin Jun, the future head of the family, from the bottom of my heart. Qin Jun walked all the way and finally came to a door. He knocked on the door. Soon, a majestic and calm voice came from the door. "Enter." Qin Jun opened the door and saw a middle-aged man sitting behind his desk dealing with documents. And there were several officers standing in front of him reporting the situation. Judging by the ranks on their shoulder badges, they are all lieutenant generals and major generals. And that middle-aged man has a majestic appearance, faintly similar to Qin Jun. He is the head of the Qin family, Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan is the chairman of the State Council. His status is second only to the president, and he is the head of the 7 giants of the Cardinal Council. He holds great power and has a high position, is one of the leaders of this country. But for Qin Jun, he is the father who loves him the most. That's all. Seeing Qin Jun coming in, those generals said goodbye and left one after another, and nodded kindly to Qin Jun. These generals are all the commanders of the Dongdu garrison, and they are also members of the Qin family. Even the 200,000 troops in the eastern capital garrison were firmly controlled by the Qin family. Seeing his son, Qin Yuan said calmly, "You didn't come back yesterday. This is a risky choice. But I believe you should have your reasons." Qin Jun smiled and said softly, "Yes, compared to this little danger, I have gained more." Qin Yuan nodded and didn't ask Qin Jun what he got. He believes that his son, Qin Jun, is the continuation of his life and the most perfect creation of his. Understand the gains and losses of interests, and always put interests first and will not be swayed by emotions. This is his consistent way of teaching Qin Jun, and it has also formed Qin Jun's independent character. Have you awakened your talent? Awakened. A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face, and he's still an SSS-level talent. Qin Yuan stared at Qin Jun for a while, with a satisfied smile on his face. "As expected of my son." He got up slowly and said lightly, "Since the appearance of the black obelisk yesterday, human beings have experienced extraordinary awakening. I have also awakened the S-level talent. Not only me, but most of us in the Qin family have awakened the talent." He slowly took out a box and said, "Inside this is a thing called talent seed, which seems to be able to awaken ordinary people's talent. This is a different space that appeared in the suburbs yesterday. We sent people directly into it. After losing 3 companies, we got this A-level talent seed. Originally, this was prepared for you, but now it seems that it is not necessary." He put the box in front of Qin Jun. "The letter of thanks does not seem to have awakening talent. She has been by your side to protect you these past few years. which is considered her best effort. Take this thing as a reward for her loyalty over the years. Qin Jun got up slowly, and his expressionless face showed a bit of dignity. He walked to the window, looked at the half of the eastern capital in ruins, and said in a deep voice, "The world has changed, and the end is coming. The imperial capital has been reduced to death, and the heads of various ministries and commissions basically died in the turmoil. The country is now in a state of anarchy. We have just received news that 80% of the cities in the country have fallen, and the death toll caused by this catastrophe is at least 500 million. 500 million deaths." Hearing this number, even Qin Jun felt a chill hit his face. In just 2 days, nearly half of the people in this country disappeared. But what followed was excitement. "Dad, now that the social system of the entire world has completely collapsed, it is impossible to restore to the previous level. We, the Qin family, should also consider how to go the next way." Qin Jun said calmly, "Tell me your opinion." A crazy smile gradually appeared on Qin Jun's face. Zombies are everywhere, and all kinds of monsters are rampant. Most of the cities in the past have become gathering places for zombies and monsters. If most people want to survive, they can only open up new shelters and gathering points. And we have Dongdu and a complete industrial system, which is our greatest advantage. Moreover, the age of evolution has arrived, and the awakening rate is less than 1 in 10,000, but most of our Qin family can awaken their talents. This is a sign from God to us. What does it portend? Foretells that we will be kings of this new world. Father. Qin Jun looked at his son. "What do you want to do?" A trace of cruel indifference appeared on Qin Jun's face. "Monopoly resources. To monopolize all the resources, there is no need to pretend that everyone is equal. Now even the country does not exist, and the law has no effect. Or to put another way, in today's era, whoever has the biggest fist is the one who speaks the law. Go on. First of all, we have to build a city wall to isolate Dongdu from the outside world, so as to avoid another outbreak of zombie virus. And the remaining people in the eastern metropolis will become our resources. They will work in factories in exchange for the qualification to stay in the eastern metropolis. Useless old people are driven out and left to fend for themselves. Keeping them will only waste food. We need to unify the education of children and instill in them the thought of being loyal to the Qin family. Monopolize those copies of different spaces. Monopolize those precious talent seeds and create evolutionaries who are loyal to our Qin family. To suppress all opposing voices. Only the will of our Qin family can exist in Dongdu from now on, until it spreads to the whole world." Qin Jun's tone was firm and full of indifference. It's hard to imagine that just a week ago, he was a sophomore at Jing University, and he looked no different from ordinary people. But now, he is describing an extremely cold and cruel world. In his plan, ordinary people can only become slaves, working day after day, becoming an insignificant cog in the behemoth of the Qin family. In his eyes, ordinary people no longer have human rights and personality. They're just pigs and ants. And on the bones of countless civilians, a family full of power and iron blood is about to surface, heading towards the top of the world. And anyone who dares to stand in front of it will be smashed to pieces. Qin Jun looked at Qin Jun quietly, as if he wanted to get to know his son again. After an unknown amount of time, a smile finally appeared on his face. "I thought that you still need to practice for a few more years, but you are far more perfect than I imagined." Qin Jun patted his son on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "You're right. The people of our Qin family are destined to be the kings of this world." Sihan's room is also in the Qin's mansion. Although she is a subordinate of the Qin family, her status is not low. She is Qin Jun's personal bodyguard. Since Qin Jun went to high school, she has been by Qin Jun's side all the time. The room of the letter of thanks is the same as her character, simple and monotonous. She was cleaning the firearm carefully, very seriously. As a bodyguard, firearms are a second life for Sihan. And the exquisite structure of firearms also requires frequent maintenance, so that there will be no accidents when they need to be used. Sihan looked at the pistol in his hand, A bit of bitterness gradually appeared on his face. After the doomsday came, Qin Jun awakened his talent, Suya awakened his talent, and even that Chun Jong awakened his talent. But she has no awakening talent, and she is still an ordinary person. Although the letter of thanks did not show it, she was still very disappointed in her heart. Because she has no awakening talent, how can she protect Qin Jun again? Especially in the copy of the different space, Chun Jong rushed over, and she couldn't touch Chun Jong with several consecutive shots, allowing Chun Jong to enter. Although Chun Jong died in the end, and Qin Jun didn't blame her. But the letter of thanks has always been very self-blaming. My own performance is very unqualified. After the letter of thanks wiped the firearm, he looked at the beautiful and delicate face in the mirror on the table. She grew up in Qin's parents since she was a child, and she was educated on how to protect Qin Jun. She can sacrifice her life without hesitation. It can be said that Qin Jun is the whole meaning of her life. And deep in her heart, she also deeply loves Qin Jun. But she never expressed this thought because she doesn't know how to dress herself up, nor can she speak sweet words like Suya, let alone act like a baby. She was just in the shadows, looking at Qin Jun from a distance, protecting Qin Jun. Her life will always be guns and fighting. Standing beside Qin Jun, she will always pay attention to the disturbances around her. As long as there is something wrong, she will immediately become vigilant. Over the years, the letter of thanks has always protected Qin Jun very well. And this is her inner pride. But just this is enough to make her very satisfied. But now, Sihan felt a little apprehensive and hesitant about the future. No matter how hard she tried, she was still just an ordinary person, and she couldn't even beat an F-level talent. Qin Jun is now an evolutionary, stronger than her, and doesn't need her protection at all. Thinking of this, Sihan felt a little confused. Qin Jun doesn't need her anymore, so what else will she do? Sihan put the gun back in place in silence. She stared blankly at the mirror, dazed. If Qin Jun doesn't need her anymore, where will she go? At this moment, the door was knocked. Sihan left to clean up his mood and opened the door. Master! Seeing that it was Qin Jun, Sihan's face showed a hint of joy and panic. The joy is because Qin Jun is here. The panic was also because of Qin Jun's arrival. She was afraid that Qin Jun would tell her that she would no longer need her guards. Qin Jun walked to Sihan's room and sat directly on her bed, very casually. Although they are named master and servant, they're actually the same age and have been together for so many years. The two are already very familiar with each other. Master, what's the matter? Sihan hurriedly fetched a glass of water for Qin Jun and asked anxiously, for she was afraid of hearing bad news. Qin Jun glanced at the letter of thanks, seeing her reddish eye sockets, felt a slight movement in his heart, and immediately guessed what the letter of thanks was thinking. His eyes flickered with a deliberate indifference on his face. He said lightly, I came here to inform you today that I won't be protecting me in the next few days. Sihan's face suddenly turned pale, and she felt pain in her heart. The last thing she wanted to see happened. She managed to remain calm, her delicate body trembling slightly. Really? Then what is my new job? Is it to enter the military area, or to protect other people? Sihan held back his tears and asked again, Am I going to move out of here? Then I'll move out tomorrow. The girl's heart is almost broken. Qin Jun frowned and asked strangely, Where did you move to? Sihan lowered his head. His voice was faintly crying. Since I am no longer your guard, young master, of course I am not qualified to live here. Who said you're not my bodyguard? The letter of thanks immediately raised his head. Didn't the young master just say that I don't need to protect you these few days? Of course. Qin Jun nodded solemnly and then took out a box. Here is the A-level talent seed. It's for you. You need to refine it these few days. Of course, you don't need to protect me. The letter of thanks was almost stunned. She looked at the box in Qin Jun's hand with mixed surprise. My heart is full of emotion. That's what it means. And the letter of thanks saw the smile on Qin Jun's face. How could he not know that Qin Jun was teasing her? Thank you letter crying and laughing. Seeing this iceberg beauty lose her composure, Qin Jun couldn't help hugging the thank you letter into his arms. and kept it tenderly. In his impression, Sihan was a very strong person, but he did not expect to show such a weak side now. It can be seen that his position in the heart of the letter of thanks. And Qin Jun has no doubt that when he is in danger, Sihan will not hesitate to give his life. However, Qin Jun didn't feel that he would be in any danger. Qin Jun heard the words and comforted him a few more words. This gentle and approachable appearance is simply the appearance of a good contemporary youth. But who would have thought that just half an hour ago, he made an extremely cruel plan. And this plan will lead to the death of many people. Dongdu, a medical isolation facility. Su Jingguo looked anxious and nervous, comforting his wife and little daughter. Su Jingguo is the deputy director of the restructuring committee of a third-tier city, and he is a senior officer. However, such a small official is actually not much different from ordinary people. After the outbreak of zombies, Su Jingguo's family was trapped at home. Su Jingguo also wanted to move around and get a pass to leave the closed area, but he didn't get the desired result after making dozens of phone calls. Not even one of his old leaders got a pass. In this case, the Su family was almost desperate. But suddenly, a group of soldiers knocked on his door and escorted his family to a safe area. Then someone took them to the airport and arranged a plane for them to leave the city. Su Jingguo is still in a daze until now, not knowing what happened. He also asked the officer who escorted him, but the officer shook his head, only knowing that it was an order from the highest office of the Southeast Military Region. These words almost gave Su Jingguo a heart attack. The highest office in the Southeast Military Region. This is the head of the 5 major military regions in the country. How can he make the highest office think about it? Is it the same name? Su Jingguo wisely didn't ask any more questions, and just came to Dongdu in such a daze, and then someone brought them here for inspection. Su Jingguo's wife is Yuan Lu, a high school teacher, and their youngest daughter is Su Yong, who is 18 years old and just entered her 3rd year of high school. The 3 members of the Su family were waiting in the room, and no one paid any attention to them. And Su Jingguo wanted to ask, but when he saw that the people coming and going were either school-level military officers or scientific researchers in white coats, he didn't have the courage to ask. Yuan Lu's face was full of worry, and she said softly, "Old Su, they have identified the wrong person, right? How would the highest office know about us?" Su Jingguo reassured his wife. "It's okay, we've already come anyway, so we shouldn't be driven back again, right?" They come, the security. Su Yu is very beautiful, with clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, pure and lovely, with a graceful body. She has already started to have capital, just like a green apple. But now, she is still in panic. After all, she had just seen the purgatory-like scene with her own eyes, and she passed by her school on the way being escorted by the army. The thugs have taken over the school and started violence. She even saw her classmates being pushed to the ground by a group of thugs to commit violence. If there is no army to escort them out, with her appearance, I am afraid the end will be even worse. Yuan Lu hugged her little daughter distressedly and said worriedly, "I don't know what happened to Xiaoya. Since that phone call, she will always be turned off when calling her." Speaking of this, Su Jingguo also sighed heavily. He has 2 daughters, the eldest daughter Suya, and the youngest daughter Su Yong, both of whom are outstanding and are his pride. Not only is a person beautiful, but learning is also good. Especially Suya, who was admitted to Jiangjing University, made him very proud. He comforted his wife and little daughter. Xiaoya has always had ideas. She should be fine. Immediately, the 3 members of the Su family fell into uncertainty about the future. They heard it on the plane, and now, not only the whole country, but the whole world is in chaos. All nations have been elected to anarchy. None have been spared. And more than 80% of the cities in the country have fallen. And according to the current rough statistics, half of the population has disappeared. What's even more frightening is that this is only the most optimistic estimate. The human world will enter a new era. In the days to come, human beings will be accompanied by zombies and monsters. As ordinary people, the 3 members of the Su family felt so powerless at this moment that they could only passively accept their fate. First of all, The first question before them is, what should I do next? They didn't bring much cash, and it's hard to say whether the cash is still useful. They don't know the place in this Dongdu. How are they going to live, and where are they going to live? You can't sleep on the street, can you? Thinking of this, Su Jingwa felt a headache and was full of despair about the future. And as an official, Su Jingwa also has his own sensitivities. What will the new order look like under the collapse of society? He wouldn't naively believe that the people above would help these homeless people. While Su Jingwa was thinking wildly, there was a noise. A group of people came towards them. All of them were senior military officers and scientific researchers in white coats, and they were surrounded by a tall and beautiful woman with friendly and respectful smiles on their faces. Seeing the beauties like stars holding the moon, the three members of the Su family all showed shocking expressions on their faces. Because she is the eldest daughter of the Su family, Suya, Su Jinggua's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his eldest daughter. He could see clearly that a lieutenant general was actually nodding and bowing to Suya with a flattering smile on his face. You know, the lieutenant general is a senior military officer commanding tens of thousands of soldiers under his command. Especially in the current turbulent end of the world, he is a high-ranking big shot. As a result, now, he is actually flattering Suya. Is this still my eldest daughter? For a while, Su Jingwa almost didn't dare to recognize each other, and even thought that he might just look alike. When Suya saw the Su family, her face suddenly showed excitement, and she ran up quickly. Dad, Mom, little sister. Xiaoya, is it really you? Su Jingwa and Yuan Lu finally dared to admit it. They were so excited that they cried and laughed while hugging Suya. How happy it is to be able to see your loved ones in the doomsday. Sister. Suya was also very happy. Hugging Suya tightly, the family enjoyed themselves happily. The lieutenant general watched the scene with a smile on his face and waited quietly for a long time before he reminded him. Miss Su, the car has been arranged. Suya nodded and introduced to her father. Dad, this is Lieutenant General Meng Mimeng. He is the deputy chief of the highest office of the Southeast Military Region and the person in charge of the garrison headquarters in the southern district of Dongdu. The soldiers who took you over were sent by him. Su Jingwa's heart stirred up a turbulent sea. The deputy chief of the highest office of the Southeast Military Region. This is a big shot. He is almost the top 3 real power bosses in the Southeast Military Region. He hurried forward, stretched out 2 hands to shake hands with Meng Mi, and said, Thank you, Lieutenant General Meng. I am Su Jingwa, the Deputy Director of Anyang Municipal Restructuring Committee. The attitude is very respectful. He is just a small section chief, and now Anyang City probably doesn't exist anymore. It can be said that he is now a commoner. And the opponent is a lieutenant general with hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command. But Meng Mi seemed very approachable, even deliberately close. He also stretched out 2 hands and held Su Jingwa tightly. He smiled and said, Hello, Chief Su. We are about the same age. I'm a few years older than you. Let's call each other brothers. How is it, Brother Su? Meng Mi's intimacy even reached the point where Su Jingwa was a little terrified. He really didn't think why this guy was so affectionate to him. However, Su Jingwa is also a sensible person, and it is estimated that all this has something to do with Suya. It's just that now is not the time to get to the bottom of it. Although Su Jingwa doesn't like clinging to the powerful, it is absolutely right to maintain a good relationship with a big man in the last days. He nodded quickly. It's my honor, Brother Meng. Ha ha ha. Meng Mi laughed loudly and pointedly said, Wrong. Brother Su may not be clear. It is my honor to call you brothers and sisters. Then Meng Mi smiled at Suya again. Miss Su, when you see the young master, please do say something nice to me. The Su family was confused. What young master? Just who is it that can make big bosses like Meng Mi so frightened and want to curry favor? Suya nodded with a smile and said to Meng Mi, Don't worry, Lieutenant General Meng, I know what to say. Thanks. Meng Mi was very happy and personally sent the Su family out of the isolation point. But Suya was flattered by such big bosses, but she didn't look arrogant at all, because she knew very well that Meng Mi was not afraid of herself, but was in awe of Qin Jun behind her, the future helm of the Qin family. All his power comes from Qin Jun. If you can't figure this out and think that you have really become a big shot, then you will definitely die in an ugly way. She still knows a little about Qin Jun. Qin Jun doesn't care that the people around him use his name to pretend to be powerful. But once this fox has thoughts that he shouldn't have and wants to surpass and get a position that doesn't belong to him, then the consequences will be very serious. Qin Jun can make her an ordinary female college student leap to heaven, but also send her to hell. Suya is very aware of this. Her current face with big bosses like Meng Mi is just a continuation of Qin Jun's authority. Seeing that Suya is so sober, she doesn't lose her way as soon as she is praised like an ordinary woman. Meng Mi felt somewhat appreciative. With his current status, he can be regarded as a high-level person in the Qin family in the eastern capital. But he is still doing these trivial things for Suya like this, all because of Qin Jun, who is behind Suya. As for Suya, he didn't pay attention to it. It's just luck, the lucky woman who was spotted by Qin Jun. With an identity like Qin Jun, the women around him will definitely be indispensable in the future. Maybe Suya will disappear next time. But now, Meng Mi realized that this woman was not simple. Recognizing one's own status is easy to say, but how many people can do it? That's Su Jingwa. We need to communicate more in the future. The 4 members of the Su family got into the car and slowly left the isolation point under the escort of the military vehicle. Until now, Su Jingwa and Yuan Lu still feel like a dream. 10 minutes ago, they were still worrying about survival. Now, they have become VIPs and are escorted by the army. The ups and downs of life are so exciting. Su Jingwa asked impatiently, "Xiaoya, what's going on? How did you leave Jiangjing? How could Lieutenant General Meng be so polite to you?" Suya smiled and said, "Dad, didn't I tell you before that I made a boyfriend in school?" "Yes, Qin Jun, right?" Su Jingwa nodded. Suya told him. Su Jingwa was also planning to go to school to meet his future son-in-law, but unfortunately, before he could find the time, the zombies broke out, directly reaching the Doomsday Era. Suya opened her curious eyes wide. "Sister, is the young master that the officer said is your boyfriend?" "Right." Mother Su immediately asked, "What is his identity?" Suya said softly, "You should know Qin Yuan, chairman of the State Council, right? Qin Jun is Chairman Qin's only son." Inside the car, it suddenly became silent, and everyone was silent. Su Jingwa stared, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Chairman Qin? Of course, he knows who Chairman Qin is. As a cadre within the system, Su Jingwa often held meetings to learn the spirit of Chairman Qin's speeches and guiding concepts. He even wrote an article studying Chairman Qin's 3 guiding spirits 2 years ago. Being notified of the commendation by Anyang City was one of the few glorious moments in his official career. But Chairman Qin, he only saw it in official newspapers and evening news. To him, Chairman Qin is just a political symbol, a name far away in the sky, a person from 2 worlds. Not to mention Chairman Qin, even the governor of Anyang City is an unattainable figure in his eyes. Now Suya told him that her boyfriend is Chairman Qin's son. This was so dreamlike that Su Jingwa and Su's mother were completely shocked, unable to utter a word. "I just feel like my heart is pounding and it will take a while to recover. And Su Yu is better. Maybe at her age, she still doesn't really understand the meaning of power. She was just very happy that her family was safe and well, and no one had an accident. For this simple girl, this is the greatest happiness." And Suya also looked at her younger sister. Suya went to a boarding high school, so the 2 sisters actually haven't seen each other much in the past few years. Seeing the innocent and lovely younger sister, Suya's heart suddenly moved slightly. Although she is Qin Jun's woman now, her status is not stable. After all, with Qin Jun's status, there will be all kinds of women in the future. So Suya always had a sense of crisis in her heart. And now his sister's appearance is not inferior to his own, if he can let his sister Su Yu also enter Qin Jun's harem. If the sisters serve the same husband, then their position will be very stable. Suya didn't think it was pushing her sister into the fire pit. If it was in a peaceful era, she would have done this for the sake of being rich and shameless, even betraying her own sister. Unfortunately, this is not an era of peace. It is a doomsday era without any etiquette, justice, and shame, without any moral guidelines. Suya is very clear-headed. In the apocalypse, ordinary people with no background and no strength are really not as good as pigs. If their sisters can occupy a place beside Qin Jun, then their Su family will be able to live well in the last days. At least they will not have to worry about food and clothing. But if he falls out of favor, the Su family will lose immediately. Especially Suya, a beautiful woman with no background strength. Basically don't have to think about what will happen. Being a plaything of the rich and powerful is a good end, but being treated as an exile slave by those thugs would be worse than death. It's better to be Qin Jun's woman from the beginning. At least Qin Jun is nice to the people around him, and he looks very handsome, not to mention the perversion and tyranny of those rich and powerful children. It's been a good place to stay. But Suya didn't plan to leave and gave her younger sister to Qin Jun. After all, she had to give her parents some time to buffer her habits. It has been a month since the doomsday broke out. The situation finally became clear. The death toll in the world exceeds 3.7 billion, and instead, there are 3.7 billion monsters called zombies. Most of them gathered and wandered in the city, but there were also many zombies that began to spread outside the city, frantically looking for living people to bite. Want to turn this world into a paradise for zombies. The army also lost most of it, and the surviving armies occupied their respective territories, forming the prototype of warlords. Those who still hope that the government can save the situation are completely desperate. After this catastrophe, the national government completely collapsed, let alone control the place. The national government itself no longer exists. The survivors established shelter bases one by one in the wild or in the suburbs far from the city and reported to the group for warmth. After all, in the end of the world, it is very difficult to live alone. At the beginning, the situation in the shelter was still calm, and people still obeyed the habits of the old age, respecting the old and loving the young, and showing courtesy to women and children. But soon, morality and human rights are so fragile in the face of hunger. The evolutionaries with absolute strength have become the ruling class of the sanctuary, and they have obtained food, resources, and even the highest priority for women. And those ordinary people who have no strength are reduced to the bottom. They can't eat enough. They can only eat the leftovers eaten by the evolutionaries. Even if it is this garbage, they have to fight for it to be eligible to fill their stomachs. Even their wives, their daughters, became a resource. It can be traded or to please the resources of the evolutionary. And they have no choice, because those who dare to resist all die. Some evolutionaries will kill them directly, and some are kind enough to drive these thorns out of the shelter. It didn't take long before they became the rations of the zombies. I have to sigh with emotion that human beings have a strong ability to adapt. From a highly civilized social form to another bloody and brutal social form. It only took a month for human beings to get used to it. These are truly desperate times. For ordinary people, these are the worst of times. But for Qin Jun, this is undoubtedly the best era. Because in the Doomsday era, all constraints no longer exist, and the power is nakedly suppressed on the heads of the people. And they can only passively accept all this. There will be no more public opinion turmoil, no parade protests. Because in this era, there is no axiom, no justice, only power and killing. The law of the jungle becomes the first principle. The weak is the original sin. Everyone must immediately adapt to the rules of this era, because in this era, death comes so easily, so insignificant. Dongdu. Dongdu is now completely the private territory of the Qin family. In just 1 month, the city wall surrounding Dongdu was built. The overall length of the city wall is about 70 kilometers, about 15 meters high and 8 meters wide. There were 18 exits in total, and 1656 fire and observation points were set up on the city walls. This will protect Dongdu from the zombies. In just 1 month, such a majestic city wall was built, which was almost impossible in the old days. Because there are many factors to consider, such as whether it will affect traffic, workers' rest time, etc. But right now, nothing needs to be considered. This month, the highest goal of the Eastern metropolis is to build the city wall. All streets are under military control, and all resources are used to serve the city wall. As for workers' breaks, none. The Qin family recruited more than 400,000 workers to participate in the construction of the city wall, and the average rest time of the workers was only 4 hours a day. After a month of high-intensity and uninterrupted work, more than 6,800 people died suddenly on the job. And what these workers get for risking sudden death is only that their families are eligible to live in the city. No matter what, the city wall of the Eastern metropolis has been built, completely isolating the urban area from the dangerous world where countless zombies roam outside. And this is probably one of the few cities in the world that can build a city wall. After all, Dongdu has a complete industrial chain and 3 large power plants. It is not a problem for industrial facilities to be self-sufficient. The only problem is food. The food and drink of millions of people is an astronomical figure every day. Although there are millions of tons of grain reserve in the grain storage in Dongdu City, which is enough to feed for a year, but it cannot be eaten up by sitting on a mountain. After all, not much food can be grown in the city, and it is necessary to go to the dangerous wilderness to obtain food. So on the 4th day after entering the Doomsday Era, Dongdu announced that the currency of the old era was abolished and replaced by grade points, and everyone could use their grade points to exchange for food. And the way to get grade points is also very simple: work. No matter what your previous occupation was, be it a teacher, a driver, a white-collar worker, or a financial practitioner, none of it matters, because now you only have one identity, and that is the leader of the Qin family. Or rather, slaves. Enter the factory to work, then exchange for grade points, and then exchange all the grade points for food that can satisfy your hunger. Tomorrow will repeat yesterday again and again, and there will never be an end in sight. The entire Eastern capital seems to be a huge machine, and all ordinary people are just a part, a cog in it. It can never stop. Once damaged, it will be discarded immediately, and then replaced with new gears. As for the evolutionary, I have to say that the individual awakening talent is too rare. With a population of several million people in the Eastern capital, there are only a little over 200 evolutionaries. The Qin family quickly used their wealth and status to recruit these evolutionaries to their subordinates, and became their loyal subordinates. As for whether these evolutionaries will escape from the control of the Qin family, there is no need to worry at all, because the Qin family itself is the largest evolutionary organization. Almost all of the hundreds of family members have evolved, which is simply a miracle. And the army of more than 300,000 people in the Dongdu garrison district naturally became the private army of the Qin family. They are no longer the guardians of the people, but turned into violent machines for the Qin family to maintain the rule. Under the allegiance of the army and evolutionists, the Qin family's dominance in Dongdu is as stable as Mount Tai, completely controlling every aspect of the city. Of course, the Qin family did not completely cut off the hope of ordinary people. In this city ruled by the Qin family, ordinary people seem to want to change their destiny, so they have to join the army or work hard. After accumulating meritorious service, he was still able to escape the fate of being ruled by pigs, and became a member who helped Qin Jun maintain his rule. And the people are surprisingly docile. They also know in their hearts, although life in the city is difficult, the hard work every day can only keep from starving to death. But compared to the extremely dangerous outside, this place is considered heaven. At least they are alive now, isn't it? Dongdu, the 3rd military factory. F***K. Is this F***G human food? A young man with a greasy face smashed the lunchbox in his hand on the machine tool, his face full of unwillingness and anger. In the lunchbox, there was a dark, mushy stuff with a faint sour smell, which was disgusting. And this is his ration. The rest of the workers were staring at the lunchbox in the young man's hand, swallowing their saliva constantly. Now this thing that is not even as good as pig food is now a rare delicacy in their eyes. The young man's name is Li Deng. He is 21 years old, and he is a student of Dongdu University. After the apocalypse broke out, he survived, but his parents and relatives all died in the catastrophe. To be precise, they died in the indiscriminate bombing by the military. Then he was arranged to enter the 3rd military factory, and after a week of training, he went to the workshop to produce parts with low precision. And he has to work 13 hours a day in the workshop to get these pig food-like things. After Li Deng endured it for a month, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Seeing this, the middle-aged man on the side hurriedly whispered, "Little Li, keep your voice down. Don't let supervisor who hear you, or I'll wear shoes for you again." The middle-aged man's surname is Song. In the old days, he was a small owner of a supermarket. He didn't say he was rich or wealthy, but he was well-to-do. After the apocalypse, his supermarket was confiscated, and he became penniless. He was also assigned to this factory, where he and Li Deng became co-workers. And the director who he was talking about was the supervisor of the workshop, so it could be said that he controlled their life and death. Greedy and brutal by nature, the workers secretly call him Hu Papi. The middle-aged man, surnamed Song, persuaded, "Shao Li, don't play your temper. It's important to fill your stomach." Li Deng clenched his fists tightly, feeling a fire in his heart. He is a college student of Dongdu University. He should have a great future, but he can only spend his whole life here. Working here for more than 10 hours a day, I can only exchange 2 meals made of unknown stuff. Looking at the black paste in the lunchbox, Li Deng found it hard to swallow. He looked at the middle-aged man, surnamed Song, and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "Uncle Song, your assets have been taken away. Don't you hate it?" Uncle Song was taken aback, hissed hastily, and then a helpless smile appeared on his face. "It's fine to be alive. There's nothing to hate about it. And that's it. I'm already luckier than many people." Looking at the numb expression on Uncle Song's face, Li Deng looked at the other people around unwillingly. And the faces of the others are the same, with a numb look, a face full of oil, a numb expression, and dull eyes. It's like a walking dead. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in Li Deng's heart. Although they were real people, they felt even more terrifying to him than zombies. Who would have thought that just a while ago, they were still engaged in various occupations, with different personalities, and full of hope for the future. And now, they don't seem to have any thoughts. Being able to fill their stomachs is their ultimate goal. Same as pigs. At this moment, Uncle Song bumped into Li Deng. "Director, who is here?" I saw a middle-aged man with a big belly, his hands behind his back, walking over in a suit and leather shoes. His face was full of flesh, and his small mung bean-like eyes were shining fiercely and shrewdly. When the workers saw him, they all showed fearful expressions on their faces and hurriedly bowed their heads to work, for fear of attracting his attention. This person is Hu Wayman, the supervisor of the workshop, who controls their life and death. Hu Wayman seemed to be patrolling his own territory, with a complacent look on his face. In the old days, he was originally a small boss doing earthworks, and his business was not big, with a scale of several million. However, he was able to call a group of government officials brothers and sisters, very chic. The reason is simple. His wife used to be the Qin family's nanny, the kind that can enter the mansion. He was even able to strike up a conversation with a collateral child of the Qin family. With this level of relationship, Hu Wayman can reluctantly call himself a member of the Qin family. After all the doomsday came, Hu Wayman transformed himself directly and became the supervisor of the B2 workshop of the 3rd military factory, with the power of life and death over more than 2,000 workers. In his opinion, these more than 2,000 people are basically slaves, and he can knead them as he wants. Some workers whose wives were not bad were all slept by him by various means, and some hard bones were forced to death by him abruptly. Just yesterday, 7 workers died suddenly. It can be said that he is a typical scumbag. Hu Wayman saw Li Deng and the lunchbox on the machine tool. The small eyes suddenly showed coldness, and Che Yinin said, "Shao Li, what's the matter? Are you not satisfied with the food?" As for Li Deng's thorn, he had already kept it in his heart, just thinking about how to fix him. Uncle Song quickly smoothed things over. No, I was talking to Xiao Li just now, and he didn't have time to eat. Hu Weimin looked at Li Ding, who was stubborn and kept his mouth shut, and sneered in his heart. Do you think you're still that promising college student? But he likes this kind of hardbone, because he will have a sense of accomplishment if he discounts this kind of hardbone. This is also the reason why he never let Li Ding die suddenly. Thinking of this, Hu Weimin felt a sense of relief. He loves this era so much. In the old days, even though he was a small boss, he still had dozens of workers under him. But how dare you be so arrogant to those workers? At most, he dared to yell at the workers a few words, and he dare not beat them. After all, the workers understand the law now, so they will sue you directly. Although he has a relationship with the Qin family, it is impossible for the Qin family to stand up for him for such a trivial matter. But it's different now. He has the power of life and death over these people. Anyone who is not pleasing to the eye will be killed directly. No one will resist, no one will care, and new workers will be added soon. Even for this kind of work, there are still countless people waiting outside. In this workshop, he is the Tubob. Hu Weimin stared at Li Ding sternly and said with a sneer, "Okay, but Xiao Li, you dirty the machine tool, and today's grade points will be deducted." When Li Ding heard this, anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. This machine tool is already full of oil stains. How did he dirty the machine tool? This Hu Weimin is obviously wearing small shoes for him on purpose. Just as he was about to argue with Hu Weimin, Uncle Song pulled him from behind to calm Li Ding down. "I have nothing now. How can I fight Hu Weimin?" He suppressed his anger and did not speak. Looking at the silent Li Ding, Hu Weimin snorted in satisfaction and walked away proudly. And the workers around were just watching this scene in silence, not daring to offend this big man in the slightest. Li Ding was trembling with anger and suddenly had the urge to cry. After all, he is just a sophomore or a big kid, and the death of his parents has always been an indelible grief in his heart, and all kinds of grievances flooded his heart, making him want to cry a lot. But Li Ding still held back his tears. He picked up the lunchbox and ate the sour and smelly mushy food in big mouthfuls. What Uncle Song said was right. At least he's alive now. But he lived not just to live, but to have a chance to resist in the future. He won't stay here forever. Qin's mansion, in a luxurious restaurant. Qin Jun is enjoying dinner with his family. There are not many people in the restaurant, only 7 people. In addition to Qin Jun, Qin Yuan and his son, there are also 3 uncles of Qin Jun, Qin Shanglong, Qin Da, and Qin Ming, and Qin Jun's 2 aunts, Qin Yu and Qin Li. Together with Qin Jun, they're direct members of the Qin family. The Qin family is an ancient big family with strict rules and distinct levels. The direct lineage controls most of the Qin family's resources, while the collateral descendants can only be attached to the direct lineage members, spreading out layer by layer like a pyramid. In the end, the towering tree of the Qin family was formed. Qin Jun's 3 uncles and 2 aunts also held high positions in the government before. Qin Ming is the first Secretary General of the Office of the Cardinals of the Imperial Capital, and one of the candidates for the next 7 giants. Qin Da is the Minister of Commerce, and Qin Shanglong is the Commander-in-Chief of the Southeast Military Region, with the rank of General. Qin Yu is the head of the National Energy Administration, controlling the lifeline of the country's resources. And Qin Li served as the Executive Vice Governor of Dongdu, that is, the actual leader of Dongdu. The members of the direct line of the Qin family are all bigwigs at the ministerial level and deputy state level. From this we can see how terrifying the Qin family's power is. And before the turmoil broke out, the Qin family was keenly aware of the danger. There were more than 3,000 infected people in the imperial capital at that time. Therefore, the senior members of the Qin family left the imperial capital in time, returned to the eastern capital, and escaped the catastrophe. In fact, many people think that after the end of the era, the power structure will be reshuffled, those big people will be nothing, and the little people will be able to ride the wind. I have to say, this concept is very stupid. For a top-notch noble family like the Qin family, They control enormous power and resources, and they obtain information far earlier than ordinary people know. When ordinary people don't know what's going on, they already know the danger in advance, and well prepared. At the moment of the end, the power in their hands can also protect them from the threat of zombies. After the apocalypse comes and the social order completely collapses, they can rely on their power and status to plunder resources and monopolize wealth, becoming the masters. They are indeed the vested interests of the old era. But it is not attached to the old era. In fact, after the collapse of the old era, the Doomsday era is even more comfortable for them. Those who were eliminated by the Doomsday were nouveau riche like Xiang Jiang Jing Anja, who had no deep background. However, there is another variable, and that is the emergence of talent awakening. After all, in the Doomsday era, the real rich and powerful can only be evolutionaries. But fortunately, most people in the Qin family have awakened their talents. I am afraid that there is no other family in the whole world that can be as talented and powerful as the Qin family at the same time. Those top powerful families like the Qin family basically have no awakening talent. The power and wealth in their hands are nothing but moons in the water, flowers in the mirror. And the people who awaken their talents are mostly grassroots, without the power of the old era, and their starting point is too low. The Qin family, the chosen family, is destined to become the dominant family in the Doomsday era. The dinner was very sumptuous. Pan-fried cod, red dates and white fungus soup, Arctic shellfish slices, steamed turbot with soy sauce, etc. are all very exquisite top-level huxia dishes. Not only is the selection of raw materials very strict, the cooking methods can also be called extravagant, all at the state banquet level. In fact, the chef of the Qin family is the master of the state banquet. Although it is the end of the age, the way for human beings to obtain food has become extremely limited, but this will not affect the living standards of the ruling class like Qin Jun. Xiao Jun, are you a level 2 evolutionary now? Qin Shanglong looked at Qin Jun with a smile, his face full of appreciation. It has to be said that human beings adapt surprisingly quickly to the Doomsday era. In just 1 month, humans have figured out the talent evolution system from the Black Obelisk and other places. Talents are divided into levels from F to SSS. The higher the level, the stronger the ability and the higher the potential. The evolutionary itself also has its own level of strength, from level 1 to level 12. It's only been a month now, and basically all evolutionaries are level 1. But Qin Jun is already a level 2 evolutionary. This kind of talent makes the Qin family very excited. After all, in the era of talent evolution, the real reliance of the Qin family is not the hundreds of thousands of troops under its command, nor the endless wealth, but its own strength. Qin Jun nodded and said with a smile, "It's also thanks to those energy crystal nuclei." The energy crystal nucleus mentioned by Qin Jun is the crystal nucleus in the bodies of zombies and monsters, which contains pure energy and can be used by evolutionists to practice. The Qin family has already established a large research laboratory, which has gathered thousands of scientific researchers specializing in the study of evolutionary systems and extraordinary power. Even human experiments were secretly carried out, when other evolutionists were still crossing the river by feeling the stones and were ignorant of practice. With the support of absolute scientific research resources, the Qin family has mastered the methods of cultivation, leaving other evolutionaries far behind. This is the power of the combination of talent, evolution, and power. In the past month, Dongdu's army has gone to the wild several times to encircle and suppress zombie groups in other surrounding towns on a large scale to obtain energy crystal cores. But it has to be said that energy crystal nuclei are too rare. The army did not dare to go too deep, encircled and suppressed tens of thousands of zombies, and only obtained more than 600 energy crystal nuclei. Of course, some ambitious ordinary people also joined this extremely dangerous siege. The casualty rate of these ordinary people is as high as 70% or more. They have worked so hard to obtain several energy crystal nuclei through life and death, and handed them over to the Qin family. And the reward paid by the Qin family is just grade points without any cost. Hearing that Qin Jun is already a level 2 evolutionary, all members of the Qin family's direct lineage showed smiles on their faces. Although these direct descendants of the Qin family have also awakened their talents, they're all A-level or even S-level talents. But compared to Qin Jun's SSS-level talent, it's still far inferior. Qin said with a smile, Xiao Jun is an SSS-level talent. This seems to be the highest known talent, right? I don't think it will be long before the eldest brother has to abdicate to make way for the virtuous. Everyone laughed. For a top-level powerful family like the Qin family, there are indeed many dirty things inside, and there are even intrigues for power and profit. But the biggest difference between the Qin family and ordinary upstarts is that the Qin family is very clear-headed. They all know that in the Doomsday Era, there are dangers everywhere. Although the Qin family immediately gained a firm foothold and became one of the masters of the Doomsday Era. But who can tell what the future holds? They understand the power of unity better than ordinary people. Qin Yuan said to Qin Jun, now all the factories and research institutes in Dongdu are on the right track. You can go around tomorrow and inspect it. Qin Jun nodded, knowing it in his heart. This is his father officially letting him enter the decision-making level of the family. And this also means that he will be one of the decision-makers of the Qin family, a behemoth with millions of people for 100,000 troops and nearly 1,000 evolutionaries under its command. When the others heard the words, they all had smiles on their faces without any accidents, and they all took it for granted. Although Qin Jun is only 20 years old now, he is not only Qin Yuan's son. He is also an evolutionary with SSS-level talent. The next day, accompanied by Sihan and a group of followers, Qin Jun left the Qin's mansion and began to inspect his territory. As for Suya, I have to say that Qin Jun is also somewhat impressed by her talent. Although Suya's talent is B-level, although it is not top-notch, it is a very rare spiritual system. The ability of mental torture can make people extremely painful, and it is impossible to hide secrets in front of her. Therefore, under Qin Jun's suggestion, the Qin family established an intelligence department with about 600 people to monitor and suppress internal instability. Suya became one of the torturers, and Suya was also very happy about this. She was thinking about if she could have a place by Qin Jun's side. Now, she is finally able to show her worth. Qin Jun doesn't need vases. He needs vases that work. The mighty convoy was driving on the street. After a month of adaptation and buffering, the situation in Dongdu has stabilized. There are also pedestrians on the street. However, there is still military police on duty at street intersections, which has become a common practice. In the car, sitting opposite Qin Jun, was a middle-aged man. His name was Zhou Yunlong. He was Qin Yuan's secretary, and he was loyal to Qin Yuan. He himself is also very capable. Knowing many secrets of the Qin family, he can be regarded as the top of the Qin family. Zhou Yuanlong constantly introduced to Qin Jun the resources and various industries that the Qin family now controls. Although Qin Jun is Qin Yuan's only son, he is still very young after all, and was still studying before. Therefore, he only knew a general idea of the specific property of the Qin family, but not the specifics. But now, under Zhou Yunlong's introduction, he finally has a clear understanding of the Qin family's specific industries and strength. Zhou Yunlong laughed and said, Master, where should we go first? Is it the current office building, the military area, or the industrial area? Qin Jun thought for a while and said, Let's go to the industrial zone first. Zhou Yunlong nodded and immediately arranged the route. Zhou Yunlong's attitude towards Qin Jun was also very polite in the past. But now, his politeness was tinged with awe, because from now on, Qin Jun's identity is not only Qin Yuan's son, but also the helm of the Qin family. Dongdu, Industrial Zone, 3rd Military Factory. It's time to eat again. The workers took their lunch boxes and returned to their workstations. Their faces were expressionless, and no one spoke. The huge workshop seemed like a mortuary. Li Ding suppressed his nausea and ate mushy food, although the food could fill his stomach. But Li Ding felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker. These pasty foods don't have much nutrition at all. Coupled with the high-intensity work every day, Li Ding felt a little dizzy in his head, and his ears kept ringing. He, a very energetic young man, has been tortured like this, not to mention the others. When working overtime last night, Uncle Song fainted. But that nasty Poppy didn't allow Uncle Song to rest, and even deducted a lot of grade points. Li Ding looked around and saw that the other people were all pale and thin, looking sick, without any energy. Li Ding clenched his fists tightly, and he told himself that he couldn't go on like this. If this goes on like this, he estimates that if he persists for less than 2 months, he will be exhausted at his workstation. Must resist. Must change. While Li Ding was thinking wildly, there was a sudden noise. Everyone saw that a group of well-dressed people in suits and leather shoes, surrounded by a handsome young man, was walking towards the workshop. Li Ding had seen these people before. All of them were high-level executives of the 3rd Military Factory. To them, these people could be regarded as high-ranking figures. I've only seen it a few times from a distance, and these big shots almost never come into this messy workshop. The workshop's supervisor, Hu Weimin, nodded and bowed behind the crowd. This person who has the power of life and death in the workshop is not qualified to stand next to that young man, just like a small guy, not on the stage. Li Ding couldn't help being curious. Who is this young man? He stared at the young man closely, and a bit of unwilling anger suddenly arose in his heart. This young man is about the same age as him. Why is there such a huge difference in status between the two of them? This young man, admired by all the stars, is naturally Qin Jun. He chose to come to the 3rd Military Factory to take a look. After all, the 3rd Military Factory is a very important place, producing weapons and equipment, which guarantees the ability to maintain combat effectiveness in the apocalypse. After all, the level of the evolutionary is not high now, and now is still up to the army to decide the outcome for the time being. Hu Weimin, who was squeezed out of the crowd, felt uneasy. Hu Weimin was extremely nervous. Although he was an undisputed figure in this workshop, he could only be regarded as a middle-level figure in the entire 3rd Military Factory. Not to mention Qin Jun, the eldest son of the Qin family. As long as Qin Jun is a little dissatisfied with him, Qin Jun doesn't need to take action, and the senior management of the 3rd Military Factory can tear themselves apart. He looked at the lunchbox in the hands of the workers and complained in his heart. He changed the standard of food for the workers, and now food is hard currency, so Hu Weimin directly exchanged the embezzled food for a few beautiful women to live outside. He thought there was nothing wrong. After all, who would care about these slaves? Unexpectedly, Qin Jun would suddenly come to inspect the 3rd Military Factory, and I will come to see the workshop he is in charge of. It happened to be at the mealtime, the time for the workers to eat. What a bad luck. Qin Jun was very satisfied with the situation of the 3rd Military Factory. After all, after the catastrophe, the 3rd Military Factory can still operate and maintain a certain production capacity. It is already not easy, but when he saw the yellow, emaciated, and lifeless looks of the workers, I saw the black, mushy, disgusting food in the workers' lunchbox again. Qin Jun frowned. He knew that food control was implemented in the eastern capital, and the food of these lowest-level workers must not be much better. But these mushy foods go a little too far. These pasty foods should be made of cockroaches and other insects. They can only satisfy the hunger and have no nutrition at all. Qin Jun said indifferently. Do all the workers eat this kind of food? Who is the person in charge of this workshop? The director of the 3rd Military Factory immediately said, It's Hu Weimin. Hu Weimin heard it and saw the displeasure on Qin Jun's face, almost peed his pants in fright. For him, a small and transparent collateral child of the Qin family is enough to determine his fate. Not to mention Qin Jun, the eldest son of the Qin family, the future master of the eastern capital. With a mournful face, Hu Weimin hurried to Qin Jun. The panic on his face could not be concealed. Master, I'm the supervisor of the 2nd workshop, Hu Weimin. Qin Jun said indifferently. If I remember correctly, the food standard of these workers should not be like this. This sentence directly scared Hu Weimin to kneel on the ground. Master, I was confused for a while. I'm not doing my job well, so I'll change the food tomorrow, no tonight. Hu Weimin is also considered shrewd. He knows that if he finds excuses to quibble, he will definitely die in an ugly way. But if he honestly admits his mistakes, then maybe there is still a chance. Seeing Hu Weimin, who was domineering on weekdays, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, the workers felt a little joy in their hearts, but also awed Qin Jun even more. After all, Hu Weimin is a big man in their hearts, and as a result, this young man can scare Hu Weimin half to death with a single word. What is his identity? Li Ding was also very relieved. He suddenly said loudly, "Not only do we not eat well, but we also have to work 13 hours a day. I can't bear it at all. This Hu Weimin oppresses us every day, does not let us rest, and deducts our grade points." When Hu Weimin heard Li Ding's complaint, he couldn't help feeling great hatred in his heart. He thought fiercely that if he could pass this test, he would definitely make Li Ding's life worse than death. Qin Jun heard Li Ding's words and looked towards him. In Li Ding's eyes, he saw a strong, unyielding, and fighting spirit. A smile appeared on his face. "What's your name?" Li Ding said loudly. "Li Ding. I was originally a student of Dongdu University." Qin Jun nodded and smiled at him. "Yes, you are fine." Then he said to Hu Weimin, "Director Hu, the standard of food for the workers should be better, and their daily working hours will be reduced by 3 hours." Hu Weimin nodded quickly. "Okay, young master, I will do it right away." As soon as this sentence came out, the workers cheered one after another. He knelt down on the floor, thanking Qin Jun from the bottom of his heart. What a master of the blue sky. In this way, their future life will be much better. Li Ding clenched his fists. Although Qin Jun's words improved their lives a lot, in Li Ding's opinion, it was not enough. But Li Ding didn't continue talking, but thought about it. Qin Jun seemed more gentle and kind. Will we be able to win Qin Jun's support again in the future? Qin Jun did not stop and continued to inspect other workshops, and then got into the car under the bow of all the high-level executives. But he didn't leave immediately, but waved to Hu Weimin. Hu Weimin hurried up, bent over to listen to Qin Jun's teaching. "Director Hu, do you know why I didn't deal with you?" Hu Weimin expressed gratitude. "Because you are magnanimous, young master." Qin Jun smiled and shook his head. "It's because you're a talent. You can turn this group of people into a group of qualified pigs within a month." Hu Weimin was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Jun to say such a sentence. Qin Jun smiled slightly and said lightly, "Then do you know why I want to raise the salaries of those workers?" Hu Weimin asked cautiously. "Because, young master, you want to buy people's hearts?" Qin Jun laughed out loud, as if he heard some funny joke. "What do they have to buy people's hearts? A bunch of slaves. But Director Hu, although they are pigs, pigs are also valuable. If you squeeze them like this, they will be exhausted in less than half a year, and then we have to recruit a new group of people and retrain them. And with this kind of treatment, their work efficiency is also very low. Therefore, it is the most cost-effective way to appropriately increase their treatment, so that these pigs can work better for us and produce value for us. Do you understand?" Hu Weimin was stunned. Qin Jun raised the wages of workers because of this reason. He is also a ruthless person, and it is not a problem to force a few workers to death. But looking at this gentle and jade-like young master of the Qin family, Hu Weimin could only feel a chill rising from the bottom of his heart, making him shudder. The eldest son of the Qin family really didn't treat them as human beings. Hu Weimin nodded quickly, with only one thought in mind. He must not make Qin Jun unhappy. Absolutely not. This one is the real cannibalism. One more thing. The smile on Qin Jun's face slowly disappeared and became indifferent. "I don't like that man named Li Ding. Let him disappear." In the third military factory, Li Ding has already become a hero. After all, without his words, their treatment would not have improved. Uncle Song said to Li Ding with a smile, "Xiao Li, it's thanks to you, otherwise we would still have to live that miserable life." The rest joined in. And Li Deng looked at the workers with happy faces, feeling a little disbelieving in his heart. Are they satisfied? That's right, their salary has been improved a bit, they can eat normal meals, and their daily working hours have also been reduced a bit. But it still belongs to the category of slave laborers. These people are already so grateful today. Li Deng is a person with a strong sense of resistance, and he will never be satisfied with the status quo. He believes that the world should not be like this. When the end comes, all human beings should unite closely together instead of a small number of people dominating the top of the pyramid. A little charity can make the people below extremely grateful. He has seen the light before. How can he endure the darkness? But Li Deng is in a good mood now, because at least he has made a good start. That young man seems to be easier to communicate with than other dignitaries. Maybe he can start from here. Li Deng quickly had a plan in mind, and now he has some prestige and appeal among the workers. If we can gather the strength of these workers and negotiate with that powerful young man, maybe we can improve the status of their ordinary workers again. Maybe even create a trade union. Of course, Li Deng never thought of using violent means to resist. Now that the hundreds of thousands of troops in the eastern capital are under their control, and there are evolutionaries appearing, resistance will only lead to bloodshed and more brutal suppression. With such nonviolent, gentle means it would be better. Li Deng immediately began to think about it. According to the good attitude of that young dignitary, could they ask for more? For example, the establishment of a democratic parliament? While Li Deng was thinking about the future, Hu Weimin walked into the workshop again with a smile. When Li Deng saw this, a hint of boredom and regret flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that the young dignitary didn't deal with Hu Weimin just now. But presumably after today's incident, Hu Weimin should also restrain himself a lot, right? Hu Weimin walked up to Li Deng with a smile and said with a smile, "Shao Li, come out for a while, I have something to tell you." The smile on his face is very warm, even to the point of intimacy. Li Deng sneered disdainfully and nodded. It was with Hu Weimin that he left the workshop and walked into Hu Weimin's office. In Hu Weimin's office, food such as canned beer is slowed down, and there are even air conditioners and beds. The conditions are many times better than those of the workers. Li Deng snorted coldly. "Why, you want to discuss with me how to improve our working conditions?" Hu Weimin looked at Li Deng, who was confident and fearless, and felt extremely sarcastic in his heart. This idiot, wouldn't he think that Qin Jun treated him well? So he thought he had found a backer? He sneered and clapped his hands directly, and two fierce and strong men walked in from the door, staring at Li Deng with unfriendly expressions. It wasn't until this time that Li Deng panicked. He took a few steps back and said in a panic, "What do you want to do?" There was a cruel smile on Hu Weimin's face, and he said lightly, "It's nothing. Just let you disappear forever." After finishing speaking, the two strong men walked towards Li Deng. Although Li Deng was a thorn in the side, he had often contradicted Hu Weimin before, but until now he saw that Hu Weimin was really going to kill him. He really panicked. In the final analysis, the fundamental reason why Li Deng is so thorny and full of rebellious spirit is that he is not used to doomsday. His way of thinking is still in the old days, everyone is equal, and he is even full of hatred of the rich. But the end is cruel, and all those who do not adapt to this era will be eliminated without a second chance. Li Deng cried out in despair. "Hu Weimin, how dare you touch me? That young master of the Qin family has a good impression of me. How can you explain to the young master of the Qin family if you killed me?" When Hu Weimin heard this, an exaggerated smile appeared on his face. "Boy, the one who asked you to be a sensible ghost and ordered to kill you is Master Qin Jun." What? Li Deng could hardly believe his ears. How can this be? Doesn't Qin Jun look very gentle? Are you still willing to improve the treatment of workers? Shouldn't he be a very communicative and open-minded person? How can it be? Why did he praise me to my face, but turn around and order me to be killed? Like a chick, Li Deng was strangled by a strong man, and he began to struggle nonstop. My plan hasn't started yet. Am I going to die like this? His struggle was in vain, and the suffocation surged up like a tide and surrounded him. His consciousness gradually blurred, and there was only one last thought in his mind. When the workers found him dead, they should be very angry and rioted, right? Li Deng was dead, strangled to death. Hu Weimin looked at Li Deng's body with a sneering look on his face, and then ordered lightly, "Lift his body up and take him to the workshop." The two strong men nodded, lifted Li Deng's body, and followed Hu Weimin back to the workshop. When the workers in the workshop saw Li Deng's body, their eyes widened in shock. But no one spoke, they just watched in silence. "Li Deng is dead. I killed him," Hu Weimin sneered. Admitting above board, he looked at the silent workers with disdain. "Which one of you has an opinion?" Still no one spoke. Even Uncle Song, who had the best relationship with Li Deng, was very sad, but even more afraid. Looking at the shrinking eyes of the workers, Hu Weimin nodded in satisfaction. He sneered and said, "Master Qin Jun has raised your salary, and you'll be able to eat rice in the future, and your working hours will be reduced to 10 hours a day. Starting tomorrow." The workers immediately cheered when they heard this, and no one cared about Li Deng's death anymore. "Thank you, Master Qin Jun. Thank you, Director Hu." Some workers even knelt down and wept bitterly. However, Hu Weimin changed the subject again. "Because I am very dissatisfied with Li Deng as a thorn in the side, so you have to deduct 20% of your grade points this month. In the future, if there are such thorns again, I will apply like the above, and then transfer your treatment back." No. I have long disliked Li Deng. Whoever dares to resist the factory in the future, we will beat him to death. People were so frightened that they promised, and some even spat on Li Deng's body, and everyone immediately hated Li Deng to the bone. If it wasn't for Li Deng, how could their grade points be deducted this month? Even just half an hour ago, they considered Li Deng a hero. Looking at this scene, the smile on Hu Weimin's face was even wider. But at the same time, there was a trace of nausea in his heart. These pigs. Li Deng's death did not cause the slightest disturbance. The third military factory is still operating normally, even with a higher efficiency. The workers are grateful to the Qin family only because the Qin family allowed them to eat what they should have been able to eat. But all of this is not what Qin Jun needs to care about. In the era of hot weapons, the power of ordinary people has become infinitely small, and there's basically no possibility of affecting the upper class. Not to mention the end of the world. On the one hand, the emergence of evolutionaries has further weakened the voice of ordinary people. On the other hand, the bottom line of ordinary people has become quite low. As long as they can survive, their tolerance level will become surprisingly high. It has to be said that after the doomsday came, the Qin family had an absolute advantage. The industrial zone in Dongdu is basically in operation, and many weapons and equipment, industrial products, and compressed food are produced every day. For a long time, the eastern capital will have sufficient supplies. And this is why those civilians would rather choose to be slaves here than leave the eastern capital. Because in Dongdu, at least he can survive. Now, the internal situation in the eastern capital has been considered very stable. Pedestrians have begun to take to the streets, and even entertainment venues have appeared. Classes are clearly distinguished. The master at the top, of course, is the Qin family, aloof. Under the Qin family, there are high-level people like Meng Mi and Zhao Yi, who could be said to be the dignitaries of the eastern capital with a detached status. Then there are the recruited evolutionaries, whose status is not low and who have many privileges. Then there is Hu Weimin, a small leader who is attached to the Qin family and has some power in his hands. The following are the administrative staff of these various institutions. Similar to the government officials in the previous life, it is a decent job. They don't have to worry about eating and drinking on weekdays, and they even have grade points to spend. And those at the bottom are ordinary people who have no background and no ability. They work in various factories under the Qin family, working hard day and night just to make money and eat food. This pyramid-shaped structure is unfair and unreasonable, but very stable. In the past few days, Qin Jun inspected various industrial areas in Dongqing City and showed his face in both the administrative area and the military area. It was announced in front of everyone that he was entering the decision-making level of the Qin family. Although the subordinates of the Qin family had expected this, they were still shocked and moved in their hearts. A 20-year-old young man can already control the life and death of millions of people with a single thought, but no one was dissatisfied. The future of the Qin family belonged to Qin Jun, not to mention that Qin Jun was an evolutionary with SSS talent. Although only 1 month has passed since the Doomsday, people have fully realized the power of the evolutionary. The black obelisk, rising from the ground in the north of the eastern capital, has been completely controlled by the Qin family. Qin Jun arranged a division and more than 20 evolutionaries there. Scientists in various fields, such as biologists and linguists, are doing research day and night around the black obelisk. No one knows how the black obelisk came to be, but that doesn't stop humans from studying it. Because on the black obelisk, there are many patterns and characters carved, which are the basic rules of the Doomsday, as well as more esoteric knowledge. Under the research of these scientific researchers, the Qin family quickly summed up a practice method, and immediately in the Research Institute, secretly carried out human experiments. Dongdu, Institute of Evolution. In the silver-white sterile environment room, Qin Jun slowly opened his eyes, and the energy crystal nucleus in his hand had become dim. But corresponding to this, he felt that the power in his body had become stronger again. He looked at an iron felt weighing several tons in front of him, stretched out his right hand, and shook it expressionlessly. The iron felt immediately collapsed, making an extremely ear-piercing, sizzling sound, and its volume was doubled by the invisible force. In the analysis room outside the window, the researchers immediately analyzed Qin Jun's physical data and formulated the next round of training methods. Qin Jun nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the room. The servant outside the door immediately handed him the prepared black tea, and a middle-aged man in a white coat greeted him. "Master, your evolution level should reach level 3 soon." This person's name is Zhao Bo. He is the head of the Institute of Evolution, and he is also the scientist who has studied the black obelisk the most. He led a team to build this research institute dedicated to the study of evolution, and personally led a team to assist Qin Jun in his practice. It has to be said that although the end is a catastrophe for mankind, it is also an opportunity for change. After the apocalypse, not only the evolutionists appeared, but also the appearance of the black obelisk, which also made the technological level of mankind advance by leaps and bounds. Qin Jun's team recorded the data, changes of Qin Jun's body after Qin Jun's practice, and according to the information on the black obelisk, to formulate the most suitable and scientific practice method for Qin Jun. Such a luxurious practice team is probably the only one in the world. Qin Jun nodded with a smile on his face. In just 1 month, he was about to become a level 3 evolutionary. In addition to his own talent, the support of this team also contributed a lot. Director Zhao, you have worked hard. Hearing Qin Jun's praise, the smile on Zhao Bo's face almost reached the back of his head. In the Doomsday era, these scientific researchers must also rely on great forces in order to maintain their transcendent status. Qin Jun is the future successor of Dongdu, and being able to become Qin Jun's confidant will benefit him and even his family self-evidently. Then Zhao Bo said in a low voice, "Master, the first batch of genetic medicine has been successfully developed, and it is undergoing human experiments. If there is no problem, it can be put into use. At that time, young master, your cultivation speed will be improved to a higher level." The Qin family raided the eastern metropolitan area and the dungeons in different spaces nearby, and obtained not only talent seeds and energy crystal cores, but also genetic medicines and other things. According to the analysis of the ingredients of these genetic medicines, plus the knowledge and information on the black obelisk, the Institute has already developed the first batch of genetic agents. Of course, for the sake of safety, genetic medicine was not used immediately. Instead, experiment. What other experiments are more accurate and efficient than human experiments? Even if it's very cruel and inhumane. In the old days, it was very difficult to do human experiments. But now it's very simple. There are people who can't survive every day, and they're willing to sell their bodies for a small price. In the Institute of Evolution, there are hundreds of volunteers who are undergoing human experiments. The researchers of the Research Institute, based on the conclusions and feedback from human experiments, further optimized Qin Jun's cultivation method. It can be said that Qin Jun's cultivation method is based on the pain, rejection, and even death of these people. But so what? Qin Jun will not have the slightest psychological burden. And Zhao Bo continued, "We are also preparing to start the second phase, to conduct brainwashing experiments, if successful. We can hunt down some talented teenagers and focus on experimental training and brainwashing training. Qualified ones will be given talent seeds to create evolutionaries who are only loyal to our Qin family. Although many evolutionaries choose to submit to the Qin family and become the Qin family subordinates, they have already integrated into the huge pyramid of the Eastern capital. It can be said that he's the most loyal supporter of the big tree of the Qin family. But this is not enough. If the Qin family is the kind of evolutionary who obeys the orders of the Qin family unconditionally and can sacrifice his life without hesitation, the Qin family is not just about being the ruler of ordinary people, to be the master of evolution. Dongwa Market, Golden Harbor Community. Dongwa City is adjacent to Dongdu. In the old days, it took over a lot of Dongdu's industries, so its economy is very developed. But it is a pity that when the end comes and zombies break out. Zombies appeared in the governor's mansion in Dongwa City. The governor and a group of officials were taken away directly. The command system of Dongwa City was instantly paralyzed, and the whole city became a paradise for zombies. Survivors can only hide in their homes, relying on what they have left to survive, waiting for rescue that will never come. Jing Community, Building 22, Room 1502. An ordinary-looking thin boy slowly woke up from the bed. Beside him lay a woman. The woman was pretty, about 20 years old. Her brows were slightly frowned, and she seemed extremely insecure even in her sleep. A satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face. He looked out the window, and there were groups of zombies wandering around. But he didn't have the slightest worry. He was already used to it. The boy got up and got out of bed and stretched. No way, the exercise was too intense last night. The woman was also awakened. She put on her clothes and said, "I'm going to cook." The boy nodded and looked at the woman's back with a smile on his face. His name is Chow. His parents died since he was a child. He has no money, no background, and no good looks. He stopped studying after finishing high school. Just an ordinary office worker, working as a security guard in a big company, $2,600 a month. Originally, a person like him could be said to be the bottom of the society, and I am afraid that he will never be able to talk to someone in his life. My biggest hobby every day is playing games in the rental house. Day after day, year after year, he never thinks about the future. It's a day to be able to live. But suddenly, the whole world changed a month ago. Zombies suddenly broke out, biting everywhere. In front of the zombies, Chow felt that everyone is equal. Those well-dressed, white-collar workers were devoured by zombies. Those high-ranking managers and bosses were scared as shit. But his little security guard, the security guard that no one looked down upon, became different. At the moment of the end, he also awakened his talent. E-level talent, Shadow Controller. In front of him, a black shadow appeared out of thin air, and he was able to control this black shadow. And under this black shadow, those ferocious zombies were wiped out by the shadow, like chopping melons and vegetables. As for this woman, her name is Zhou. After the apocalypse broke out, Zhou was chased by a group of zombies and ran to his community in a panic, falling into a desperate situation. And Chow originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he saw that Zhou was really pretty. Then he controlled the shadows, dealt with those zombies, and saved Zhou. Then after questioning, I found out that Zhou background is not simple. She is the daughter of a famous entrepreneur in this city and a daughter of a wealthy family. She studied abroad, and she also studied at an Ivy League university. She is a proper daughter of heaven. It can be said that Su Chow and Zhou Lan are people from two worlds. Zhou Lan's daily afternoon tea is enough for Su Chow's rent for a month. But now, Su Chow has saved Zhou Lan. In front of the zombies, Su Chow has an absolute advantage. So under Su Chow's coercion and lure, Zhou Lan became Su Chow's woman. Su Chow looked at the zombies outside the window with a smile on his face and said with emotion from the bottom of his heart, "This is really a good time." In the past, a goddess like Zhou Lan was not something he could have expected, but now he can play however he wants. Looking at this proud girl of heaven, now she is vented at will by herself. Su Chow's heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction. He was so happy. He loved this era so much. After the doomsday, Su Chow and Zhou Lan stayed in the room and did not go out. On the one hand, the supplies in the room are still sufficient, and on the other hand, Su Chow also knows that although he has awakened his talent, but his own shadow is still too weak. What if Zhou Lan is taken in by other more powerful evolutionaries after leaving here? Su Chow is actually a D***K mentality. He has been single for more than 20 years, and he finally got a woman, which is naturally extremely rare. I can't wait to spend my whole life with Zhou Lan in the house. I'm afraid that Zhou Lan will be taken by another man. Moreover, his shadow is of the evolution system, and he needs to constantly devour energy crystal nuclei to become stronger. Now, the zombies in this community are basically wiped out by him, but there are not many energy crystal nuclei obtained. In addition, he doesn't know much about cultivation, and he doesn't know how to completely absorb the energy inside when he gets the energy crystal nucleus, resulting in a lot of wastage. A month later, he was still a level 1 evolutionary, and his strength hadn't changed at all. But Su Chow is not in a hurry. Although his talent is only level, it can evolve. As the strength of the shadow becomes stronger, the level of talent can also evolve. It can be said to be very against the sky. It's just that Su Chow is still full of women now. He even began to think that there should be other survivors in Dongwa market. I don't know if there are any other beautiful women. Time to eat. Zhou Lan's voice came from the living room. Su Chow responded and went out to the dining table. Breakfast is very ordinary, quick frozen steamed buns and 2 glasses of milk. But even such an ordinary breakfast can be considered a rare delicacy in the Doomsday era. These were collected by Su Chow controlling the shadows and going to other places. When it comes to this, Su Chow has to sigh with emotion that his talent is simply too heaven-defying. Although the initial level is only level, it evolves with the evolution of the shadow and can even evolve to S-level at most. And the shadow is also very against the sky. Not only has amazing combat power, but also can devour everything. The inside of the shadow is equivalent to a storage space, which can store things. And Su Chow can also put his will on the shadow. And the most unnatural thing is that his shadow will not disappear. No matter how far away he is, he will return to him in an instant to be resurrected after death. That's why Su Chow loves this era so much. It's not just that the former bottom of society like myself can get the goddess Zhou Lan, but the potential of my talent is also extremely huge. While eating breakfast, Su Chow began to think about future plans. The reason why he has been hiding at home with Zhou Lan is not really full of sperm. The most important point is that his talent has a huge weakness. That is, although his shadow is against the sky and can even be reborn infinitely, he himself is still an ordinary person. Will be injured, will die. So Su Chow didn't dare to leave the room directly. He was going to develop wretchedly first. Because if his shadow could evolve once, it would be able to possess himself so that he would have the ability to protect himself. In these days, Su Chow has manipulated the shadows to figure out the situation in Dongwa City. With his mind cast on the shadow, Su Chow doesn't have to worry about any danger. He can go wherever he wants. He even knew that in several places in Dongwa City, there were survivors who had built shelters, and there were even other evolutionaries among them. But these are not the things that Su Chow is currently concerned about, because he found that the zombies seem to be different. At the moment when the zombies just broke out, although the zombies were berserk and frightening, their fighting power was not that outrageous. But now, some zombies are gradually becoming more powerful and terrifying than others, not only faster, but also not even afraid of daylight. Zombies began to evolve, and in a place in Dongwa City, tens of thousands of zombies gathered, and one of the zombies became extremely tall, a full 5 meters high, almost as tall as a 2-story building. It's like a mountain of meat. It can be called the King of Corpses, and Su Chow's goal is this Corpse King. He knew very well in his heart that ordinary zombies have energy crystal nuclei, and this Corpse King must be even more unusual. I'm afraid the purity of the energy crystal nucleus on his body is hundreds of times that of ordinary crystal nucleus. This is not to say that a few hundred ordinary crystal nuclei can be equal to the Corpse King crystal nucleus. Energy purity is critical. With the improvement of his strength, Su Chow already felt that ordinary energy crystal nuclei did not improve him as much as before. If you want to break through the realm, I am afraid that you need a higher level of energy crystal nucleus. It can be said that if he can get the energy crystal nucleus of the Corpse King, then Su Chow may directly become a level 2 evolutionary, and his talent can also evolve to D-level. Although this Corpse King is extremely powerful, it is terrifying. His shadow is not yet an opponent. But don't forget that his shadow can regenerate infinitely. Su Chow is going to grind it to death slowly, and he only needs to hide in the room, and the safe remote control shadow will do. While Su Chow was thinking, Jolan suddenly said in a low voice, "I heard on the radio that someone built a shelter in the suburbs, and they're sending out a broadcast to find survivors." Hearing this, Su Chow frowned immediately. He shook his head and said, "I don't have enough strength yet. Let's go out after I become a level 2 evolutionary." It's really not a thing to stay in the room all the time. After the apocalypse, people still have the internet to use at first, and they can communicate on forums. But then the internet stopped, and only the radio was still available. So some shelters broadcast news to recruit survivors. After all, in the apocalypse, ordinary people can only survive if they unite together. And Dongdu is also announcing through the radio that Dongdu will be the largest sanctuary in this country, and even in the world. Come to recruit exiled troops and evolutionists to join. These days, many exiled troops and evolutionists joined Dongdu and became subordinates of the Qin family. But Su Chow didn't have any idea. After listening to the news on the radio, he also knows a little about Dongdu. This is a giant, a city-scale sanctuary, hundreds of thousands of troops, and hundreds of thousands of evolutionaries. Su Chow is an omnipotent god in front of Zhou Lan, and he is also a figure in the 3-acre land of Dongwa City. But if he arrives in Dongdu, how old is he among so many evolutionaries? Su Chow has had enough days of humiliating himself. Going to Dongdu is just a dog raised by the Qin family. One is a high-status dog, but is also a dog. He doesn't want to. I'd rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Dongdu, Qin's mansion. In Qin Jun's room, Qin Jun slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him were 2 used-up genetic medicines. This genetic medicine was not developed by the Institute of Evolution. Instead, Qin Jun spent 30 villain points in the system mall to redeem it. Grade a genetic potion. Increase the evolution level by 200 experience points in exchange for 15 points of villain value. Qin Jun's eyes were deep. This system mall is really against the sky. The genetic potion exchanged can directly increase the evolution level, and the effect is much better than that of ordinary energy crystal nuclei. The problem Qin Jun is facing now is that his cultivation speed is too fast. Although the Qin family has collected many energy crystal nuclei now, Qin Jun also found that he seemed to want to break through to a 3rd-level evolutionary. Higher quality energy crystal nuclei are needed. In addition to Dongdu, some shelters have also appeared in other places. These shelters are large and small, with tens of thousands of people in the big ones and hundreds or even dozens of people in the small ones. The Qin family's attitude towards these shelters is to subdue and recruit them. The shelters near Dongdu were directly forcibly accepted as vassals by the Qin family. These shelters also basically chose to surrender. It became a satellite outpost around Dongdu. After all, it is good to enjoy the shade under the big tree, and they have no ability to resist in front of the giant Dongdu. Moreover, after surrendering to the eastern capital, they will be able to receive material supplies from the eastern capital, as well as some weapons and equipment, and their self-protection capabilities will be greatly enhanced. But as a price, these satellite shelters must also provide services for the Qin family, providing intelligence, manpower, and material resources. Even the evolutionists of these shelters regard this as a way to get promoted. They need to earn grade points to enter Dongdu and become the direct subordinates of the Qin family. In the hearts of these evolutionaries, they are very eager to enter the eastern capital. They are domineering in the sanctuary, giving everything they say, but the sanctuary is too barren. Nothing at all. A few cans of meat can become supremely delicious. As for the entertainment activities, there were very few, and they were tired of playing with the slightly more attractive women in the shelter. And Dongdu is the only remaining metropolis in the Doomsday era. It is rich in resources and has everything you want. After they entered the eastern capital, although they could no longer be the bosses, they were still superior and belonged to the privileged class. For some people, it is better to have a chicken head than a phoenix tail. But for most people, the life of anchovy tail is much better than that of chicken head. But it's a pity that the Qin family's attitude towards these outside evolutionaries is very indifferent, and there is no limitless crazy expansion. Everyone wants it. Yes, in the Doomsday era, the evolutionary is indeed a very important force and needs to be won over. But the Qin family is not those nouveau riche. They need to quickly absorb all their strength and put up the heirs first. The Qin family's decision-makers are very clear-headed. That is, if these evolutionaries are directly recruited, then it seems that the power of the Qin family will be inflated. But in fact, there will be many internal contradictions, factions, and intrigues everywhere. The power that can really be exerted will become weaker instead. And the Qin family also has the confidence and background to carefully select these alien evolutionaries. It has to be said that what is needed in the last days is not only the powerful power of the individual, but also the ability to manage and govern. Some large shelters are extremely chaotic and smoky inside. In fact, a large part of the reason is that the leading evolutionary was born too low, and they used to be ordinary people. He suddenly became the ruler, with thousands of rulers under him, and he didn't know how to manage it all. The Qin family was a top bureaucratic and powerful family in the old days, and they managed Ruxiang very well. The government agencies in the eastern capital have basically been maintained. So after the catastrophe, order was quickly established, and the millions of people in the eastern capital were managed in an orderly manner. After the apocalypse came, people also discovered that not only the appearance of zombies, but also the entire surface of the Earth has undergone drastic changes. First of all, the Earth seems to have become bigger. The places that used to be 100 kilometers together are now separated by 300 kilometers. Moreover, the jungle is densely covered, and the trees soared overnight as if it were a tropical rainforest. Not only zombies, T-virus also seems to have affected animals and plants have also mutated and are very ferocious. Some animals even mutated into the size of dinosaurs, with amazing destructive power and tyranny. Some small shelters were directly destroyed by mutated creatures. This Earth has become full of crises, and dangers are everywhere. On the highway, a modified off-road vehicle was galloping. The off-road vehicle is surrounded by spikes, full of the atmosphere of the Doomsday Wasteland, and the blood on the vehicle also shows that this section of the road is not peaceful. Uncle, we are almost at the boundary of the eastern capital. The girl sitting in the co-pilot looked at the map and said to the middle-aged man driving the car beside her. The girl is about 17 or 18 years old, with extremely beautiful appearance and deep eyebrows, like a sculpture, naturally exuding a vigorous and heroic spirit. The middle-aged man said, "Now the map is not accurate, and the surface has become much larger, but it should take another 2 or 3 hours. After all, The middle-aged man said bitterly. That blood bear is so G insidious. This time we admit it. But he wants us to treat him as a dog, which is wishful thinking. If you are a dog, you have to be a dog for the Qin family. He is nothing but a blood bear. The middle-aged man's name is Wang Hai, who was originally a project manager of a construction company. After the end, he awakened the D-level talent of flame control. The girl's name is Wang Ji, who is his own niece, who has also awakened the B-level talent shadow disguise. Both uncle and nephew have awakened their talents, which has to be said to be very lucky. After the doomsday, they gathered around 300 survivors and built a small shelter. And the blood bear they mentioned is the most powerful evolutionary near Dongwa City, with an A-level transformation talent. Being able to transform into a giant bear, the protective power and destructive power are extremely terrifying. Bullets can't even break his skin. So it is called Blood Bear. The Blood Bear rules a large sanctuary. There are tens of thousands of survivors, and there are more than 20 evolutionaries under him. It is the largest force in Dongwa City. Blood Bear and other sanctuaries were safe and sound before, but a few days ago, Blood Bear suddenly wanted to dominate the entire East Flower Market. He gave the other sanctuaries an ultimatum to submit or be destroyed. Many shelters succumbed, but some evolutionaries dismissed it. Then, the Blood Bear took his men and began to annex other shelters crazily. Wang Hai's shelter was also attacked, and the shelter was breached without holding on for half an hour. In the chaos, they grabbed a car and escaped, and drove towards Dongdu all the way. Wang Ji was a little worried. Uncle, I heard that the Qin family doesn't accept everyone. Wang Hai had a bit of confidence on his face. Don't worry, we didn't go there empty-handed. The Corpse King has almost successfully evolved. This is a good treasure. The Qin family will be tempted. Humans have adapted to the apocalypse faster than they could have imagined. They also learned enough about the dangers of the end times. Those Corpse Kings, or advanced mutant creatures, are very dangerous though. But there are also huge benefits. But the birth of Corpse Kings is very rare, and there just happened to be one in Dongwa City. Once a level 1 evolutionary, relying on his own awakened talent, he wanted to single out the Corpse King. As a result, he was torn to pieces by the Corpse King in a second. But the stronger the Corpse King, the purer the energy crystal nucleus of the Corpse King. The Blood Bear suddenly started to annex other shelters frantically, and it might not have the intention of integrating the power of Dongwa City to hunt down this Corpse King. Wang Hai just wanted to take this news as a gift and tell the East Capital Qin's family, in exchange for the opportunity to enter the Eastern capital. After 2 or 3 hours, an extremely majestic city finally slowly appeared in front of them. Is this Dongdu? Wang Ji's eyes widened as she stared at the scene in front of her in shock. As a native of Dongwa City, Wang Ji actually visited Dongdu several times in the old days. But this time it was the most shocking. The gray-white steel and concrete walls wrapped the city, solemn, like a city of miracles. On the wall, countless high-power searchlights illuminate the 1-kilometer area around the wall like daylight. Armed helicopters are constantly patrolling back and forth. On the city wall, the densely packed firepower makes people's scalps numb. It is not an exaggeration to describe this city as bitter as golden soup. After experiencing the catastrophe, seeing the collapse and fall of the city, you can feel the majesty and magnificence of the eastern capital even more. On the high wall, searchlights were aimed at the off-road vehicle. And Wang Hai and Wang Ji also hurriedly got out of the car, raising their hands high, expressing that they did not have any malicious intentions. But they also knew that Dongdu already knew about their arrival. After all, along the way, when they passed some shelters, they were stopped by some evolutionists and asked them why they came. At that time, Wang Hai knew that these shelters had become satellite outposts of Dongdu. Their whereabouts were naturally notified to Dongdu. They walked forward slowly and came to an entrance. The entrance and exit are heavily guarded. Hundreds of heavily armed soldiers are distributed at various firepower points, and there are more than a dozen high-firing machine guns. In addition, Wang Hai also found a few people in black military uniforms, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, looking at them coldly. These people should be evolutionaries. An officer came over, looked at Wang Hai arrogantly, and said indifferently, "Name, identity, purpose of visit." This officer has not awakened his talent, and is just an ordinary person, but the way he looks at him is like looking at ants. There is no awe of ordinary people for evolution. But this superior attitude did not make Wang Hai angry. Instead, it made him feel a little panic. It seemed to be back to the old days, the fear and cautiousness of common people facing high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Because Wang Hai understands that although the officer in front of him is just an ordinary person, behind him is the behemoth of the Qin family. He is an evolutionary wandering in the wilderness, and he can't be provoked at all. My name is Wang Hai. I'm a level 1 evolutionary, and I'm a level D talent in flame control. She is my niece Wang Ji, who is also a level 1 evolutionary with a B-level talent for shadow camouflage. We have important information to report. Wang Hai honestly told the whole story, and Wang Ji was too arrogant to reveal. The sense of oppression these people gave her was too strong. The officer looked at them carefully, then nodded and said lightly, "First, fill out a form." Fill out a form. Wang Hai was a little speechless, as if time had turned back, and he had returned to the old era, where he had to fill out a form for everything. But he nodded and quickly filled out the form. Then, under the leadership of the officer, they passed through the entrance of the high wall and entered the Eastern Metropolitan Area. After entering the Eastern Metropolitan Area, both Wang Hai and Wang Ji showed extremely shocked expressions on their faces. On both sides of the street, the lights are feasting. Neons and other flashes are colorful and full of cyberpunk flavor. Although these night scenes are far inferior to the prosperity of the old era, even these are enough to move them to tears, and their hearts are extremely shocked. This eastern capital is simply a utopia in the doomsday era. No wonder so many evolutionists want to enter Dongdu and serve as dogs for the Qin family. Compared with Dongdu, their shelters are like kennels. But Wang Ji was still thinking that such a majestic doomsday city is the territory and property of family. Moreover, all members of the Qin family have awakened their talents, and they are indeed the God's chosen family that people say. If there's a God in this world, then there is too much preference for this family. Qin's mansion, Qin Jun, is in the meeting room, listening to his subordinates' reports. "Master, now the group of zombies near our eastern capital has basically been cleaned up, and all the shelters have surrendered to us. However, the surface has changed too much now, and a new survey team is drawing a new map, and the first version of the map should be released in 3 days. In addition, we have also received news from other regions. In the former Xinjiang province, an organization called Dawn Hope has emerged. This organization has incorporated some of the original troops, with about 100 evolutionaries and hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. In addition, there is the Northern Army. The Pre-March is the Second Northern Army. This army survived the catastrophe, and many people in the army seem to have awakened their talents." Qin Jun nodded without the slightest surprise. Over time, not just individual shelters will emerge, but such large organizations will certainly emerge. Because this is the most suitable social structure of this area in danger, the heroes are divided. However, these organizations will not pose any threat to the Qin family for the time being. One reason is that these organizations are still far away from Dongdu because of the larger surface area. Secondly, it is also because these organizations are not enough to see together. What Qin Jun cares about now is his own strength. At this moment, the letter of thanks entered the meeting room and interrupted the meeting. The generals and the officials didn't show any displeasure on their faces, but they all nodded kindly to the thank you letter. Although Sihan is just a personal bodyguard, he is Qin Jun's confidant and even his pillow. They dare not offend this one. The letter of thanks walked to Qin Jun's side and said in a low voice, "Master, I just got the news that there are 2 evolutionaries from Dongwa Market, and they said that there is news about the Corpse King." "Corpse King?" Qin Jun frowned slightly. He is now stuck at the pinnacle of a level 2 evolutionary. If one wants to reach level 3, the purity of ordinary energy crystal nuclei is not enough. In the vicinity of Dongdu, because the zombies were cleaned up too thoroughly, there were not many zombies, let alone the Corpse King. Now those two people brought the news of the Corpse King, which is indeed good news for Qin Jun. Bring them over to me. Qin Jun waved his hand, and the generals and all the high-ranking officials retreated silently. In just a few days, Qin Jun already had a very high prestige in the hearts of the subordinates of the Qin family. Not only because Qin Jun is Qin Yuan's son, but also because of Qin Jun's method. There was a high-ranking man who relied on his own qualifications to sell the old, but was executed by Qin Jun's family with one sentence. Even the faction under the elder's command was purged, and hundreds of people died. Perhaps in peaceful times, Qin Jun would still spend some effort to convince the elder, get his approval and support, and stabilize people's hearts. But in the Doomsday era, there is no need to be so troublesome. In this era, only might and power are unchanging axioms. As long as Qin Jun is strong enough, the people below will not have any thoughts. A lesson from the past. Who would dare to disrespect Qin Jun? Wang Hai and Wang Ji followed them, boarded a military vehicle, and drove towards the city center. After an unknown amount of time, the two were brought to a hall in a building. Then let them wait here. The two evolutionaries who were supposed to be masters in the apocalypse are now left alone, and no one cares. Wang Hai also used to be the boss of a shelter, with hundreds of people under his command, but now he can only wait obediently. I also began to think in my heart, is the news I brought worth much? There are people coming and going in the hall. It should be a certain office, and even Wang Hai can see some evolutionaries walking into the hall, as if they're handing over tasks. After a while, a female officer hurriedly walked up to the two of them with a solemn expression. My name is Li Wan. Pack up and follow me. This female officer is wearing a black military uniform, exuding a terrifying aura, and she is also an evolutionary. And Wang Hai also discovered that the evolutionists in Dongdu seemed to be wearing black military uniforms to show the difference from ordinary officers. Why? Wang Hai agreed, and then followed Li Wan with his niece Wang Ji. Li Wan led them into another military vehicle, started up again, left the building, and drove towards the depths of the city. Li Wan sat in the co-pilot with a solemn expression and said to Wang Hai and Wang Ji in the back row, "The young master wants to see you. You should pay attention later. You can't contradict the young master, you can't speak loudly, and you can't look directly at the young master. Say whatever you ask." Wang Hai kept nodding his head, and Wang Ji, who was beside him, was already dizzy by this series of things he couldn't do. So many can'ts, so many rules. Is this meeting the emperor? After a long time, the military vehicle passed through numerous checkpoints and finally stopped in front of an extremely luxurious and magnificent building. And in front of this luxurious building stood two evolutionists in black military uniforms. These two evolutionaries are obviously extremely powerful, making Wang Hai and Wang Ji's back stand up. These two evolutionaries are much stronger than them, and Wang Hai was even more shocked. He had also heard of the Qin family in the eastern capital before, and it was a huge monster that occupied the eastern capital. And the Qin family was a top powerful family in the old days. The name of the patriarch, Qin Yuan, has been heard by everyone in Huagua, second only to the president's second-in-command, the chairman of the state council. After the apocalypse, the Qin family occupied the eastern capital, and all members of the Qin family awakened their talents and became the god's chosen clan. But these are just hearsay. They don't have an intuitive feeling about the strength of the Qin family. It was only now that he finally had a little understanding of the meaning of the Qin family. Even evolutionists can only look at the gate. Wang Hai also believed in his heart that this was only the tip of the iceberg of the Qin family's strength. He secretly clenched his fist. He must seize the opportunity to enter Dongdu and become the Qin family's dog. It is really hopeless to fight alone outside. Li Wan walked up to the two evolutionaries, showed her ID, then pointed to Wang Hai and said something in a low voice. Then the two evolutionary guards nodded and let Li Wen and others go in. Following Li Wen along the way, Wang Hai and Wang Ji entered the Qin's mansion, and the servants were all gorgeously dressed and graceful. They looked like the ladies and masters outside instead of servants. Wang Hai and Wang Ji were speechless inwardly. This place is really a palace. And in this environment, they unconsciously panicked and walked cautiously. Finally, they came to a room. Li Wen knocked lightly on the door, and then a calm and clear voice came from the room. "Come in." This voice seemed to have a magical power, which made people nervous unconsciously. Li Wen gently opened the door and led Wang Hai and Wang Ji into the room. Walking into the room, Wang Hai and Wang Ji saw an extremely handsome young man looking at them. The young man was young and extremely handsome, and there is a faint smile on his face, which seems to be very kind. But Wang Hai and Wang Ji felt a great sense of oppression on this young man. They knew that this was the only SSS-level talent owner and the future master of the East Capital Qin family, Qin Jun, running all the way, hard work. What surprised Wang Hai and Wang Ji was that Qin Jun, a big man, didn't go straight to the point but cared about them. This directly touched Wang Hai's heart, even though he knew in his heart that this was just a polite way and a disguise for such a big man. But sometimes the big people are willing to be polite to you, which is enough to make the little people inexplicably grateful. Qin Jun nodded and asked, "I heard that you have news about the Corpse King?" "Yes, a Corpse King appeared in Dongwa Market, and its evolution is almost complete." "How is the situation in Dongwa Market?" "Now the strongest evolutionary in Dongwa City is a man named Bloodbear. He is an A-level talent, and he has almost unified the large and small shelters in Dongwa City. He is very strong." Wang Hai directly confided all the information he knew, explained clearly the various shelters in Dongwa City and how many evolutionaries there are. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking carefully in his heart, and the room fell into silence again. But Wang Hai didn't dare to vent his anger. Wang Ji, on the other hand, forgot Li Wen's instructions and secretly raised her head to look at Qin Jun's pensive face. So pretty. Seeing that Li Wen saw Wang Ji's disrespectful behavior, a trace of anger appeared on her face. Her eyebrows were raised, but she didn't dare to speak out in front of Qin Jun. With a gloomy face, she took a deep look at Wang Ji. "I don't know how long it has passed." Qin Jun smiled and said lightly to Wang Hai, "The news you brought is very useful. Come on, what reward do you want?" When Wang Hai heard this, his heart was suddenly excited. "Master, we want to stay in Dongdu and serve you in the future." Wang Hai is worthy of his age. He didn't say that he was working for the Qin family, but that he was working for Qin Jun. It's only one word, but the meaning is very different. Dongdu, in a villa. From today onwards, you are members of the Qin family. Li Wen was expressionless, and an attendant behind her handed over 2 sets of black officer uniforms to Wang Hai and Wang Ji. As evolutionaries, you will enjoy the treatment of officers, and housing and meals will be provided by the family. Li Wen took out 2 more black cards and said to Wang Hai calmly, "You are a D-level talent, and you can use 2,000 GPA every month. You can use these grade points to exchange for energy crystal cores, genetic potions, and weapons and equipment." Then she glanced at Wang Ji again, with a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. "You are a B-level talent, with 3,500 GPA per month." Wang Hai was delighted with the result card. Looking left and right, he couldn't put it down. "There's only one thought in my heart. This path is really the right choice. Among other things, this villa alone is infinitely more comfortable than he was in the shelter before. In the shelter before, it was temporarily built. His room is only 10 square meters, and he could just put a bed. There is no comparison here. And there are grade points every month, which can be exchanged for energy crystal cores, and there is no need to hunt and kill zombies like before. When the harvest is good, you have to guard against the coveting and peeping of other evolutionists. Often for a few energy crystal nuclei, one has to work hard. No wonder there are so many evolutionaries rushing to work for the Qin family. Li Wen continued, "If you feel that your grade points are not enough, You can also choose a suitable one from the tasks posted on the intranet. All the spoils must be handed in, but you can also get corresponding grade points. This is what the family pays you. When you have accumulated enough historical points, or have broken through the realm, then the rank in the family will also rise, and the treatment and privileges you enjoy will also increase. But corresponding to this, you must obey all orders and arrangements of the family unconditionally. If there is any disobedience, shoot to kill. When it comes to shooting to kill, Li Wen's words are a little more cold and murderous. Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat. He shuddered, and he nodded hastily. And Li Wen said coldly to Wang Ji, "One more thing. Remember your identity. The young master is not someone like you who can think about it. If you dare to be rude again in the future, I will apply to the Family Supervision Office to expel you from Dongdu." Wang Ji was taken aback first, but she was actually very stubborn. She immediately retorted, "I'm afraid I'm not the only one who is delusional." Li Wen's expression was suffocated. She was originally an agent raised by the Qin family, and she almost became Qin Jun's personal bodyguard. But it's a pity that I was overwhelmed by the letter of thanks in the end and brushed it down. After the doomsday, she awakened her talent and became an evolutionary under the Qin family. Although the status has improved a lot, it is farther away from Qin Jun. So when she saw that Wang Ji, a newcomer who had just entered Dongdu, dared to think about Qin Jun, she immediately became hostile towards her. But Li Wen didn't say anything, turned around and left, leaving only one sentence. "Get ready. The young master will lead people to the East Flower Market tomorrow, and you must lead the way." After Li Wen left, Wang Hai complained to Wang Ji, "Xiao Ji, why did you offend her?" Wang Ji snorted coldly, but said nothing. But Qin Jun's incomparably handsome face appeared in his heart, coupled with that noble temperament. Everything fascinated the girl so much. The next day, a huge team left Dongdu in a mighty way, heading towards the East Flower Market. This time, Qin Jun did not bring many soldiers, but only a mixed reinforcement battalion with 1,200 people. After all, in the Doomsday era, ordinary soldiers can defend the city with the help of fortifications and firepower. But there is not much threat to zombies and mutant creatures in the wild. After all, if a soldier mutates, it will become very troublesome. But Qin Jun brought more than 70 evolutionaries with him. After these days, other people have awakened their talents one after another. In addition, the Qin family monopolized the copy of the different space near the eastern capital, obtained the talent seeds, and created a group of evolutionaries. So now there are nearly 1,000 evolutionaries under the Qin family's command. Although this is still too rare compared to the ratio of millions of people in the eastern capital. Sitting in the military vehicle, Wang Hai and Wang Ji were shocked to see such a huge team. Is this the strength of the Qin family? Randomly pull out some people. It is enough to push down the shelter of the entire Dongwa city. Dongwa City, the suburbs, the first affiliated hospital. This used to be the largest hospital in Dongwa City, but now it has become the largest shelter in Dongwa City. The surrounding walls of the hospital were reinforced with iron plates and wooden boards, and barbed wire was placed on them. Outside the walls, protective ditches were dug. In this shelter, tens of thousands of survivors gathered. But even this sanctuary has an extremely strict hierarchy. Those old, weak, and useless people can only live in the square outside the hospital, pitch a tent, eat and drink here, and there is a stench everywhere. And those wards and staff dormitories in the hospital building are full of young and healthy men. Although they don't have awakening talent, they have strength and are an important labor force. As for the evolved ones, they live in the VIP wards in the upper floors, where the environment is better and they have been remodeled to be more comfortable. The former dean's office at the highest level only belonged to one person. The floors where these people live also symbolize their identities. On the top floor of the hospital building, the woman's screams echoed, and the boys outside the door winked at each other with smirks on their faces. After an unknown amount of time, the woman's screams gradually became weaker and finally disappeared. After a while, the door opened. A man in hardcover with a fierce face came out. He was extremely tall. It's even so high that it's abnormally high, nearly 3 meters. The whole body is full of explosive muscles like a mountain of meat, giving people an incomparable sense of oppression. Just taking a look at it is enough to make your legs go weak and your heart feel weak. He is the owner of this shelter, the most powerful evolutionary in Dongwa City. Blood Bear. When the little brothers saw the Blood Bear coming out, their faces showed expressions of awe. Grown-ups. Originally, Blood Bear subordinates called him the boss, but Blood Bear disliked this title as too imposing, like a gangster in society. So let his subordinates call him an adult. The Blood Bear nodded and said lightly, "The woman is dead. Throw it away, or the smell of the corpse will attract zombies." The younger brothers were stunned when they heard the words. This is the first woman who was played to death by the Blood Bear? It's really brutal. But looking at the body shape of the Blood Bear, I am afraid that few women can be tortured by him like this. The little brothers hurried into the room and dragged the woman's body away. The woman was naked, covered with scars and bruises, obviously suffering from inhuman torture. She is very beautiful and very young, at most 18 years old. That is the age of just graduating from high school. There was a look of extreme pain on the girl's face. Her eyes were opened empty, as if she was questioning the heavens. Why did she suffer such bad luck? But this is the bloody reality. There is no Prince Charming to save her from the fire and water. There is a 99% probability that she will encounter a scum like a Blood Bear. In the Doomsday, a beautiful woman with no background strength is doomed to live a life worse than death. Maybe death is also a kind of relief for her. Watching the younger brothers dragging away the girl's body, the Blood Bear looked indifferent and didn't care about human life at all. He couldn't even remember that this was the first woman he had played to death. Anyway, there are tens of thousands of people in the shelter, and there are so many women, just pick another one. At this time, a well-mannered young man came over and said respectfully, "My lord, several shelters in the eastern suburbs have also surrendered." His name is Songbin, and he was a middle school teacher in the old days. When the end came, he abandoned the students in his class and ran away, avoiding the first batch of zombie outbreaks. Later, he awakened his talent and became the Blood Bear's right-hand man. It can be regarded as the number 2 person in the shelter. Hearing this, Blood Bear showed a smile on his face. Very well, now these shelters in Dongwa City are almost all subordinated to us. There was a shrewdness and cunning in the Blood Bear's eyes that did not match his size. His real name is Qin Jun, and he is a gangster in Dongwa City, but he has accidentally awakened an A-level talent, and he is also a transformation talent with extremely strong early combat effectiveness. Relying on his A-level talent and his ruthlessness, he soon became the leader of the shelter, and there are more than a dozen evolutionaries loyal to him. It has become the most powerful existence among so many shelters in Dongwa City. Originally, the Blood Bear didn't think about trying to annex other shelters, but after the news of the Corpse King came out, he immediately changed his mind. He knew that this Corpse King was a good thing. He is now the pinnacle of a level 1 evolutionary. And the energy crystal nucleus in the Corpse King's body will definitely allow him to break through to level 2 or even directly to level 3 evolution. But he also knew that the Corpse King was also extremely dangerous. If he leads his men to besiege the Corpse King, he will definitely pay a very painful price, and maybe others will pick the peaches. So the Blood Bear directly chose to annex other shelters. Although some prices have been paid, these shelters are of different sizes and far apart. Moreover, there were many internal conflicts, and they were quickly annexed by the Blood Bears one by one. Now Blood Bear has more than 40 evolutionaries under his command. The Blood Bear's plan is to take the 40-odd evolutionaries to besiege the Corpse King. At that time, these evolutionists who have just taken refuge will be forced to do it first. Then he picks peaches. In this way, those untrusted evolutionists suffered heavy losses, and they must no longer have the power to oppose him. And he can also get the Corpse King crystal nucleus. If he can directly break through to level 3 evolutionary, then he is the king of the East Flower Market, and he can directly establish a big power at that time. At that time, Maybe the Qin family in the eastern capital will also have to face him squarely. When others saw the blood bear's size, they subconsciously felt that he was a character with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. But in fact, the blood bear is very cunning in his heart. You know, bears in nature are synonymous with high IQ. Dongwa City, a suburb. A shadow was galloping down the street like a gust of wind, and occasionally a few zombies on the street completely ignored the shadow. This shadow is exactly the shadow of Su Chow's incarnation. Su Chow's was projected on this shadow. He was extremely fast, and he had a panoramic view of the surrounding situation. He already knew about the changes in the East Flower Market in the past few days. Blood Bear's group annexed other shelters everywhere, and now the survivors and evolutionists in Dongdu basically took refuge in him. This made Su Chow feel a little gloomy, because he was worried that the goal of the Blood Bear was the Corpse King. If the Blood Bear and so many evolutionaries go to deal with the Corpse King, then his chances are very small. Su Chow had also seen that Blood Bear from afar, and it was very powerful. At least for now, he is far from being the opponent of the Blood Bear. Thinking of this, Su Chow felt a little regretful. He spent all his time trying to mess with Zhou Lan. Apart from going out to gather the necessary supplies, I basically never left the bed. No way. I have been single for 20 years and met a woman for the first time. She is still a goddess who never had a chance in the old days. How can you not be addicted? At this moment, Su Chow stopped his shadow suddenly, because he saw an extremely large army heading towards Dongwa Market. Huge chariots, heavily armed soldiers, and many evolutionaries exuding a dangerous atmosphere. Su Chow was startled and immediately guessed the origins of these people. Eastern capital Qin family. Because within the tens of thousands of kilometers around Dongwa City, or even in the entire southeast region, I am afraid that only the Qin family in the eastern capital has such strength. Su Chow's heart was gloomy. Just a blood bear is enough for him to have a headache, and the Qin family in the eastern capital is also coming to this muddy water. So does he still have a chance? But Su Chow suddenly changed his mind. No, he still has a chance. As long as you stir up the conflict between the Qin family in the eastern capital and the Blood Bears, and let them fight to the detriment of both, then this is your chance. After Su Chow thought about it, he immediately rushed towards this huge convoy. Now it's just his shadow, and not his body, plus the shadow can be reborn infinitely. It means that Su Chow has countless lives. So Su Chow was confident, not at all worried about the consequences of provoking the Qin family in the eastern capital. Anyway, his body is still in a certain neighborhood in the urban area, which is extremely hidden. He didn't believe that he would be found out. Su Chow's shadow quickly rushed towards the Qin family's team. And the Qin family's team is indeed a well-trained elite, and someone immediately raised the alarm. Enemy attack. The soldiers on the avant-garde vigilant chariot immediately began to fire, and countless machine guns fired at the shadow, interweaving and forming a firepower network, and the reaction was very fast. But Su Chow's shadow was even weirder. Even if ordinary bullets can directly penetrate his shadow, they can't cause any damage. In fact, firearms and weapons are still very threatening to some evolutionaries, such as some power-enhanced evolutionaries. But Su Chow's shadow is between the entity and nothingness. It is a talent of spirit body. So these bullets did not pose any threat to him. Su Chow's shadow rushed directly towards the limousine where Qin Jun was located. With a menacing aura, the shadow spread out. It was as high as a floor, and it was quite threatening. The evolutionary of the Qin family finally made a move. Swish! A middle-aged man in a black military uniform snorted coldly, his eyes glowing with blue light. Immediately, a blue beam of light gushed out from his body, rose from the ground, soared into the air, and hit towards Su Chow's shadow. This azure blue flame beam was really terrifying, and the surrounding air became a little distorted. Su Chow didn't dare to take it hard, so he could only change his position to avoid the terrifying blue molten flame. Su Chow felt a little gloomy in his heart. He knew that the Qin family in the eastern capital was very strong. But I didn't expect that I didn't even pass the first level. And more evolutionaries appeared, all wearing black military uniforms, looking at Su Chow coldly. Su Chow has observed those large shelters from a distance through shadow ghosts in the past few days, and there are many evolutionaries under those forces. But those evolutionaries have different personalities. Some are flamboyant, some are arrogant, and some are calm. Clothes are even more varied. This is not to say that dressing will have any impact on strength, but so many evolutionaries are uniformed in black military uniforms, as if they are an army. It still gives people an incomparable sense of oppression. The Qin family in the eastern capital, even the evolutionaries, are established. But Su Chow didn't forget his purpose. He deliberately changed his voice. This is Lord Bloodbear's territory. No outsiders are welcome. This is just a warning. And the window of the limousine slowly fell, revealing an extremely handsome face. Qin Jun looked calm, looking at Su Chow's shadow quietly. And there was a letter of thanks sitting beside him. Looking coldly at Su Chow's shadow, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Su Chow and Qin Jun looked at each other from a distance, and Su Chow knew in his heart that this young man should be the young master of the East Capital Qin family, the SSS-level talent Qin Jun. A deep jealousy suddenly rose in his heart. This Qin Jun is said to be the son of Qin Yuan, chairman of the Standing Committee of the Old Era. In the old days, he was the top dignitary. As a result, after the Doomsday came, he was still one of the masters of this world. It can even be said that the coming of the Doomsday will bring the status of the Qin family to a higher level. Why? Why did the old era of Qin Jun enjoy privileges, but the Doomsday era can continue to be superior? Why did he catch up with all the good things? And Su Chow's eyes were quickly attracted by the thank you letter beside Qin Jun. Before that, Zhoulan was already considered an extremely beautiful goddess. But when Su Chow saw the thank you letter, he found that all the bodyguards beside Qin Jun were so beautiful and temperamental. Compared with this female bodyguard, Zhoulan also pales in comparison. This made Su Chow feel both envious and jealous. Originally, he was going to provoke the relationship between Bloodbear and Qin Jun and run away, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Su Chow's shadow let out a hoarse sneer. My surname is Qin. Don't think that you are great after awakening the SSS-level talent. I tell you that in 1 year at most, I will be able to dominate the entire Southeast. Even if you have a good background. So what, isn't it just luck to get a good pregnancy? Although I come from a low family background, you guys will be defeated by my subordinates and will be trampled under my feet. Su Chow, deliberately hoarse voice, began to vent the envy and jealousy in his heart. The more he spoke, the more vigorous he became. Court death. The evolutionists under the Qin family were angry. They could tell that apart from being a more troublesome spirit body, this shadow was not powerful at all. Just a waste. You are a waste. How dare you speak nonsense? They defected to the Qin family and worked their lives for the Qin family. It can be said that they have already tied their own interests to the chariot of the Qin family. One prospers all, one loses all. Now seeing a little b asterisk 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 d, who didn't know where he came from, dare to speak rudely to Qin Jun, the young master of the Qin family, it immediately made them very angry. Court death. The letter of thanks was extremely angry, and his heart was full of murderous intent. But the next moment, the void behind Su Chow suddenly surged, and a graceful figure suddenly appeared. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards Su Chow's chest. It was Wang Ji, who had just surrendered to the Qin family. But the dagger in Wang Ji's hand seemed to pierce the air, and Su Chow's shadow was a spirit body. Ordinary physical attacks have no effect on him. And when Su Chow saw Wang Ji, his eyes almost widened. After Wang Ji changed into a black military uniform. The military uniform showed her graceful figure perfectly. But even so, it still scared Su Chow half to death. He didn't feel Wang Ji's presence at all. It has to be said that the talent of shadow camouflage is a born assassin. Wang Ji missed a hit and immediately retreated, looking at Su Chow's shadow coldly. Her heart was full of annoyance. She originally wanted to kill this man, so that she could make a good face in front of the young master and gain a sense of presence. In the end, she didn't expect this kind of spiritual shadow to make her return in vain. This man, damn it. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Su Chow's shadow. And Su Chow was about to say something more when suddenly he felt the void around him began to collapse, and it was crazily squeezed towards the center. The next moment, his shadow was directly destroyed by an inexplicable force. Seeing this scene, the evolutionists under the Qin family all showed expressions of awe. Not just in awe of Qin Jun's identity, but also in awe of his strength. A slight smile appeared on Qin Jun's face, because he heard the sound of the system prompting. Ding! I found luck's son, Su Chow. Task: eliminate the threat of Su Chow. Task completion reward: villain value 35 points. Ding! The potential value of luck's son Su Chow is being evaluated. The evaluation is complete. Potential harvest value: S rank. Qin Jun's biggest whole card reliance is not SSS-level talent, nor even the Qin family behind him. It's this doomsday villain system. With a villain value, he can exchange for all kinds of heaven-defying treasures in the system mall, especially the genetic medicine, which can directly break through the realm. It's just that the villain value is too difficult to obtain, so you can only hunt the Son of Luck. If ordinary people can be strangled to obtain it, I am afraid that Qin Jun has killed hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. And this time, he came to the East Flower Market with the intention of wanting the Corpse King. But now, there is another Son of Luck. Thinking of the provocative words made by the Son of Luck just now, and the unreasonable words in front of him, a sarcasm flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. He quickly guessed what Su Chow was thinking. It's nothing more than relying on the fact that his shadow is separate from his body. No matter how arrogant he is, others don't know his true identity. So there is no fear and unscrupulous spouting. It's a bit like those keyboard warriors in the old days. It's just that what Su Chow doesn't know is what kind of consequences his quick tongue will bring to him. Qin Jun. Qin Jun thought for a moment and called Wang Hai directly. Do you know an evolutionary named Su Chow? Wang Hai was taken aback for a moment, and after thinking hard, he shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Qin Jun nodded. It seems that this Su Chow does not belong to any shelter. Otherwise, there are only so many evolutionaries in Dongwa City. Wang Hai will definitely have an impression. Then there's only one possibility. This Su Chow is still hiding somewhere in the urban area of Dongwa City until now. The reason why Su Chow came to say that he was the Blood Bear subordinate was nothing more than wanting to stir up conflicts between him and the Blood Bear. Then Su Chow will have the opportunity to covet the Corpse King. It has to be said that Qin Jun guessed exactly what Su Chow's thoughts and plans were in almost a moment. It's just that Su Chow's so-called plan to sow discord is even more childish and ridiculous. What kind of blood bear is worthy of being lose-lose with him? Qin Jun directly instructed the letter of thanks. Contact Dongdu and ask them to find out how many people named Su Chow live in Dongwa Market. As the leading metropolis in the country, Dongdu has a high political status. The governor's mansion of the eastern capital is also in charge of the household registration management of various cities in the southeastern region. Dongwa Market is naturally one of them. After the apocalypse, although the household registration information is useless, it is still preserved and stored in the internal network of Dongdu's archives. Although Qin Jun only knew one name, he could easily find out all the background information about Su Chow. It may not be exact, but at least a general range can be determined. And that's enough. Qin Jun will determine the scope bit by bit until Su Chow is found out. Let the Son of Luck understand what the consequences of a good mouth are. At this time, Wang Hai also carefully expressed his opinion. Master, this person said he was sent by the Blood Bear, but I don't think so. Blood Bear looks like a big and thick guy, but he is actually very shrewd and cunning. He should not dare to provoke us. And even if it was a warning, it wouldn't just send such a waste over. Qin Jun smiled slightly, nodded and said, I know, but so what? The smile on his face was very gentle, but his eyes were extremely indifferent, like a god, without any emotional fluctuations. Wang Hai was taken aback for a moment, and then a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He understood what Qin Jun meant. Dongwa Market, Golden Harbor Community. In the room, Su Chow breathed a long breath as if he had been rescued from drowning. His face was pale, and he was out of breath. His consciousness returned to the body. Su Chow's expression was gloomy. That Qin Jun was really scary, and he only glanced at him. He didn't even know what was going on. His own shadow exploded. Su Chow's face was cold, and with a thought, the void in front of him began to distort, and then a shadow appeared again. His shadow was revived again. Looking at the resurrected shadow, a smile gradually appeared on Su Chow's face. And remembering that he had been talking for so long in front of so many evolutionaries of the Qin family, he felt even more happy in his heart and laughed. Anyway, only his shadow spirit body appeared at that time, and no one knew his bottom line. So of course he was talking loudly. In the old days, Su Chow often played against others on the internet, and he was a keyboard warrior on the internet. And now, Su Chow's shadow is even cooler. With the help of a shadow, he can go wherever he wants, slander whoever he wants, and make trouble as he wants. Even Su Chow felt as if he was playing a game, and his shadow was his game character. No matter what he does with the shadow, there will be no danger. So Su Chow didn't need to be cautious at all. With his shadow, he was invincible. A sneer appeared on Su Chow's face. I don't know if that Qin Jun will tremble with anger. Su Chow left the room with a smile and saw Zhou wearing a maid's black silk outfit, cleaning up the housework. Her outfit was actually Su Chow's personal taste. Although Zhou didn't like this kind of dress in her heart, she felt that it made her lose any dignity. But now she can only rely on Su Chow to survive in the doomsday. He had no choice but to accept all Su Chow's demands. If it was before, when Su Chow saw Zhou dressed up like this, the little brothers below would definitely be ready to move. Go straight to play with Zhou. But just now Su Chow saw Sihan and Wang Ji beside Qin Jun, under these two stunning beauties. Zhou looked very ordinary. Even Su Chow suddenly lost interest in Zhou. Su Chow thought to himself, after he devoured the corpse king, he could leave this place, and then he would occupy a shelter and see if there were any other stunning beauties. But he thought about it again. The beauties in the sanctuary must have been played to death. Although he is a D***K, he has a deep virginity. Alas, let's see if there are any other survivors. Su Chow started to dream again. As for the matter of provoking Qin Jun earlier, it was quickly forgotten by Su Chow, and he didn't think it was too serious. Then Qin Jun doesn't know who he is? He hid in the Jingwan community, so the Qin family can turn the entire Dongwa market upside down? You know, the urban area of Dongwa City. But there are hundreds of thousands of zombies. Dongwa City, the first affiliated hospital. My lord, it's not good. A younger brother rushed into the room and shouted at the blood bear with a panicked expression. The blood bear frowned and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter? What fuss?" "There's an army rushing towards our shelter. It seems to be from the Qin family in the eastern capital." Eastern capital, Qin family? The blood bear was startled when he heard the words, and then his heart sank. The Qin family in the eastern capital? Why did the Qin family in the eastern capital suddenly come to the East Flower Market? The blood bear guessed immediately. Probably the news about the corpse king had leaked out. Known by the Qin family in the eastern capital, they want to come and fight for the corpse king. In blood bear's heart, the figures of Wang Hai and Wang Jina's uncle and nephew immediately appeared. When he annexed other shelters, the one established by Wang Hai was not the largest, but it was the one with the most fierce resistance. Later, Wang Hai and Wang Ji took advantage of the chaos to escape, but he didn't care. After all, he now has 30 or 40 evolutionaries under his command. What storms can 2 evolutionaries make? Now it seems that Wang Hai can't afford to make troubles by himself. But he told the Qin family about the corpse king and summoned the Qin family, the dragon who crossed the river. Thinking of this, the blood bear secretly hated. He should have killed Wang Hai in the first place. With a gloomy face, Shui Xiong ordered, "Call out all the brothers. Although the Qin family in Dongdu is powerful, our Dongwa market is not easy to bully. Don't destroy our prestige." Between the words, the Blood Bear has already regarded himself as the boss of Dongwa City. The survivors in the shelter also saw the arrival of the Qin family's army. Seeing the Qin family's army, hope suddenly appeared on the numb faces of the survivors. "Army, the country is here to save us." People's eyes were full of excitement and excitement. They regarded the Qin family's troops as the national army. A well-trained soldier, a grim-looking officer. The Qin family is compared to other doomsday forces. The biggest difference is that the Qin family has inherited the order and organization of the old government, and all the armed personnel under its command are regular troops. While other shelters were still groping to establish order in this way, the Qin family had already completed the overall transformation from top to bottom. Orders and prohibitions are in order. It is not surprising that these survivors regarded the Qin family army as the national army. It's just that they are really afraid of the bloody means of the Blood Bear, although they are very much looking forward to the army to save them. But they only dared to wait and think in their hearts. No one dared to say anything. The Blood Bear also appeared at the gate of the shelter with his evolutionaries. Looking at the well-trained troops outside and the menacing strong men of the Qin family, his heart suddenly sank. So many evolutionaries? There are more than 70 of them. His Blood Bear has annexed so many shelters these days, almost integrating the forces of the entire East Flower City, and there are only more than 40 evolutionaries under his command. And it's not long since they have just awakened their talents, and they haven't practiced much at all. After all, it is not easy for them to get energy crystal nuclei. Although there are tens of thousands of survivors in the shelter, these survivors are ordinary people. It's okay to do odd jobs, but it's too reluctant to fight zombies. Blood Bear took people to the police station in the city center to buy some firearms, but they were all light weapons like pistols, and the ammunition was very scarce. Therefore, if these shelters in Dongwa City want to get energy crystal nuclei, they have to be evolved to hunt down zombies in person. Those ordinary people can only do some auxiliary work. Most of the obtained energy crystal nuclei are exclusively shared by the Blood Bear. As for the evolutionists under the Blood Bear, when they saw the evolutionaries of the Qin family, their momentum became shorter. The evolved members of the Qin family were all in black military uniforms, well-tailored, majestic, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, full of oppression. And they, dressed in colorful clothes, acted like bandits in a cottage. However, Blood Bear also has his own confidence. He is an A-level talent, and he is only one step away from reaching level 2. He is very strong. Ordinary evolutionaries are not his opponents at all. In the early stage of Doomsday, he can definitely be called a strong man. Moreover, there are more than 40 evolutionaries under his command, which is also a big force in the end. The Qin family shouldn't easily turn against themselves, right? I have to say that the Blood Bear looks very imposing. After he awakened his talent, his body also mutated, and he was a full 3 meters tall. It seems to be a giant. Standing among the crowd, he stands out from the crowd. His voice is deafening. "I'm Blood Bear, the boss of Dongwa City. I wonder which nobleman from the Qin family is here." Although the Blood Bear knew that the Qin family came for the Corpse King, but his tone was still very polite. The Qin family in the eastern capital is not something he can provoke. Then he saw a handsome young man stepping down from a luxurious limousine. Surrounded by a group of strong men, the stars came over. This handsome young man is tall and straight, with a height of about 1.8 meters. Compared with the Blood Bear, he looks very thin and small. But his temperament is very noble. His expression is calm, his eyes are indifferent, and he is aloof. Instead, the aura of a Blood Bear like a mountain of meat was firmly suppressed. Standing in front of the Blood Bear, everyone's eyes will be attracted by this handsome young man, and they will not pay attention to the Blood Bear. The young man looked up at the Blood Bear and smiled slightly. "My name is Qin Jun." "Qin Jun." Shuexiong was startled. He originally thought that the person who came was a member of the Qin family. Even so, it was enough for him to treat it with caution. In this doomsday world, the collateral descendants of the Qin family are unattainable bigwigs. But he didn't expect that the future master of the Qin family in the eastern capital would actually come in person. Master Qin, I don't know what you were planning to do when you come to Dongdu this time. My blood bear, is now the owner of Dongwa Market. If there is a need, my blood bear will definitely help. There was a smile on the blood bear's face, a little flattering and a little frightened. He suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Just a month or two ago, he was a gangster in Dongwa Market. And Qin Jun is the son of the standing committee chairman, the top second generation in this country. In front of the powerful second generation like Qin Jun, he is just an ant, as humble as dust, and has never had the chance to meet such a big man like Qin Jun in his life. But now, he was able to stand in front of Qin Jun. He is no longer an ant. Qin Jun smiled slightly. You are the blood bear? I have heard of your name, a level talent. Very good. In a word, Qin Jun made the blood bear extremely comfortable. There is even a sense of honor. Even Qin Jun has heard of his name. Blood bear grinned, very happy, and then said, Thank you, young Master Qin, for your compliment. Young Master Qin will come to East Flower Market this time, and Blood Bear will fully cooperate no matter what happens. Qin Jun nodded. I'm here this time because of the Corpse King who is about to complete evolution. The energy crystal nucleus, I want it. When the Blood Bear heard this, his heart sank. Really? The Qin family's target is the Corpse King. For this Corpse King, he can say that he has prepared a lot and even annexed other shelters for this. But although he was very unwilling in his heart, there was no abnormality on the Blood Bear's face. He knows very well that he can't afford to offend the Qin family now. It has to be said that the Blood Bear can be considered to be able to afford it. So he nodded and said, Okay, since you have come in person, the Corpse King is yours. We, Dongwa City, will do our best to cooperate. However, although the Blood Bear said it very politely, the meaning was also very obvious. This Corpse King was given to Qin Jun by him. As a deal, Qin Jun has to give him some benefits, right? Looking at the Blood Bear's cunning little eyes, Qin Jun felt ashamed. As Wang Hai said, the Blood Bear is not simple. It can even be said that he is very scheming and courteous, and he is a character. If you think that he has a simple mind and well-developed limbs, just because of his appearance, he will definitely suffer a big loss. But so what? For Qin Jun, this Blood Bear is an ant who is lucky and has awakened his talent. But ants are ants after all. Qin Jun smiled slightly, looking very polite and personable. You may have misunderstood something. What I want is the energy crystal nucleus, not the Corpse King. When the Blood Bear heard this, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He understood what Qin Jun meant. This is to let the Blood Bear kill the Corpse King, and then obediently donate the Corpse King's energy crystal core to the Qin family. Is the Corpse King so easy to kill? He hunted and killed the Corpse King. Many evolutionists under his command would probably die, and he might even be injured. And Qin Jun just waited here, comfortably without doing anything? Why? Blood Bear said with a cold face. Master Qin, are you going too far? We took the risk to hunt down the Corpse King, and then offer the energy crystal nucleus. Then what good would I gain? Qin Jun chuckled. You can continue to live if you obediently donate the energy crystal nucleus. Isn't that the biggest benefit? Either offer the Corpse King crystal core or die. In Qin Jun's eyes, Blood Bear, an A-level evolutionary, the most powerful existence in Dongwa City, is just an ant. Ants who don't cooperate with the Qin family to make deals. Qin Jun's tone was flat, but a chill rose in everyone's hearts. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. And this mountain is called Qianquan. Anyone can only accept all the requests of the Qin family. If there is a little disobedience, then even the Blood Bear, the master of Dongwa City, will be completely destroyed by the Qin family. Even a murderous Blood Bear couldn't help feeling grief and anger in his heart. Too much deception. His eyes were red. He stared at Qin Jun and said word by word, What if I don't cooperate? It's very simple. Qin Jun smiled and stretched out his finger towards Song Bin beside the Blood Bear. The next moment, Song Bin screamed, as if an invisible force squeezed his whole body into a pulp. Song Bin, the blood bear's right-hand man, the second head of the sanctuary, and an evolutionary with a sea-level talent. Without even reacting, it turned into a pool of rotten meat. Died in front of the blood bear. This is what happens. Qin Jun looked at the blood bear with a smile, as if he just crushed an insignificant ant to death, making everyone feel cold. Looking at Qin Jun's back, Wang Hai was filled with awe. He finally understood why Qin Jun said that sentence before. He originally thought that Qin Jun wanted to use the matter of the shadow as an excuse to attack the blood bear and force the blood bear to give up the corpse king. But he found that he still underestimated Qin Jun's overbearing. Qin Jun had no intention of cooperating with the blood bear from the very beginning. He never saw the blood bear as a human being at all. No excuses needed, no plans needed. It is obvious to use power to overwhelm people. Either send the corpse king's energy crystal nucleus or die. It's that simple. The blood bear roared angrily and finally couldn't help but make a move. He was originally a gangster with a brutal and cruel personality. Now Qin Jun really killed Song Bin in his face. If he endured it any longer, what would the other younger brothers think of him? The blood bear was furious in his heart, even if he offended the Qin family. At worst, he would not stay in this East Flower Market and go into exile in other areas. Anyway, he is an A-level talent. After all, he can get ahead. The blood bear roared, and his body climbed up and became extremely huge. And the mane also grew on the skin, and it immediately turned into an extremely huge bear. A-level talent, giant bear transformation. After turning into a giant bear, the blood bear is like a mountain of meat, 5 meters tall, and the ground begins to tremble and shake every time he takes a step. Pounced towards Qin Jun. After turning into a giant bear with such a huge body, the speed of the blood bear became extremely fast as lightning. Possesses an agility speed that is extremely inconsistent with such a large body. This level of combat power is indeed capable of dominating the East Flower Market. Facing such a huge and ferocious giant bear, Qin Jun looked calm and looked coldly at the blood bear that was rushing towards him. He stretched out his hand. The blood bear suddenly let out a scream and saw that the blood bear's incomparably strong forearm was suddenly distorted by an invisible force. Blood and flesh flew across, and the bone was directly cracked. The blood bear was in excruciating pain, and his heart was filled with shock. After he turned into a giant bear, his body's defense was extremely strong. Even rockets could resist it, and even a dozen evolutionaries could not break through his defense. That's why he was able to sweep the East Flower Market. In the end, facing Qin Jun, he didn't even know Qin Jun's methods, so he was almost abolished. The original anger in the blood bear's heart suddenly disappeared, replaced by fear. Extreme fear. The degree of danger of the eldest son of the Qin family is beyond his imagination. Run. The blood bear made a decisive decision, turned around and ran away, abandoning everything he had, because his intuition told him that if he didn't run, he would die here. The blood bear's speed was extremely fast, and he ran hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. His face was expressionless, and he clenched his fist with his right hand. The space around the blood bear suddenly solidified and began to collapse towards the center, and the blood bear screamed in pain. His huge body was squeezed by an invisible force, as if by invisible hands, kneaded into a ball, and kept squeezing in the middle. Galala's voice was extremely ear-piercing. In less than 10 seconds, the blood bear's 5-meter-high body was squeezed into a mass of meat, as if it had been stuffed into a compressor. The dead can't die anymore. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, with disbelief on their faces. This is especially true for the survivors of the East Flower Market. Blood bear just died like this. These days, the blood bear can be said to be overshadowing the sky in Dongwa City, because he is the strongest, crushing other evolutionaries in almost all directions. He is the veritable ruler of the East Flower Market. But it was the extremely powerful existence in their hearts that lasted less than 20 seconds in front of Qin Jun. Just be crushed to death. Everyone looked at Qin Jun. The eldest son of the Qin family looked calm. Killing the blood bear was as simple and easy as crushing an ant to death. It wasn't until this time that people found out. The most dangerous thing is not the Qin family behind Qin Jun, but Qin Jun himself. And those strong men of the Qin family also looked at Qin Jun with fear and submission in their eyes. Although they knew that Qin Jun was very strong and an SSS-level talent, they had never had an intuitive feeling. But now, they finally felt the strength of Qin Jun. There is no doubt about the strength of that blood bear. After incarnating as a giant bear, his fighting power is outstanding. But such a strong man was crushed to death by Qin Jun. Even they couldn't see how Qin Jun did it. In the end times, context does matter. But the only thing that can truly make the subordinates fear and submit is always their own strength. The evolutionaries under the blood bear remained motionless. None of them wanted to avenge the blood bear. And some of the evolutionists not only did not have sad and angry expressions on their faces, but were full of understanding. They're all people who have been forced to take refuge in the blood bear these days. They already hated blood bears very much, but now that they saw blood bears being killed by Qin Jun, they all took pleasure in other people's misfortunes and looked at Qin Jun with kindness in their eyes. And the tens of thousands of survivors in the shelter cheered even more. Blood bear is finally dead. Many people wept with joy, hugged, and cheered each other, which shows how much they hate the blood bear. These days, under the rule of the blood bear, their lives are worse than death. The blood bear is very cruel, killing people at every turn in the shelter. And he's very lewd. These days, women are tortured to death by him almost every day, which makes the people in the shelter panic. It can be said that they don't know how much they hate the blood bear in their hearts. But it is a pity that ordinary people do not have any strength and capital to resist in front of evolutionists. Even if all these tens of thousands of people rioted, they might not cause much harm to the blood bear. If there is no Qin Jun, I am afraid they will be enslaved by blood bears for a lifetime. So for these survivors, the Qin family who killed the blood bear is simply a hero. They finally don't have to be enslaved and abused by people like blood bears. Even some old people among the survivors wept with joy and kept saying, "The country has not abandoned us. The country has come to save us." Several evolutionists walked up to Qin Jun and thanked him. "Master Qin, thank you for killing the blood bear. This man is cruel, ruthless, greedy, and cunning. Thank you for eliminating harm for the people. And he also wants to use us as cannon fodder to hunt down that corpse king." Looking at the people in front of him who sincerely thanked him, Qin Jun couldn't help laughing. These people really regard him as the savior? He looked at several evolutionists, smiled, and said, "Did you misunderstand something?" "Misunderstanding?" The evolutionists were taken aback. "What do you mean?" Qin Jun looked at them with indifferent eyes and said with a light smile, "The blood bear is dead. It's your turn. As I said, either hunt the corpse king or die." Hearing the words, several evolutionaries suddenly became extremely ugly. He looked at Qin Jun in disbelief. Qin Jun also wants to use them as cannon fodder. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he could obtain high-quality energy crystal nuclei by hunting the corpse king, it was very dangerous. The corpse king is no ordinary zombie. Hunting and killing the corpse king will definitely kill people, and many people will die. Although there are quite a few evolutionaries under the Qin family's command, each of them has the background of the Qin family, and of course they will not sacrifice if they can. From the very beginning, Qin Jun had the idea of using the evolutionists of Dongwa City as cannon fodder. Looking at Qin Jun's slightly smiling eyes, the evolutionists of Dongwa City felt chills in their hearts, making them shudder. They originally thought that after Qin Jun killed the blood bear, the cloud hanging over Dongwa Market would dissipate. They were able to rebuild their shelters and live peacefully in the apocalypse. But what they didn't expect was that the blood bear died, but a more terrifying Qin Jun came. Even Qin Jun made them more desperate than the blood bear. After all, The blood bear is only himself. And behind Qin Jun is the behemoth of the Qin family. And looking at the inhuman corpse of the blood bear, they dare not run away, let alone resist. Although they are evolutionaries, they feel that they are so powerless at this moment. It is not necessarily a hero who kills a villain. There may also be a more vicious existence than this villain. Looking at the ugly-looking evolutionists of the East Flower Market, Qin Jun showed a satisfied smile on his face. These evolutionaries didn't even dare to resist the blood bear, and naturally they didn't dare to resist his will. Then Qin Jun instructed the letter of thanks beside him. Take an inventory of the resources in this shelter and take them all away when we return to Dongdu. Although the eastern capital is now on the right track, there is no shortage of resources. But in the Doomsday era, resources are always the most important. The Blood Bears have annexed almost all other sanctuaries these days, bringing back all the resources of these sanctuaries. It is also equivalent to collecting all the resources in the East Flower Market. The resources of a city are not small. Of course, Qin Jun will not waste. Even if this is done, it will directly cause the nearly 100,000 survivors in Dongwa City to lose the resources they depend on for survival. Qin Jun is taking away their chance to live with his own hands. After receiving the order, the Qin family's army entered the shelter in mighty force and began to count supplies. Survivors who didn't know why at first welcomed the Qin family's army very much. They didn't hear the words of Qin Jun's persecution of those evolutionists in Dongwa City. They only saw Qin Jun kill the blood bear. After the blood bear died, the tens of thousands of survivors in the sanctuary cheered, applauded thunderously, and wept with joy. Everyone feels that good times are coming. But soon, people discovered something was wrong. Because after the Qin family's army took over the shelter, they immediately sealed off the warehouse and began to count the supplies. Then the incomparably precious materials were counted, and then began to be transported to the car. These supplies are extremely precious food and medical items in the apocalypse. Without these materials, the evolutionists might still be able to collect them from the ruins in the urban area by virtue of their strength. But what about ordinary people? There are wandering zombies everywhere outside the shelter, which is extremely dangerous. If they want to collect supplies by themselves, they're going to die. A middle-aged woman held back a soldier who was carrying supplies. She looked terrified and couldn't help asking, "Where are you going to transport these supplies?" The soldier looked calm. "Bring them all back to Dongdu." People were stunned and couldn't help asking, "Take them all away? What about us? What should we do?" The soldier had no expression on his face, turned away coldly, and continued to carry supplies. What does the life and death of these people have to do with him? If we say that in the old days he might have sympathized with these survivors, but after experiencing this catastrophe, soldiers saw this situation a lot, and his heart has long been used to it, numb. In the end times, the most important thing is to survive yourself. And the soldiers are also glad that they are soldiers of the Qin family, and the treatment is not bad. In this troubled world, it is such a lucky thing to have a big force behind them. I just need to obey the Qin family's orders. As for other things, he won't think about it. I don't even bother to think about it. Qin Jun looked at the tens of thousands of survivors in the shelter with a blank expression. To him, these ordinary people are just a number, a resource, no different from supplies. They should be dominated by a master like him, and they should be controlled reasonably where they should go. As for how much it will be wasted in this process, it is not his concern. He instructed Wang Hai, who was on the side, count up the healthy men aged 14 to 40 and the healthy and fertile women and transport them away together with the supplies. In the Doomsday era, not only materials are extremely precious resources, but also people. After all, the factories in the eastern capital operate 24 hours a day, and black slaves die suddenly every day, requiring a steady stream of manpower. And those women who are healthy and fertile are even more important. They will become goods, filling those entertainment venues in the eastern capital for the soldiers to enjoy and relax their tense spirits. If children are born, these children will also be centrally managed and educated, and will become staunch supporters of the Qin family's rule in the future. Soon, Qin Jun's order was carried out. In front of the guns of the army, people shouted and cried bitterly. They could only watch helplessly as supplies were swept away and young men and women were taken away by force. Only some old, weak, sick, and disabled are left. They never expected that Qin Jun would be more ruthless and infinite than the blood bear. Although the blood bears are cruel by nature, they still have at least one bite to eat and can barely survive. But Qin Jun, the seemingly gentle young master of aristocratic family, wanted to force them all to death directly. Without those young and strong, without supplies, how would they survive? Either be bitten to death by zombies or starve to death. All of a sudden, the entire shelter was in a commotion, with cries and screams intertwined. Some people were unwilling to stop it, but what greeted them was merciless suppression. Soon, countless corpses fell to the ground, blood flowing. This place has become a hell on earth. The evolutionists in Dongwa City could only watch this scene helplessly. Their expressions were ugly, but none of them dared to resist. They all know the strength of the blood bear. Otherwise, they would not submit to him. But they couldn't even see how the blood bear died in Qin Jun's hands. Not to mention, there are more than 70 evolutionaries around Qin Jun. It is very dangerous to hunt down that corpse king, and he may die. But if you resist, you will definitely die. They can still calculate this account clearly. As for the pain and wailing of these ordinary people, they can only pretend not to see it. Far away from the shelter, a shadow was hidden in the void. It was Su Chow's shadow. After Su Chow's shadow was reborn, he controlled the shadow nonstop and hid near the shelter. I want to see if his plan has any effect, and if it causes a fight between the Qin family and the blood bear. The Qin family did fight the blood bear, but the process and ending far exceeded his expectations. There is no such thing as a fierce battle and no mutual loss. The blood bear was directly crushed to death by Qin Jun. Hearing the screams and cries from far away in the shelter, Su Chow also felt a little hairy. This Qin Jun is really ruthless. Not only does he not treat ordinary people as human beings, he also does not treat blood bears as human beings. This is an extremely dangerous character. After provoking this kind of person, there is basically no other choice but desperation. But Su Chow didn't feel very nervous. After all, he only appeared as a shadow, and no one knew his true identity. Thinking of this, Su Chow felt full of security in his heart. He is already invincible. Su Chow took a deep look at Qin Jun, and his shadow slowly disappeared. He was going to show up to fight again when Qin Jun was hunting the Corpse King to see if he could make a profit out of the fire. It would be best if he could take advantage of the chaos to obtain the crystal nucleus of the Corpse King. Even if he can't get it, he can still discuss Qin Jun. The big deal is to regenerate the shadow again. What's the big deal? Can you Qin Jun know my real identity?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.